What is going on, gamers? How y'all doing? So really quickly, before I get into this, I want to address something. There was a game jam recently held on my Discord server by a blob, and I saw the game jam going on. I tried to avoid seeing too much about it because I didn't want to get spoiled to the entries, right? I wanted to make sure that I was able to stream them blind later. But I am aware of it. Of course, I haven't forgotten. And yeah, it's just completed. The builds are all up now. I definitely plan on streaming them soon. I was going to actually try to do it sometime a little earlier today before I started the stream. However, I sadly I didn't have as much time as I thought I did once again. And it doesn't look like I'll be able to do it without like branching out into another stream and everything. What I'm getting at is basically, I would do it tomorrow. I'm actually going to be gone tomorrow for the first time in a while. I'm actually gonna like freaking go into the public. Whoa, where I'll wear a mask. But anyway, it's gonna be I'm not gonna be able to stream then. But I will stream the Game Jam games soon. I haven't forgotten about them, of course. I'm very excited to check them out, actually. And from what little I have seen of them, they look really fun. I'm especially interested in Ablob's mod, to be honest, because I've seen a few screenshots, and it looks like it's actually like a totally custom stage for Lost World, and that sounds pretty fun. So I want to try that out. But once again, I will try them out soon. I'm sorry that it's taking me a while. I think it'll be probably this Friday, maybe before then, I don't know, but it'll probably be this Friday. And I could do something else afterwards, because if I remember correctly, I want to say that it's only about an hour or so of stuff, so I should be able to like do multiple things that day. With that said, how are you all doing? Let me check the chat here. Forget about them. My 3D platformer is only 3.01D. It's the next generation. Before we can step into the future, we have to step back. No, I'm just kidding. I love the idea of like, whatever, like I don't know, like 2.8D. It's more 3D than 2.5D, but it's not quite 3D yet. Sorry, I just thought it was funny. Apparently, Hyper just DM'd me on Twitter editing. I guess he saw the pun. My excellent puns. Anyway, how you doing? Rocket League is free now? Oh, I didn't know that. You should try that. You said you decided to play it and you realized you hate it? Awesome. I don't know what I would think of it. It looks fun to me, but I've never tried it. I have to give it a shot sometime. Hey, Duck Dealer, I hate object ranges. Understandable. Wait, you mean like in and out ranges? Yeah, sounds like a pain. Alright, so I'm just gonna jump right into this. Again, I am kind of trying to do this on a bit of a time limit, so I apologize that I've been doing nothing but HedgeEdit streams. That's gonna change soon, I swear. But yeah, I really have to hurry up if I want to get this done in time. So, alright. So last night was interesting. On one hand, I got a good amount done. On the other hand, it wasn't as much as I was hoping, and we ran into some issues, which we're gonna need to fix. So, we got the MGUI stuff working. I have an open stage dialog now where you can actually paste in a stage ID and like a directory and a stage ID, and you can choose the game type. And I have a games and parser list set up where you can actually, there's all this code in place now that can actually be called to load data from the games you selected and everything. It all works. Well, works TM, you know what I mean? This all gets run. And I have it set up so that it's not multi-threaded yet, but it can become multi-threaded fairly easily in the future, if I'm not mistaken. So that's all good. However, there's a major bug with the dictionary thing that I'm using here. At least it seems to be with the dictionary. Where occasionally, I don't know why this is happening, but periodically, something is getting screwed up internally with it. And whenever I try to like add a new thing, or I guess get something from it as well, sometimes it results in a crash. That's bad, obviously. That's the kind of thing that, you know, you need to fix that before you release this. So we're gonna have to figure out why the frick that's happening. Now, you can probably tell from this bit of code here that this dictionary thing is a bit special. This is, what I did is, there's an open source library called Robinhood, which is, it's like a custom dictionary type and everything. It uses a custom hash function and everything, and it's specifically designed to be one of the quickest hashes available, which is actually very important for game engine kind of stuff. Believe it or not, even just like the built-in STD unordered map in C++ is just not great for games. It really isn't. You'll find that if you do too many, you know, if there's too many times per frame where you need to get something from the dictionary, then your game slows down quite a bit. And it's not that hard to get to the point where it's actually running slower because of it. So you want a faster hash if you're going to use hashes at all. And Robinhood it's one of the fastest ones available, so that's why I've used it. However, yeah, Robinhood's written in C++, and it's very much designed around that, because like it's all like a class, right? So it's not like you can just like make a little C header for it with I mean, I guess you kind of could, but it's really, you would, if you want to use it from your C code, which I'm doing here, you need to kind of port it. So what I did is I just kind of quickly slapped it in, and I got just the functions I needed working in C, and that's what I was doing. Yeah, I know, it's hacky, but that's what I went with. So you can see there's all these comments and stuff from things that I guess were not finished, or were not totally or maybe not totally figured out, or whether that kind of thing. So it could be, the bug could just simply be that, right? It could just simply be that I haven't done something right yet. But from what I understand, everything that I did finish should be enough to where it's not doing this. So I'm a little bit, I'm confused. I don't know what the bug is. I have to do a lot of debugging to figure this one out, and it's gonna be a real nightmare. But in the meantime, I did some other I did some thinking as well, right? And let me pull this up. No, sorry. What is this from? That's from so the terrain instances, right? I really hated this hack that I did. I was like, this is bad, and it wasn't even working because I was an idiot and I forgot that the strings that I was adding this are going to get freed later by the function, and yeah, you need to make a copy anyway. So this was just bad all around, and I'm going, frick, what do I do about this, right? Because, okay, so the obvious solution is, instead of doing this crap, just have it be, you know, an array. So, you know, you could do, just do this, right? Whatever, and get rid of this, like I had it before. But then the problem with that is, so, okay, let me think how to put this. Basically, the way that this API is set up, the way that the new HedgeEdit API works, is designed to be like simple to use. So basically, whenever you call a function that like gets something, it returns it generally as just one pointer, which contains everything inside of it. All right. So if you get, for example, if you have a function that gives you a terrain group, it'll give you just a pointer to the terrain group, and that's it. And that pointer is actually a pointer to a big buffer that contains the terrain group, and then also all of the instances, and also all of the model names, and then everything that the instances need, and all the bounding spheres, and so on and so forth, right? It contains everything inside of it. It's like recursive, but it's all in one big buffer. And so the sort of beauty of it is that it's really simple. Because when you call a function, you get just one pointer, and that's it. And if you want to free it, all you gotta do is just call free on that one pointer. And that's it. It frees the whole big buffer all in one go. So yeah, it's really nice for the user to use, and it's a good thing. But you don't have to have like a create and destroy function for every single struct that you make. That's just not necessary, right? Because you just call free, and everything is free. The problem with it, however, one of the big shortcomings with this approach is, what if you actually do need there to be something inside of the struct or whatever that needs to be basically destructed, alright? So say you're basically trying to do something that would require a destructor in C++, that kind of thing. For that, you would basically need a destroy function, right? and that breaks the consistency you had with the rest of the API. The user might, you know, get used to calling free on everything that they get from HedgeEdit because that's what you do always, and then they do it on this object too, because of course, right? That's what you do with everything in here. But no, this one's special. This time you have to call destroy, and so if you do that, you get a memory leak, right? And that's bad. I don't like that. So what's the solution? Make everything a destroy function just because a few things need it, right? Or try to find a way where you don't need it somehow, right? It's just kind of a nightmare. So I was thinking a lot about that, and you know what? I came up with an approach that I think will solve this. So here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be the hack of the century. Better than this hack. And I actually mean that though. Alright, so we're gonna make a list, right? And this is not going to actually be a, we're not going to have this be a count and then a pointer to a heap allocated array anymore. Instead, we're going to have this whole thing just be a list. So we're gonna have this be a, yeah, now hang on a second, let me make sure I get the name right. Now I know what you might be thinking if you're a programmer and you're following along with this. You might be going, how does that solve the problem? Isn't that, because you need to call frig on that list, right? So you can't just call frig on this big buffer, but trust me. So I have a solution for this, at least I think I do. So, okay, instance info names, yeah, so we're gonna just do that. Okay, so here's the solution, ready? Here's what we'll do. If you call, it's actually gonna be quite simple, right? So, here's the thing. You can have the functions still return this terrain, you know, a big buffer that has a terrain group in it, which has train instances in it, which has all, whatever, right? You can have that all work just fine. And you can just have the list data be also contained within that big buffer. So when you call free, it'll free all of this, including the list. That's all fine. That can work. The problem is not really that. It's more so just, what if you try to add something to this list? So what if the user tries to go, oh, I've got a terrain instance list, push, you know, instance info names, and then they try to put something in there, right? What if that happens? Because when this is called, this is going to try to reallocate the pointer, and in this case, this pointer was not alloced. We didn't call malloc on this, right? We just set this pointer manually inside of that function from the when we allocated the big buffer, right? So that would be invalid if the user would try to do this. That would result in who knows what. It'd be an undefined behavior. And that's a problem. So what do we do about it? What I'm thinking is, actually this is dead simple. The list struct is just a type pointer, it's a count, and then it's also a capacity. So if the capacity is 0, right? What does that mean? Well, that indicates that we just haven't allocated the data at all yet, doesn't it? You see where I'm going with this? So, I know this isn't necessarily a revolutionary thing. Other programmers have definitely thought of this sort of thing before, but yeah, I think this will solve this. So what we're gonna do is, oh boy, whenever we go to grow the list, we're gonna check if the capacity is 0 first. And if it is, instead of reallocating, we're just gonna alloc. And we're gonna copy the existing data over. That's what we'll do, I guess. And then, yeah, when we go to free, we don't just free. We're going to check to see if the capacity is 0, and only if it is, well, only if it's non-zero is when we're gonna free, right? And so this way, you can have your list inside of here, and regardless of whether you allocated this thing yourself, or it's part of a big buffer that was returned to you from HedgeEdit, it'll just work to add stuff to it, remove stuff to it, whatever, free it, it'll all work fine. So then, if you're just a normal user of the HedgeEdit API, and you're just gonna call this and that's all you want to do, then you can just, you know, you can just call this, and later you can just do free, and it'll just work. It'll free everything. Because the list data is also gonna be part of the big buffer, and so it'll all get free in one go. So that's all good, that's all like what I want. But also now, if you want to do your own thing with this, and you want to store your own heap allocated thing in here that has to be freed separately, you can do that. You can just say, okay, grab that, instance info names, and you know, just make whatever, just add to it, right? and then push your thing in. And when this happens, it'll notice capacity's 0. It'll add something to it, right? And yeah, it'll all just work. And you can free it later and it won't crash regardless. So that's sort of... I think this is gonna be what we're gonna do to fix that. Alright, so let's get started, I guess. Okay. I love VS sometimes, it's just great. It actually is, right? But like, sometimes... sometimes. Okay, I think we're gonna also include string. Alright, so... let me see. Double this capacity. So, we don't want to do this yet, that's the thing. Okay, we're gonna rename it to something like, instead of inlist grow, we're gonna rename it to like inlist, also I don't really like this actually. Inlist grow, resize. Actually, let's say realloc, and let's another one that's called alloc. And we'll add that code in a second. Okay, so we're gonna rename this stuff as well. And we'll make this again in a second. All right. So when we go to grow list, okay, we're going to check if the list capacity is non-zero. So this will work fine to do that. And if that is the case, then we're going to just call this. Otherwise, we're going to call this. I guess. Let's see, hang on. Okay, this whole thing is wrapped inside of parentheses. Great. So that'll... this is so cursed. Okay, but this will work. You might be wondering why I'm doing this in macros and not anything else. There's no templates. You can see, so... this is the only way I can do it without having to type. While still supporting any type. Unless I have you like manually pass in the size every time or something, and that's awful. This gets optimized down pretty well. So it's not really as bad as it seems. Okay. It sounded like that was the whole song for a second. I was like, nah, nani. Something people don't know about C expressions is they're kind of OP as heck, actually. So, okay, so like here, this is an expression, right? Very simple one, but that's an expression. If it's wrapped in parentheses, it's probably an expression, right? That's kind of a simple way to look at it. So people know you can do this stuff, of course. People know you can, multiply, you can divide, you can have other variables in there, whatever. People get that stuff. Something I don't, and people get that you can also use that as conditions. You can be like, if A and B or B. People get all that. What people don't always get is there's actually other blurst stuff you can do with this. You can say, for example, pretend this is a function, right? You can say A equals 2, and then 1 plus A. And it's erroring out right now because this isn't actually inside of a function. But if I were to put it in one, yeah, that actually works. This is valid. And you might be going, what the frick is that? What does that do? What does that mean? Here's what it does. It means run this first, and then comma, so then run this next. And then that's the result of the expression, okay? So it's not this, it's whatever the last thing is after the last comma, right? So you can say set A to 2, and then So what this will do is it'll set A to 2, right? And then it'll say, okay, so now add 1 to A, and 1 is now 2, so it'll get 3, right? So Z will end up being 3. That's what this does. And you can chain it up as many as you want. You can be like A equals 2. Actually, A equals 4. You know, whatever. And then this will run, and this will be A is 2, A is 4, 1 plus A, okay, Z is 5, right? Whatever. It's very powerful. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. Wait, Hyperstep, wait. Nux's SVCOL, yeah, I'm gonna try it. Hopefully we can get this tonight. I'll see what happens. Anyway, that's expressions. They're quite powerful, actually. So, keep in mind, right, you can do this stuff, and you can be cursed. You can also have ternary operators, remember? So you can be like, you know, if A equals 7, then do this, otherwise do that, right? Whatever. And so if you chain it up, you can be like, A equals 7, but then if, whatever, B equals 2, then A plus, you know, whatever. You can do whatever the frick. It's so powerful. So, this entire list push thing here is not at all a function. It doesn't start its own scope or anything like that. It's all just an expression. It's all just, it's a parenthesis, and it's a bunch of, like, commas and crap. It's a whole bunch of, stuff. And anyway, it actually will do, it'll compute whether or not it needs to grow the list. And then if it needs to, right, it'll do so. And then it'll determine, like, whether or not the growing succeeded, and if it failed, it'll return an HL result. That's because that'll be the result of the expression. That's the last thing after the last comma, right? It'll be say out of memory. Otherwise, it'll then spin off into this thing where it'll set this value. It'll put whatever you said to inside the now newly grown array, and then it'll return success. So it's it's so cursed that you can do this stuff, but it's also so blessed. Anyway, we're gonna try to do this. Hey, Happy Potato, how you doing? I like your username. Alright, let's see. Dildo's capacity. Okay, so here we're just gonna Alex. So we're gonna say. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering what this curse nightmare is, all this casting, I only have to do that because of C++. So, okay, so in C, if you have like this, so you have say you have an int pointer, right? And you also have a void pointer, right? You can do this. That's valid. That'll compile. It's not saying it is because it's not inside of a function, but it is. You can compile that. So yeah, that's a thing you can do. It doesn't matter that this is actually of type void. It'll automatically cast to whatever type you want it to, and that's totally fine. In C++, for some reason, they thought it was that this was actually a big, like, design flaw with C. And to be honest, I don't entirely understand why. I'm sure there was a good reason for it, but I really don't understand what was so bad about this. But anyway, they thought it was a design flaw. So while C++ is almost entirely backwards compatible with C, there are a few minor differences that actually make it not totally compatible with C, and this is one of them. They changed the, they made it so this doesn't happen anymore. So if you try to compile this in C++, it's an error. It'll say you can't do that. You're trying to put a void pointer and int pointer, it doesn't work. So you have to cast it manually like this. Alright, and then that'll work. Not a big deal, but that's the thing they changed. So anyway, this is returning a void pointer, and I'm storing it into a pointer type who knows what. It's based on whatever you said in the macro. So let's say it's an int, for example, right? So yeah, it's the same problem. You're trying to take a void pointer from this, you're trying to store it inside of this. In C it'll work fine, but in C++ it will not, unless you cast. Problem, how do I cast? Because all I need to do is do this, right? But how do I know what type to put here? I don't. If this was a template or whatever, like in C++, I would. I could just use type T and it would be easy. But I'm not doing that. I'm using macros because C. So there's no way I don't know what type it is. I don't know what type to cast to, right? It's impossible for me to know that here unless I have the user pass it in every single time they try to call push, and I don't want them to have to do that. So what I've done is I'm simply getting a pointer to the typed pointer, And then I'm saying, actually, that's a pointer to a void pointer. Trust me. And then I'm dereferencing that, and I'm saying, okay, so since it's a void, we're dealing with a void pointer now, just put a void pointer in there, and it'll work. So basically, it's cursed. It's a cursed way of casting that'll allow it to compile still. That's all that's happening here. That's why it looks so complicated and nightmarish. Blame C++ for that one. If it was C, I could literally just like if I wanted this to not be compatible with C++, I could literally just make this all just this, which is a lot cleaner, right? But instead we have to do this. All right. Anyway, back to work. So let me think here. So we're gonna, okay, so here we're gonna Alex, so we're going to, so we're not gonna double the capacity because there is nothing, there right now. So hang on a second. I was checking if it's null, and, if it isn't, then I'm just doubling it, otherwise I'm setting it to 1. Okay, so I already did that check. So all we have to do then is, in the alloc, we just need to say, okay, well, we're allocing, I guess. You know, let me give this a better name. Let me say, like, first. And then let me rename this to, like, it's gonna be long, but, like, subsequent. Ooh, fancy. Might be able to get to go places in life, you know, if you use words like that. Alright. So, for the subsequent one, we're gonna just set the list capacity to 1. Sorry, for the first one, we're gonna set the list capacity to 1. And then once we've done that, we're going to, just allocate it. So I'm actually gonna copy-paste this whole thing here. We're just gonna dump that there. Oh, it looks so bad. Alright, well, I'll reformat that in a second. Let me make it a little better. And we're just gonna say alloc. Okay, problem with this though, obviously. We need to mem copy, but we don't. Is that? I don't think that's valid, is it? Hang on. Can you do that? I'm wondering something. Give me a second, I'm sorry. I'm finding terrible search results that simply are not... Give me what I want. Hold up. What I'm looking for is, can you do something like this? You know, and now you just have access to whatever, and you'll have that until the end of the expression. I think you can do that in C++. I don't think you can do that in C89. So we might have to do a hack for this one. Okay, okay. I think I have a solution for this. We don't need to know the type of it, but we do need to know... Hold up. Why don't I do this? Why don't I make a function for this, and then put only what I need to in there? Okay, so we're gonna have a thing that's like, I don't know. Internal list. Grow, yeah. And, okay, the problem with this is... we can't just be like, oh, pass in the list. Because we don't know what type... well, we know the type's a data pointer to something, so I guess we know that. Hi, neighbors. Ooh! Ooh, spicy! They're really loud sometimes, aren't they? Okay, so I'm already doing that cursed cast. Okay, why don't we let's make it the return void, and let's have it take a pointer to the crystal, to the capacity. Yeah, and we're not even gonna bother. Oh yeah, and then also we'll also want it to the data, but we're gonna have that be void. So C also lets you take a typed pointer like this, and turn it into a void pointer like that. For some reason though, right? The C++ guys thought that it was a problem to have the auto-casting work one way, but this way they decided it's fine. This one's not a security problem, apparently. So, yeah, this is still in C++. You can still do that. That's still fine. You just can't do it the other way around. You can't do that in C++ unless you cast. I think the reason they thought that was a problem was because you could just, you know, be like, okay, whatever, like, say you have a float, I'm just gonna call it Z, why not? Say you did this. So you got a void pointer that points to this float here. And then you do this. What's happening now is you have an int pointer that's actually pointing to a float, right? And there's no way that the compiler can, like, warn you about this or anything if the autocasting happens, and so you might end up unintentionally doing something that you don't want to. But, like, if you did this, you probably wanted to do this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I can't imagine it being that big of a security, like, that big of a design flaw, actually. It's kind of weird to me that they felt like this was such an important thing that had to be changed, that it was worth sacrificing backwards compatibility. But anyway, yeah, so you have to do this. But then that's fine. You can still do it. You can still be like, okay, well, this is actually a float, but pretend it's an int. And this will still compile just fine. It's just that now you have to do more typing. I don't really totally get it, but I guess the idea was just to discourage you, right? Like, no, stop it, dummy. Don't be a dummy. Okay. We're gonna have a little function for this. And we're going to define that somewhere. Not there. Yeah, of course I'm gonna get SV collision. Like, I'm gonna try to work on getting that to show up. I just need to fix this issue with the terrain stuff first. Because that's just, quite frankly, it's a nightmare. Okay, so, sorry, I lost track of what I was doing for a second there. We run premake, reload this. Okay, let me bring up the C file. Ah, jeez. All right. Hold up. What are you guys talking about? Does anyone remember how long the ice cap act 1 sober section lasts for? Maybe 9 seconds? Just look up a video. It's 18 seconds if you don't do anything. There's a mod that makes it have its own song. Oh, wow. You were going to use that for something. You don't know what you can use it for? Probably this. That's really cool. Man, okay, this is random, and I don't want to get too involved in this, but did y'all see that video? I think it was Jay's Reviews, I think is the name of the channel who did it. It's like over an hour long, and it's called something like Why Sonic Adventure 2 is the greatest Sonic game, or something like that, right? It's a little clickbait, but I guess not really. He does say what just basically say that in the video. But yeah, anyway, I watched it. I wanted to see what why he felt that way, because I liked Adventure 2. I still really like Adventure 2, but I wouldn't call it the greatest Sonic game of all time, right? And honestly, it's a really good video. I recommend it. But yeah, well, I still don't agree that it's one of the greatest Sonic games of all time, but I will say this. I know it's random and I don't really know why I brought this up, but basically, I don't know, it got me thinking, right? The main reason that it really comes down to is actually not nostalgia. He didn't even play it until 2010, I think, or so, and then he went through a phase where he liked it and then he didn't like it, and now he's come back around. But so it's not like bias or anything like that, really. It's purely just a matter of, like, he just realized after playing Forces that Forces was essentially SA2, but if they did everything wrong. It's like they were going for the same kind of, a lot of the same ideas, the same sort of, like, we're gonna have a story that takes itself seriously but not overly so, and we're gonna try to have, like, you know, Eamon's trying to take over the world, you know, as always, but, like, you know, he comes close to doing it this time. We're gonna have, you know, edginess, like with a new character who's like got this new, you know, we're gonna have all this stuff, and then even with like the gameplay, it's kind of like if you just summarize it as like there's speed levels, right? There's I guess more platforming centric levels. I don't know, and there's classic Sonic, whatever the heck that is. There's three different play styles sort of that they're going for with this that you swap between, right? I guess 4 if you count tag team, but it's kind of similar to what they were doing with the 2, where they had like, you know, speed types, power, you know what I mean? I'm saying heroes stuff, but you know what I mean? Like the mech stages and also treasure hunting stages and stuff, right? So I don't know. They tried a lot of the same sort of ideas. It's just they did them poorly this time, right? And he was just saying in the video that basically it made him realize like how much SA2 did right, and he wanted to talk about it. And so really most of the video is just him saying, look all the things it does right. Yet it's over an hour long. It really is quite a lot he has to say. But honestly, yeah, it's a good video. If you haven't seen it, I guess, you know, check it out if you've got some time. Because it honestly did get me thinking. It's like basically he ends it saying that SA2 he realized is the game that like to him is one of the most like Sonic games in the franchise, if that makes sense. It's like the I guess the epitome of everything he likes about the franchise. And I kind of get it. I get where he's coming from. There is definitely a feeling to it that's completely gone now, and it'll be interesting to see what they do going forward. Anyway, sorry, I don't know what got me started on that. I think what I was gonna say was in Sonic 3, right? It had the same kind of style still. It had the same vibe, and that SA2 has. It's just kind of gone now. I guess what I'm getting at is there used to be this feeling that like Sonic was a cool character. You know what I mean? He wasn't afraid of like, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Sorry. Just basically, it's a little different now. It feels like they're trying to go for more of a like general audience approach with the newer games, you know? And it's not always. And actually, that dates back to Colors, I think, arguably Unleashed. And I'm not, you know, I like Colors, I like Generations, I like Unleashed. I think they're all great games. So, you know, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad approach, but I will say, yeah, there definitely was like a style to the franchise that's just not there anymore. It's so weird to me. It's like, where did it go? You know? I mean, even in Unleashed, there was just the style to it. It was like no other game really looked and felt like it. You know? It's kind of in Colors too. I would argue Colors and Unleashed had that style down, and Gens did a little bit as well. It's a little different of a style in those games than it is in like SA2 or whatever, but it still has like a style. It just kind of feels like now they don't know what the style is. They're like trying to go for something, but it just kind of ends up feeling like other games you've played. Not even other Sonic games, just like other games. I don't know. They're just going through a phase where they're trying to figure out what the heck Sonic is, and I hope we can come out on the other side. You know, like I hope they can release a new game that figures that out, and then they can just go from there. It'll be interesting. He was doing a Sonic marathon. Oh, cool. He has some Ratchet reviews. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I saw some other reviews. Well, I went to his channel. I saw all the reviews that he did. I haven't watched them yet, but I've saved some to my watch later. I'm planning on watching them later, hence the name. Yeah, because that one was honestly really good. The vibe lasted from CD to Black Knight. 16 years of awesomeness. Sonic always used to work for generosities. That's the thing. Okay, yeah. Well, I think the main real difference is that it used to be that their target audience was teens, and now their target audience is kids, right? And I really think that changed with Colors. As much as I love Colors, I think that was the game that changed it. I think that was when they decided we're gonna try to aim for kids. You know, like that'll be the target audience with this franchise. And it really did change a lot. It's not just the games, like the whole franchise feels a little different now, you know? And not all of it's bad, but it definitely feels like there's a lot of franchises that try to appeal to kids, you know? There aren't that many that try to go for teens. I mean, there are, but, you know, relatively speaking, I feel like there's a lot less. Especially in terms of, like, video game franchises. You know, like, the ones that do are not blue hedgehogs. You know, they're, like, if you try to appeal to a teen in terms of video games, I don't know what you do exactly, but I imagine you're basically making, like, a Call of Duty game or something. You know what I mean? Like, you try to appeal to them by basically making a game for adults and then kind of watering it down a little bit. You know, that's kind of the idea that most people seem to have when it comes to how to appeal to teenagers. But Sonic did it differently. The idea was take something that inherently looks and feels like it's kid-friendly, but make it, like, edgy, but not overly so. It's still kid-friendly, but you're aiming for teens. You're aiming to get them to go, oh, cool, even though it's a blue hedgehog. Right? And it's such an interesting approach that I don't really see anyone else taking, even today. That really made him stand out. And I don't know, it's kind of... That part of it is just not there. It feels like they're kind of trying to do that again, but they don't have it down yet. I hope they can nail that again, because that really was a cool feeling. Like, I don't know, you know, like, SA2 begins with, like, Sonic, like, jumping out of a freaking helicopter, trying to escape, like, military pursuit. He grabs it, rips a piece off of it, jumps off, uses it as a skateboard. It's like, that's, you know, it's ridiculous, but it's pretty cool. It doesn't feel like Sonic would do that now, you know? I don't know. So yeah, that was kind of the main thing he was getting at with the review, at least from what that's what I took out of it. Maybe you would get a different opinion if you watched it, right? But yeah, that's sort of what I took away from it. And honestly, man, that's a good point. Like he's totally right about that. Like that has changed, and I feel like that's not a change for the better, because there's nothing wrong with making something that's kid friendly or that appeals to kids rather. Of course not. But there's so many franchises that do that. You know, the fact that Sonic did something different was really cool. I think it makes more sense for them to kind of go back to that approach. I don't know. But anyway. Okay, Color says cheesy Saturday morning vibe, and you're in denial of Generation Stories, which is Scott's in denial of Sonic Symbol and Nintendo's denial of Mario Galaxy 2. Yeah, Den's story doesn't... It's alright, but it really doesn't have much going for it. But I didn't mind that too much. I mean, I don't need like super big lore in my Sonic games. I just kind of miss the cool feeling Sonic had, you know, like even just in the levels. It was like, I remember like, okay, like whatever, Sonic 3 starts off like Ice Cap Zone starts off with you like going down, you know, you're skateboarding down the freaking you know, the mountain, and then at some point you bump into a wall and then all the snow falls and you gotta jump out of that, and then you're running through this frozen cave in the middle of nowhere and you gotta like get up these platforms and everything, and then, you know, whatever. It's I'm not trying to make a pun here. It's cool stuff, right? Yeah. There's even another pun to be made with the lack of pun. Anyway. I don't know. That kind of happens now too, but it's a little different. Like, I don't know. SA2 has you like escaping military pursuit with a giant truck chasing you down through the whole city, trying to destroy everything in its path, right? Because they just desperately want to get rid of you. And then you come in contact with the freaking ultimate life form, as he calls himself. He's got you know, this immense power with this Chaos Emerald he's holding in his hand, right? And Chaos Control, warp around, all this crap. You gotta fight him now, and then freaking the entire military force shows up. You're breaking out of jail, you know, running on a military base in the middle of the ocean, grabbing onto a rocket, shooting into space, jumping up. It's all this cool stuff, like... What is Sonic doing Forces? You know? It's like, I don't know, what does he do in Lost Valley? Now he runs through the grass and he gets to Eggman. Alright, what does he do in Luminous Forest? He runs through the forest and he gets to Eggman. You know, it's kind of like there's something missing. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop ranting. Unleash started with these are the most intense chase sequence in all games and it still went beyond. Yeah, I thought Unleash still had that coolness for sure. Yeah, I mean, freaking, you don't even have to look any further than like Rooftop Run. You climb up the clock tower just to go back down it. There's not really any reason for it, it's just cool. Why not, right? But that's an element to the character that's feels absent now. It feels like his coolness is like a joke now. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, everyone knows that Sonic's cool, right? Like they're trying to contain laughter when they say that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm wording this well, but that's kind of how it feels. It's like someone wrote Sonic as cool on the character description, but nobody felt like they actually had to like adhere to that. That's just, as long as everyone treats him like he's cool, then he's cool. He doesn't have to be cool. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. He's cool in stereotype only, not in his actions. You wouldn't probably mind the lighter tone of writing of the Saturday morning cartoon style would actually be up to Saturday morning cartoon standards. Sonic's idea of a Saturday morning cartoon. You can listen to lighter cartoons, but you get my point. Yeah, well, they can definitely have a lighter tone as well. The issue is just like, okay, so some people argue that SA2 is too dark. I honestly don't think it is. I've never thought it was. I see where people are coming from, but I don't see why having stakes in your plot means that it's dark. Like, really? I don't know. I don't really get that. Like, oh, but Eggman, but, oh my goodness, you know, the ultimate life form, Gerald, oh goodness, everything could, you know, freaking, everyone could die, and that's dark. It's like, okay, whatever, so it's freaking, I don't know, this is a dumb example. There was a Phineas and Ferb movie, Across the Second Dimension, it was called, where, I don't actually remember most of it, it's been a long time since I saw it, but there was like a, I think Doofenshmirtz from Another Dimension, like, there was a version of him from Another Dimension that was, like, actually competent, and he, like, basically is succeeding in taking over the world, and now he's trying to take over this dimension as well, right? And so, anyway, everyone's taking this freaking post-apocalyptic future, and they all have to be treated like, you know, workers in the system over there, all this stuff. Would you say that movie is dark? Would you say that this Phineas and Ferb movie is dark? Because honestly, what it does is a little darker probably than what SA2 does. But I don't hear anyone calling it, like, inappropriate for kids. Because it isn't. Right? So, I know that was a really weird way to insert the point, sorry. The point is, I don't think SA2 is too dark. I never understood that argument. Like, is it dark because it takes itself seriously? I don't get it. Anyway. But it definitely does take itself a little more seriously than other Sonic games did. And some people aren't cool with that, and that's fine. I think you can have it be light, but still have it be good. You just have to get the character right. He still has to be cool, okay? If you mess that up, then you've lost something. You can still have Sonic, like, grabbing onto rockets, going into space, jumping off, that kind of stuff, right? And have it be a lighter tone. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. That's not kid inappropriate to have Sonic do cool stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. It feels weird to me that it seems like it's mutually exclusive, almost, these days. Anyway. You can write it to be funny while Sonic still does cool stuff that leads to funny scenarios. Like, he could probably start something in a blink of an eye, it would still be cool in a joke. Yeah, I agree. Coco is for kids and the entire plot revolves around death, kid-friendly. Okay, yeah, that was a much better example. Yeah, that literally is a movie revolving around death, but it's totally... I think it's even... I don't know, it might be PG. Is it G? I don't remember. But anyway, it's kid-friendly. People saw it with their kids, and no one's scarred from it. It was a great movie. All they do is stand around and flap their lips unless it's like Sonic Boom, but that game's a failure, it's so poorly, so I won't do it again. Yeah. I agree. But it's weird, right? Because in Forces, it feels like they tried to make him do a little more than just stand and talk. Maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like they kind of... They were trying to better tie up the stages with the story. And I don't know if I don't think they totally succeeded in that, to be honest, but they did. It was probably better than like how Lost, like for example, like Lost World's plot didn't sync up with the game at all. At least maybe that was just me, but I felt like whenever I beat a stage and I saw a cutscene, it was like we're switching from game to cutscene, right? It's not like the cutscene's part of the game. It's like we're going in between. It's almost like you're alt-tabbing between the game window and watching a movie. Do you know what I mean? They're disconnected. They're not the same thing. It really felt off. So at least Forces doesn't quite feel like that to me. It does feel like it's a little more connected, but definitely not to the level that past games had it. Anyway, what I'm getting at is just, it seems like they are trying to kind of fix it. They did try to make them do a little more and stuff, but it just doesn't, it's not there yet. I still can't really, most of what Sonic does in Forces isn't actually something that you really get to see or experience. It's more something that you were kind of told, you know? Like, you can explain it and make it sound cool, but when you actually play it, it's like, you know, hold X and you watch him run, and that's all that's happening here. There's nothing like, I don't know. It's just missing something. Alright, I need to get back to work. Sorry, I got it on rant again. Hunchback of Notre Dame is, PG, but Hunchback of Notre Dame is totally G, though. Yeah, I think, to be fair, I think the rating system's probably changed a little over time, but even so, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's like, come on. Well, I know for a fact that, at least back in the day, I wasn't even, you know, I wasn't live, but like in the, I don't know, like freaking, I don't know, whatever, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, that kind of thing, right? When those movies were made, to my knowledge, there was no PG rating. It didn't exist yet. I think there was G. It may have even come after, but anyway, I believe G existed, but PG did not. So the movies are rated G, despite the fact that they have, like freaking Sleeping Beauty has the scene where, you know, Maleficent turns into a freaking, like basically a demon. Like this giant dragon thing that's supposed to be like a symbolism for like freaking the devil, right? And you have the like prince or whatever. He like grabs his sword and he freaking, I think he cuts off her head or something, doesn't he? Or at least he comes close. He at least stabs it. And they freaking show all of it, and then they show her like falling off a cliff and dying with a loud scream. Rated G. It's rated G. It's kind of funny. But again, that's because PG didn't exist at the time, so yeah. Oh, PG started in 84 and Hunchback of Notre Dame was 97. Yeah, so I knew Notre Dame was after PG, but to be honest, I didn't know PG wasn't until 84. I'm kind of surprised. I really thought PG was earlier than that. I thought it was more like the 60s or 70s, I guess. I didn't think 84. Wow. They didn't have PG until then? Holy frick. So any movie released before 84 that was, like, edgy enough to where it wasn't really for kids, but also not violent or whatever enough to where it required a higher rating. They just had to rate it G, I guess. Oh, that's... yeah, good thing that PG exists, to be honest. Unleashed, but you kind of wish the games would portray Sonic's speed accurately in cutscenes, because you think them showing a battle between Metal and Sonic or something... oh, sorry, unrelated. I read it as Unleashed, I was really confused. Sorry. Unrelated, but you wish the games would portray Sonic's speed accurately in cutscenes because you think them showing a battle between Metal and Sonic or something at accurate speeds would be awesome. Yeah, it would be cool, wouldn't it? It's weird that they don't really show them doing much in the cutscenes, right? I guess the idea is just that, well, it's probably just to cut cost, because they have to animate it, right? It's kind of lame that that's the case, but that probably is what it is. It honestly probably isn't just that they're trying to make these games fast and with low budget, and they know that actually animating a cool cutscene where they're doing cool stuff takes a lot of effort, so instead they just write it so that they just have to stand around and talk for a while. And sometimes they move, but they don't move too much, right? It's never, you know, that's just going to be in the gameplay where we can just use the animations from Jen's copy-pasted with some slight tweaks. So we don't have to, you know, cost-saving measures. Every time you hear Big's theme, Incapacity reminds me how much of a meme Sonic is at this point. He is, but he isn't, right? Like, I feel like he's coming around in terms of pop culture. Like, he's becoming more of an icon, arguably, than he even was before. like, if you, like, I feel like if you bring up Sonic now, to people who aren't Sonic fans, you're not gonna get laughed at least I don't think, in the same way as what it used to be, you know? People are like, oh yeah, Sonic, I saw that movie, it was pretty decent, you know? Like, that's kind of the reaction now. But if you would have said that, like, I don't know, 2000, you know, 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever, people would be like, get out of here, loser, you know. It's rude, but, like, that's the kind of thing that, you know, that was the perception that people had. It was, I don't know, I feel like that's gotten better, actually. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm in the minority there, but what I've seen is that that's gotten better. It's just sort of within the fan base that it's becoming a meme. It's like within the fan base that people are going, it's hard to take it seriously when you don't even, you know, seem to care. That's why you brought up Boomer's lyric. The characters did at least slightly more of the cutscenes, but Shadow Crystal and Fire and Ice just do the flopping lips standing around thing. Yeah, that's a good point. They do seem to do a little more in Rise of Lyric. The mod works, but the normal level of music doesn't play when Sonic falls to the board and just keeps looping. You don't have to because the prototype music game, but eh. Oof. Imagine Metal Sonic and Unleashed. I think it'll be fast. Did he make that a thing? Someone made that a thing. I think that's a thing. Yeah, Gotta Be Fast made a mod for that. It's just a, you know, it's a character model. But it's pretty cool. I mean, oh, I don't think he swapped out the Werehog. Okay, that kind of does. Probably that could be an update for this in the future, I guess. But this is 2017, so I don't think it's getting an update. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, daytime Sonic has it's Metal Sonic in this, and it's pretty neat. Anyway, yeah, it would be cool if he was actually like a character in Unleashed, wouldn't it? Not like one to play as necessarily, just like a rival you could fight and whatever. You want to let Sonic Unleashed S game in space? It'd be so awesome. Yeah. It'd be cool if, you know, there was a game that had similar gameplay to Sonic Unleashed, but was in space. That'd be really great. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, though. I like how I couldn't find a higher quality screenshot of that. Holy frick, that was the highest first one I could find. Okay, actually, wait, no, here's one. This is better. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I know, Colors isn't quite Unleashed. It's a little different, I know. But it is Sonic in space. And I thought they did a lot of cool stuff with it. But yeah, it'd be cool to see them try it again. You feel like more happened in Rush Adventure and that had like 50 visual novel cutscenes and 5 3D animated shorts. But yeah, I hear Rush Adventure was really story-oriented actually, so I believe that. You didn't mean playable, you meant like him as a part of a lead. Yeah, right. That's what I thought, but yeah, that would be cool. That'd be really cool to see. You'd hate if he'd be in Unleashed, Metal Sonic and Shadow and everything now. I get it, Sega, you want to sell Metal Sonic and Shadow merch, but true, I guess. Wait, beating the Gravity Metal Sonic Swag would be cool. That would be interesting, actually, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's a little weird, to be honest. I don't know what they can really do right now that isn't... It might feel kind of like it's nostalgia pandering, or like it's being too afraid to try other things. You know what I mean? Like, if they start bringing back old characters now, if they start being like, look, it's Metal Sonic, look, it's Vector, look, it's, you know, well, they did that in Forces already, but you get what I'm saying. It feels kind of like nostalgia pandering, doesn't it? It's like, the only reason they're back is because we know that you all wanted to see them, so here they are. Silver is here. We're not even going to attempt to explain how that works. Blaze is not, because somebody watched one cutscene from Sonic 06, the one when Blaze fades away. And they went, oh, so I guess the lore is that Silver is just a person who exists in the same world as everyone else. Not like he's from the future or anything. Anyway, and Blaze is dead, I guess. So let's just have Silver here. I feel like that might have actually been what happened. Because why the frick else do they not have Blaze there, but they have Silver? And anyway. Point is, it's gonna feel kind of like nostalgia pandering. It's gonna be like, look guys, Metal Sonic's back, isn't he cool? And everyone's like, you only brought him back because he wanted us to be like, wow, I remember him from my childhood. You know? But on the flip side, if they don't bring him back, then it's gonna be like, really? The whole story is just like Sonic and Tails and maybe Knuckles as well, you know, like those are the only characters that exist? Did you forget about the other guys? Sega, what happened? You know, so it kind of feels like it's hard for them to win at this point. I don't honestly care. I just want to see a good game again. I'll be happy with, like, I don't care how many characters are in it or anything, really. I feel like the first step is just to figure out what the heck this gameplay style even is. Like, what are we doing, guys? You know, are we doing Boost? Are we doing Adventure? Are we doing something else? How did we do Sonic in 3D? It's been quite a while now, and you still haven't totally figured it out. So maybe do that. Right? That's the first step. Just figure it out. To me, it doesn't matter if this next game has the best story or all the characters and everything like that. It just matters that they figure out the gameplay and they get that fun again, right? And then once they have that figured out, then we focus on, okay, now that we got a gameplay style that works and we know what Sonic is, now we're going to try to do new stuff with him, right? And then you can start worrying about bringing back all the other characters and stuff, right? That's how I think, that's the approach I think that they should be taking. Hopefully they are. Bro, come on! These Virtron cubes gizmos stopped working. I thought you were gonna say, come on, step it up. Sorry, that's why I did the voice. Oof. I don't know why that's happening. Voices is kind of weird sometimes. Colors can be considered a space adventure. The planets aren't inhabited by people. There's no hub world. And even then, the game treats them more like regular zones and not like whole planets. Example is Ratchet and Clank. Okay, so your imagining is more like, you want it to really focus on the, like, we're going from planet to planet, and there's other people on these planets, and there's different, like, you know, you want it to focus on that. Alright. Yeah, I could see that. That'd be cool. That'd be a cool thing to try. I feel like it's easy for them to mess stuff up too, but I guess there's not much. The main thing is just the stupid question that they still have, because the Sonic lore is so messy and inconsistent. In game Sonic, you know, like I don't know what you call it, like the game version of Sonic and the characters, right? Where do they live? What planet are they on? I have no freaking idea. I know in the Archie comics it was Mobius, right? And I think it was like that in SatAM as well. But in the games, I don't think they've ever addressed where they're actually at. In Colors, they show them on what it kind of looks like Earth. So, okay. And then in the adventure games and Unleash and everything, there's humans. So that kind of, all that together kind of implies that it's just on, oh, and Sonic World Adventure, right? They show the planet looks like Earth. So all that kind of implies that it's Earth. But they never outright said where everything takes place at. So anyway, if they do a space adventure, they kind of have to clarify that, I would think, because they need to show them actually, like, going to space, you know? I don't know. But maybe not. I mean, I guess they did kind of do that in Colors, and they never really clarified it there either. And not that it's a big deal, but yeah, but that is something that the writers would have to think about, and I don't know if I'm sorry, I don't feel like the writers right now are gonna. I don't want the current Sonic writers to be in charge of franchise influencing decisions. I'm sorry, even something minor like that. What planet do they live on? I just feel like that would be like, you know, whatever. Yeah, what would they freaking say? What would they say? Do you think they'd be like, it's Mobius, because I googled it, and it said Mobius? Or do you think they'd be like, it's Earth? But it's like it's like a fantasy world, so that's why there's hedgehogs that run fast. I don't know or do you think they'd come up with a new name? On Sonic Tropolis, something awful like that. I came up with it in 5 minutes during my lunch break. You want to murder Metal Sonic? Who your favorite Sonic character has the Werehog? You would love that. What am I going to try to do in order to test the SVCOL tool? Because you'd probably also want to try to see if it works with specific sector lighting. I'm gonna, well, once I get it, well, the first step is just to get it to show up in this editor, which I need to get back to. Sorry I'm blabbing so much. Once I get it to the point where you can actually save edited SV collision files, I don't entirely know. I'm just gonna try a bunch of random crap. I plan on trying it in several different stages to make sure that it doesn't mess anything up and that, you know, the edits work the way that I expect them to and everything. I can figure it out from there, I guess. I am planning on sharing the tool when it's working though, so anything that I don't test, someone else can. Sonic Mania is the embodiment of nostalgia pandering. It is, though. I will say that it's a great game, and I feel like it's weird, right? I don't like nostalgia pandering. I really don't. I feel like the most important thing is that the game's good, right? For me, it's like if the game is excellent, but there's a lot of nostalgia pandering, to me it's not necessarily a deal breaker. It's like, well, the game's still great, right? But it is definitely something that I'm not happy about either, right? It's just, for me, it doesn't kill the experience, really, usually. For me, it's much more of an issue when you have nostalgia pandering and the game isn't that great, right? That's when you get into, okay, right? And that's when it gets really annoying. And I feel like, that's why you saw the fanbase react. I feel like a lot of people feel that way, and I think that's why you saw the fanbase react the way they did to Mania and Forces. Because really, both games did very similar things in terms of nostalgia pandering. They both had classic Sonics back. They both had a lot of characters coming back. You know, they both had that kind of stuff. The big difference really was just that Mania was good. That's why you don't see anyone really complaining about Green Hill in Mania, but complaining about Green Hill to no end in Forces. It has nothing to do with actually it being Green Hill, it's just the fact that one game was good, so they can overlook something that bothers them a little bit. Whereas the other was not, so they're like, okay. They kind of did figure it out, but then they threw it out the window, and then they used the wrong framework of game designers. Yeah. That's true. But I don't know if, again, I really love the boost formula, but I don't know if I feel like it's... I think it's a lot harder to make boost games. I really do. I feel like there's still potential with them, but I don't think it's the best style to use going forward, if I'm being honest, because I just can't imagine, like, freaking, whatever. I'm thinking long-term, right? Like, let's fast forward, like, another 10, 15 years, right? If the franchise is still alive by then, right? If they've released nothing but boost games in that time, I don't know. I kind of have trouble imagining them all being good. Like, I feel like at some point you're gonna be like, we've run out of ideas with this formula. Because really, like, it has to kind of come down to holding X and running fast at some point. You know? That's really the only style of movement that, like, works well with it. You can't have the slow exploring the world movement at all, unless you tweak the physics and stuff of it quite a bit, and I don't know. It's just sort of the whole concept of it, the speed, kind of conflicts with any other type of movement. And it makes it so you kind of have to, like, automate it a little more. You have to have more splines than you would otherwise, and you have to have the levels be a little more linear, and you have to do stuff. And you can still make it good, of course. Unleashed and Colors and Gens are all proof of that. But I just feel like it's a lot easier to mess it up. You know? And it's a lot easier to run out of ideas. Whereas, like, with Adventure or something else, you can have all sorts of different types of movement. It can be fast-paced, it can be slow-paced, you could have a mix of both in the same levels, whatever, right? You can do it all. And there's not anything really stopping you from it too much, you know? So I kind of feel like that just makes more sense. It's just easier for them to do it, because all they need to worry about is just make the level fun. They don't have to worry about make the level fun and also make it work well with these very specific physics. And you also have to account for the fact that people have really short reaction times, especially non-Sonic fans who they're also trying to appeal to. So you have to make sure that the level, like, clearly indicates ahead of time when You know, like that one section in Windmill Isle, there's a part where you're boosting and then there's this little floor that you trip on if you don't hit A, and then there's a wall of spikes, right? And I think every new player of that game pretty much runs into that wall of spikes and gets hit. And it's like, it's honestly, to me, it's a very questionable design choice. I don't totally get it. I don't know if the intent was actually to make you get hit so that you would learn from that. Oh, I go really fast in this game, I have to be more careful, right? I have to be really paying attention to where, like, maybe that was the intent? Because if it did that, I don't know if it succeeded or not, but I could see that working for some players. I could see that actually making them realize, oh, I gotta be careful, and then being more careful as they play, right? But I feel like it was just a matter of they just thought people could react fast enough and most people didn't. You know, maybe I'm wrong. But like, with adventure gameplay, that's not an issue at all, that kind of thing. If you had a wall of spikes right in the way, no one would run into it. Because everyone would be able to clearly see it and go, oh, there's spikes, and then they'd be able to jump over it in time, right? If they hit it, it would be completely their fault. There'd be no, like, it's the game, you know? So I don't know, I just think it's harder to get the boost formula right. You can do it, but to me it's like, especially now when they're clearly not, they clearly could be doing better. Financially and all that. It just seems like it makes more sense to go with something where it's easier to get it right. You know? I don't know, maybe that's just me. But I do like the boost games. I wouldn't mind if they release new ones every now and then. But I don't know if I want every game to be boost game, to be honest. Because I feel like that's not going to be long before we run into another Forces, and it's just like, we have no idea what to do with this. Here's a bunch of levels where you hold X. Because it just takes so much inspiration to get it right. And it's hard to not run out of it after a while, you know? Like, what else do you do? We had him going up a clock tower, running down it, you know, we had him freaking running straight down an elevator away from a black hole, we had him doing tricks off of ramps and off of rainbow rings, and running on water, and freaking on a bobsled on a whale's back. How else do we make this different than just holding X? You know, it's just kind of, it's tough. What are they doing now? Looks at the TGS Sonic model. Oh, removing 12 guys from Forces model. Okay. Wait, what? I haven't seen the TGS Sonic model, I don't think. They're on Earth, that's freaking final. I wouldn't have a problem with... I don't know, I have different... I'm not sure. Because it's not Earth, you know, it's not our Earth. At least I don't think it is, because if it was, then, like, you would think people would be a lot more shocked when they would see, like, Sonic. They'd be like, what the frick? You know, there's a blue hedgehog, what? But instead people are like, oh, hi, Sonic. So it must be normal. You know? So to me it says it's not Earth, it's like something else. But I don't know. It was literally Earth and Unleashed, though. It was definitely based off of Unleashed. Sorry, Unleashed was it was definitely based off of Earth. But it could very well be a different planet. Like, the Sonic world isn't, you know, it's not, it's separate from, you get what I'm saying, like, I don't know. I'd be, I don't know. They live on Sonic's world. Eggman's incredible understand amusement park is built on Sonic's planet. Eggman says this out loud. Sonic's Planet. Yeah, they don't address what it's called, they just say Sonic's Planet. Because they didn't want to have to do that. This planet looks completely different from Unleashed, that's why they rebooted it, I guess. Huh. You can zoom in on it and the Forces World map slightly lines up with some of the geometry. Does it? What? If they actually have freaking internal design guidelines on, like, Sonic's Planet, but they don't even have a name for it, I would not know how to react to that. Rock on everything after colors. Honestly, at this point, it kind of feels like they just need to reboot the dang thing. Like, I feel like after SA2 is when things started to fall apart. Like, even in Heroes, I would say things started to fall apart. Story-wise. I'm not talking about the games, I just mean story-wise. Shadow completely screwed it up. 06 did 10 times that. And then, I don't even know where Secret Rings... I guess it just happens afterwards. And then Unleash... okay. We're gonna forget the past stuff happened. And then Black Knight, okay, I guess we're doing this. And then Colors is like, we rebooted again. But we didn't totally reboot it because I don't know. It feels like they just need to... I don't know, man. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm really talking way too much. If you really want to test the sector lighting, it'd actually be good to start with the levels at a distinct level, lighting changes like pyramid level. Yeah, that'd be a good one to test. And when people criticize Sims for nostalgia pandering, it's like, wow, really? It's almost like it's based on time travel. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, Jen's being nostalgia, like, I don't get that one. I think the idea is that what they're saying is like, yeah, like I get that it's time travel based, but they feel like the only reason they base it on that is so that they could pander to nostalgia, right? So they take a problem with the fact that they based it on time travel. But I don't think Jen's was... I think it was great, honestly. I don't have a problem with it. Like, not just the game itself, but also, like, the idea of them doing all the nostalgia stuff. It's like, man, you have to remember, this was, like, really one of the first times they did that. I mean, I guess they had Sonic 4, but they didn't outright have him be in Green Hill and have, like, classic Sonic come back with the same design and everything. Well, similar-looking design, you know, with black eyes and such. They didn't outright have, like, oh, we're gonna bring back Metal Sonic and Stardust Speedway, we're gonna bring back all this stuff, you know? Gens was the game that did that, so I don't think there was a problem with that at all. In fact, I think it was really cool. The problem wasn't that they did that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. The problem was just that they've done it multiple times now, right? So they did it in Gens and it was cool, and then they did it again, and they're doing it again, you know, and it just now it feels like we've gotten Green Hill 8 billion times, the classic Sonic's everywhere, and, you know, it's like, okay, guys, this was fun in Gens. This was great. But you need to move on. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. You have to do something new, right? Come on. So that's the issue with it. It's not that Gens did it. So when I hear people criticizing Gens for it, honestly, it makes me upset because I'm like, man, I get that you're looking at it from a lens of today, but I don't think that's fair to Gens. I don't feel like the Gens developers had any intent for the franchise to become nothing but doing that over and over and over again. They intended to do it once, and then move on. And then Sega hit major financial issues and all this crap, and now they're pandering to nostalgia to stay alive. You know, that's how I feel. That's what I feel happened. It wasn't like anyone's intent to run the franchise into the ground by just repeatedly rehashing the same ideas. So I don't think it's fair to criticize that, because it was just... Well, to criticize that in Gens, because that wasn't the intent, and that's not what they were doing. That just happened later. That was the other game's fault, not Gens. But then again, I also don't know if I feel like it's... I don't know. But anyway, I'm getting off topic here. Someone who makes boost games, it is hard. Level design is hard, or has attempted to make boost games. It's hard. Level design is hard. That's just in 2D. You can't imagine how to go in 3D. Yeah, in 3D, there's the problem of... Well, there's a million problems that come up with it being 3D. 3D is just tougher to do, especially for Sonic. But one of the big things is, like, you have a third axis that you have to deal with now, and you have to be able to allow the player to move along that axis, but also not, like, slip off the world and die, right? And also not have it, you have to have it control well, and you have to, it's just so many things you have to think about. You can't have it be too linear because then people complain that it's too linear, but you also can't have it be too open because then people get lost, or because it doesn't work well with the linear controls. The boost controls are designed to, like, go forward very fast in a straight line, right? So I guess you could tweak that to make it less like that, but then I don't know how much you could do that, honestly, because the entire, like, speed inherently is, like, you're going in a direction at a fast rate. So I guess maybe you could have him move left and right diagonally, whatever, at fast, you know, but, like, it doesn't... It's freaking hard to get it to not feel linear a little bit. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but I hope people get what I mean. Yeah, so it's just really tough. The problem it just stems from the speed. If you just slow him down a little bit, you can still have him be fast, but just not as fast. And suddenly it's not a problem. So, I don't know. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm trying to hurry up here. You just need to draw and play it out to make it as fun as Generations. Right, but that's easier said than done. Gens has really good level design. With the boost, you have to build a lot of terrain for the player to clear, and also you have to make sure there's a lot to choose the full, which is difficult. Right, yeah, I agree completely. Thank you for mentioning that point, too, because I forgot to bring that up. Yeah, you have to model more, because when you're traveling from point A to point B, you know, you have to model everything along that path, right? if the distance between point A and point B is longer, you have to model more stuff, right? In Unleashed, they practically had to model like entire freaking cities. And no, they didn't actually have to, you know, do details like inside the buildings all the time, and they didn't have to, you know, they kind of pasted a lot of roofs and buildings and just flipped them around and hoped that people wouldn't notice, and, you know, they didn't have to actually model everything, you know, but they made a city. They had to have like the whole giant thing, and yet it really is a big level. I seem to remember someone saying at a developer conference, I don't know where I heard this, to be honest, so take this with a grain of salt. I seriously don't remember where I heard this at, but I recall someone saying that if you were to take like Rooftop Run, like just what they modeled for it, and put that in the real world, they had some distance of like how many miles or meters or whatever it was that they created, and how much DI they had to render for it, right? And it was a very big number. It was like quite a distance. And anyway, in adventure, adventure gameplay, you don't have to do that. You don't have to make the cities that freaking big. You can still have long levels, you don't have to model that much stuff. So it's just easier for the team. And also, it's easier for them to make it look nice, because when you're modeling that much stuff, you have to kind of cut corners at some point, right? You can't possibly make everything look super polished because there's just too much freaking stuff to model. So at some point you have to be like, okay, we're gonna copy paste some roofs over there, and okay, we're gonna recycle this set from Lost World, and we're gonna put that in the background there. And, you know, like, because otherwise it's just too much work and you're never gonna get the game done. But if you have the levels shorter, like an adventure, well, like less distance, like an adventure, you can polish it all, right? Because you have more time. You definitely can't just prototype and build what feels right. What could be right, it needs major planning. Forces definitely didn't do that. Yeah, I agree with that. What's this? Oh, this is the TGS model, side by side with the Forces one? Oh. Wow, so different. Thanks, Sonic Team. The right one is the new model. Goodness. Yeah, it looks freaking the same. I mean, materials are different, but the model itself, it's clearly just the Forces one with like a maybe minor tweak here and there. Oh, was this taken from the... Oh, I see. Shadow doesn't really screw anything up, to be honest. You could remove it from the timeline and nothing would change. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of lore and stuff. I'd have to think about that for a bit, but I feel like you could definitely, there's a lot of things in the Sonic franchise you could just kind of tweak and it wouldn't break much. But there's also some things that are really tough to change. You know, honestly, it's funny, right? This is just basically the Forces animation, but here it looks a little, maybe it's just me, I think it looks a little nicer here. It's literally just the Forces result screen animation. But I don't know. I like this one in Forces to begin with, but I don't know. Here it looks pretty cool. He has like some expression. I kind of like that. They're not just using the freaking eyelids or whatever. Here's a texture from Color Sonic Home Planet and the red circled area, so it looks like the Forces map. Oh my goodness, it kind of does. Wow. That's okay. That's kind of funny also to think that it's like, you conquer 99.9% of the world. You get to play this. But wow, if they meant to do that, that's really awesome. Rip stream's back. Yeah, stream's going in and out. I'm sorry. I hope it gets back. Okay, it gets better soon. You're kind of worried because IDW took a serious nosedive last issue. Obviously, spoiler warning, but so okay. Oh dear, that's kind of a weird. Don't introduce the plot point and then immediately drop it. Yeah, that's what Forces did. It's original texture. Yeah, wow. Oh my goodness, it really does look like that. Crazy. I wonder if that was intentional or not. That'd be funny if it was. The way you see it is that if you want to have expression boost game, you don't have it be massive, make it small little areas that are option to explore. Like in Eclipse Forest, we had casinos you could go into. You go into the casinos around the stage and either get 100 rings or lose all of them, but it was something the players chose to do. Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely don't have it be massive, because then you end up with Green Hill Paradise. And no hate towards that game or the developers of that game. I see what they're going for, and a lot of people really did enjoy it. But to be honest, I feel like Green Hill Paradise is an example of how the boost formula can be done wrong. It's too big, right? The level is very big, and it's very open, and people think that's a good thing. But There's an extent to where it's not. You can make it so open that it's freaking... It's easy to get lost, and you don't know where the end is. You don't know which way is the right way, or if you're going the right way, you know. And there's something to be said for, like, the path... You don't just want to have a lot of paths. You want to have a lot of paths that have, like, value to them. You know what I mean? You want branching paths. You want, like, different ways to play the level that all connect in the end or whatever, right? Or maybe don't, whatever. But you don't want it to be to where people don't know if they're going on the right path or not and they get lost. And you don't want it to be... you don't just want to have a lot of paths that aren't branching and they're just there for the heck of it. Like in Forces, actually. This is a stupid example, but in Lost Valley, towards the end after that big loop, there's this part where there's a fork in the road. And you can either go left and boost through some egg ponds, or you can go right and get some rings and a whisk castle. I think something like that. Anyway, either way, it lasts for about a second, and then you end up in the same spot as you would if you went the other way. So there's no point to it, really. It doesn't freaking matter which path you take. If you take the left path and boost through the enemies, you get boost. And if you take the right path, there's boost capsules, so you get boost. Both do the same thing. They lead to the same place. They only last a second. Why even have another path, right? They have to be branching. They have to be like, here's another pathway that takes you to a different spot and whatever, right? But yeah, it was funny, right? I remember when Forces, before it came out, I remember people saw videos of it and they were criticizing the level design. And I remember all these fans would gather around and be like, no, you're wrong. Shut up. The game isn't out yet. It's not done. They still have time to fix it. And look at this. You stupid haters. Look, the game has two paths here. You can go left or right. Ha! Checkmate, haters. There are pathways. And it's not linear, it's branching paths. People seriously said that. Like, I saw that everywhere I went. People wouldn't shut up about how awesome it was that you could go left or right and then end up in the same spot. And it's like, no! That's not a branching path! Sorry. What I'm getting at is, there's definitely a thing as too much exploration and also a thing as too little. There's really a balance to getting it right. But I feel like it's harder to do in a fast-moving sort of environment like that. Because if you have a pathway that's like, if you jump here at a very specific spot, then you can get up there, you know, and then it's another path. If you have something like that, and you're going fast, it makes it harder to, like, get to the path correctly, you know? That's not necessarily a bad thing, but sometimes it can get to the point where it's so difficult to do that it's not really worth it. And, I don't know, there's just a lot to consider. There's a lot of things you can do that, like, should be fun, but you try it and you're like, that's not very fun. And so while, of course, you can get it right, it's difficult. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing because I keep talking. So, we're gonna grow the list. So, okay, so we're gonna have grow first and also grow subsequent. And we're gonna base this off of them. So what we want to do here is we're going to check to see if the capacity is a thing, right? And, I guess we were already doing this check here, so we don't want to do it now. So if it is a thing, then we want to, oh, you know, we don't need to include this here anymore either. Do it here. I always thought it was weird that, oh wait, is it? Hang on. I might be being an idiot. No, I think it is. It is, yeah. I always thought it was weird that memcopy was in string.h. Like, I understand that you know, I guess the idea is that you would use it to copy bytes from a string, but then they also have, like, string copy. And that's also in string.h. So it's weird to me that they have string copy and also mem copy, and both of them are in string. I think the idea was just that, I don't really know what the idea was. Maybe just that mem copy and string copy are very similar functions in terms of, like, what they do. So maybe it just made more, they were just thinking it makes more sense. Because, like, if you need the functionality of one, you might also need the others. So maybe we'll just put them in the same header. And also maybe it's just from an implementation side, maybe it makes more sense for C library writers to be able to put all their code in the same files, basically. Ooh, is this that one from 3D World? Yeah! Bro, that final boss in 3D World was really fun. This music made it, I swear. Hey, what's up? Welcome back. I'm back! We saw 4 to 5 full stages before release. Guardian Rock, Lost Valley, Sunset Heights, Park Avenue versus Eggman, of course. Of course, only about 3 of those matter. Technically Ghost Town 2, that's just Emerald Hill. Oh, we saw a lot of stages from Forces before the game released, but people wouldn't accept it. Like, it's weird to me, right? It's like, there's this section of the fan base that seems to think in terms of, like, any form of negativity is bad and we need to stop it at all costs. That's what they think. And so, it wasn't the fact that people were criticizing Forces that was upsetting them, really. It was more so just the fact that there was some negativity in their eyes. That's how some people see it. It wasn't like, it didn't have anything to do actually with the level design. It was just someone saying a bad thing about a game. We can't have that. We need to be happy. The game's not even out yet, dummy. You can't say that. Stop it. They'll surely fix it. It'll be great. Be positive. Like, that was the attitude. It was like, it was almost like, I'm sorry to say this, but it was almost seriously like people were in, like, denial. It was like, no, this game has to be good. It has to be. You have to be wrong somehow. And people just took that to such an extreme where they were, like, beating each other up. Like, I've genuinely seen people, like, bashing the heck out of people, like, just freaking to the point where it's near harassment in cases. Like, I've genuinely seen people being very mean back and forth and just not stop spamming things, and purely because they're upset that someone said Forces isn't great. Like, someone says that, and then someone's like, how dare you? Let me list all the, you know, man, there's nothing wrong with liking Forces, okay? Nothing wrong with that at all. That's totally valid. If you do love it, that's freaking awesome. I'm glad you were able to love it. But, like, and of course you can argue with people who you disagree with. That's fine. That's valid. You're entitled to that. But don't, like, beat up other people just because they have a different opinion than you. And then simultaneously be like, they're the bad guys because they're being negative, when you yourself are spreading negativity. Right? Don't do that. Come on now. That also goes on the other side, though. I know that there are some people who have said that there's what they call Sonic Forces haters, who are so extreme that they start, bullying people because they like the game. And to be honest, I haven't seen hardly any of that. Like, I've looked, and I really have not. I've only seen that maybe once or twice, and it's bad that it happens at all, but I've seen the other side much, much more. That's almost everywhere I went for a while. But anyway, but I do believe that it does happen as well, and that's also bad. And so, of course, so to those people, freaking stop it. You can hate the game, that's fine. Don't bully people who like it. Let them enjoy things. Right? Like, it's not that hard. All we need to do is be decent human beings. I don't get... You don't need to attack people because they have a different opinion, one way or the other. It doesn't matter. The cult of Sonic. No, but really! It wasn't very cult-like. It genuinely, for a while, came down to what side are you on? It was like, I'll listen to your opinion, but first I need to know, are you a Forces lover or a Forces hater? It's like, holy frick. It really did come down to that. And if you were like, well, I'm not really either. I don't hate the game, but I also don't love it. I think it needs a lot of work. But they go, oh, you're a hater. I don't want to hear your opinion. Get out of here with your negativity. It's like, no. My gosh. It was really brutal for a while. I think it's gotten better now. But jeez. The Sonic fan goes mentally insane sometimes. To be fair, I understand why. We waited 4 years for that game after Lost World. And we waited for Boom. And it seemed like they finally got it right, and then we're getting those games, And then, I understand it. There was actually, a lot of emotion attached to it. And I think most people acted purely out of I don't know how to put this. It's like people were so upset about the state of things, and so desperate for this game to be good that they willed it. They willed it to, into being good. Do you know what I mean? Like they believed so. They convinced themselves so much. Okay, let me rephrase that. They wanted it to be so like to be good so badly that they convinced themselves that it was. You know what I mean? And if anyone tried to say, I don't know, this doesn't look great, people would be like, no, it is. Shut up. Right? It's like, you're making me feel sad, and I don't want to feel sad. I want to be happy. I think that's what happened. I don't know if I'm wrong, but I might be. But I think that's what happened. That seems like what I observed anyway. And I actually totally get that. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying it's like just an objective fact that forces is bad and you have to accept it or anything. All I'm saying is, I do think that there are definitely some things on the game that do need some work that I think people should acknowledge, no matter what side of it you're on. So to pretend like these things are not valid, like when someone says like, don't you notice that the game seems to be a lot of like boost to win, and someone else says, that's not true, you're wrong. There are parts where you also don't hold X. Right? That's like, okay. No. It's like, yes, there are also parts where you don't hold X. But you ignored what I just said, though. Most of the game is boost to win. Right? It's like, you don't have to agree with me, but don't ignore me. Right? That's sort of, I don't know. Or rather, don't listen to me and then pretend that you're ignoring me. And be like, la la la, I'm not listening, this game's great. You know, that's kind of that's sort of the attitude I saw. Anyway, sorry, I need to stop talking because I think I'm gonna upset someone and I don't want to do that. Now we have 4 years again, surely someone wants to, yeah, right, it's like, you know, you just have to hold on to the same sort of hope that maybe this time they'll get it right. It kind of stinks, to be honest. At least convince me that they won't screw it up this time by listing all bad things forwards did. Learn from your mistakes, know what you did wrong, and do it right. But rather just be completely silent about it. The game's coming out. Okay, this is random. This isn't totally related. This isn't really related to what was just said. But when you said at least convince me that they won't screw it up this time by listing the bad things forwards did, that reminded me of something. Okay, was this real or did I fabricate this? Because I'm dead serious. I don't. It feels like I don't know. I don't think that I'm the kind of person who dreams something so realistic that I like think it's real or whatever. You know, I don't know if I don't think I've ever done that. But I can't. I have trouble imagining that this was actually like believing this was actually real. But okay, there was a Sonic live stream back when Aaron Weber was was running the channel. It was when Forces had just come out, right? It was brand new, and I swear. I remember, and I don't know if this is real, but I distinctly remember watching a stream that they were doing when it first came out, and at some point, someone in the chat said something on the lines of, when is Sonic Forces 2 coming out? And I swear, I recall Aaron saying, he read that comment, and then he went, hey, I can't wait for more of this holding X linear boosting action, or something along those lines. He just completely freaking, like, slapped, like, he just said, basically, this game's not good. Right? And then he went back to playing it like nothing happened. Did that happen? Because I don't see anyone ever talking about that. And it seems like even Aaron probably wouldn't have done that because he risked losing his job, right? But I swear I remember that happening. I feel like I'm going insane. You remember that? Okay. So maybe that did actually freaking happen. If that happened, how the frick did he get away with that? I mean, genuinely. It wasn't even like it was, you know, it's been several years. It was like the game just came out, and he's doing his live stream that's supposed to promote the game, and he was like, can't wait for more of this bad game. Like, you can't do that. But I'm pretty sure he did. Those happened, but you mean Sonic Team, not Aaron Weber. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry, you just reminded me of that. But, so that actually happened! Holy frick! I gotta find that again at some point, because I can't... What a savage. My goodness. Yeah, but obviously there's an important distinction there because Aaron is a Sonic fan. He actually understands what fans like and what they don't. Sonic Team doesn't seem to. I don't know if they quite get that yet. Hopefully they do. Sometimes I think they've got it. Sometimes I'm like, oh, they get it, and then they do something, and I'm like, they have no idea what they're doing, do they? Because it's like, what? If you understood this, then you wouldn't have done this. How did this happen? You know, it's just really weird to me because sometimes you hear Iizuka talking and he's like, we think that it's important to take Sonic in new directions, and you're like, yeah, okay, I guess they've got it. And then they release a game and they're like, here's Gens again, but worse. And you're like, wait, didn't you just say you want to take them in new directions? This isn't a new... It will be a brand new I'm sorry, but really, I don't get it, man. I'm sorry, I'm complaining too much. I feel like there's sort of a balance, right? There's like a scale, you know, like a weighted scale or whatever, where like you can put stuff on both sides and it tips over, you know? And like one side is like the hate side and one side is like the positivity side, and you have to like balance the scale. If you go too far in one direction, people are like, you're a hater, or oh, you're just a blind fan. You have to balance the freaking scale. And I feel like right now I'm doing too much hate, but I'm not. I really don't hate Forces. I really don't hate Sonic Team. I don't hate Iizuka. I don't hate really anyone, if I'm being honest. I'm a pretty chill guy. There's things I get mad about, but I don't think I really hate anyone. I don't know. It's more so concepts that I hate than anything else. But anyway, but yeah, but Forces really is not. It's not the worst game. You know, it's like some people really do over exaggerate about it. It's not that bad. It's fine. It's just so much lower quality than the stuff they were releasing beforehand. And so when you compare it, it's like, oh boy, what happened? You know, how did we get here? And it makes you kind of sad because you're like, there used to be this good thing, and it's kind of like they've lost some of that. Oh, hey Sony, you're not a fan of the art direction mostly. Yeah, the Minecraft trees are not the best. I'm not a big fan of it either. But I will say that, like, as much as I dislike, well, as much as I feel like the art direction could have been better, for sure, you know, I feel like that's for me, that's a lower priority thing than, like, the gameplay itself, right? Like, if the game looked exactly the same, but it played well, I'd be much happier with that. You know? But yeah, but I definitely agree, the art direction could be better as well. It feels kind of uninspired, which is weird. Because if I'm not mistaken, the art director, wasn't he the same director who also worked on, like, Colors and Generations? And I don't know, maybe Unleash? I'm not sure. I heard somewhere that it was the same art director that they had for a while. So that just makes me scratch my head, because I'm like, wait, you went from, like, making a game that looks like Colors? Which, I'm sorry, right? I know Colors is not a game that people like to talk positively about now, but, Colors is freaking gorgeous! I can't get over how good it looks. Like, considering it's a Wii title, right? Just the art direction, like, the way that the levels are, you know, designed, the way that they are meant to appeal, well, you know, like, meant to appear, rather. It's so solid. I don't know. It's freaking breathtaking in some cases to me. And same with Unleash, of course. Unleash is still, I think, the best-looking Sonic game to date. They're both amazing games, so it's so weird to me to think that someone could go from, like, directing that to being like, okay, so we're gonna try having, you know, we're gonna do a slight thing. So, we're gonna, like, we're gonna take this guy that you probably recognize. He's been around for a little while. He's called the Moto Bug. We're gonna, yeah. And you see, it looks great. It doesn't at all make you feel like you want to, like, throw up or anything. It definitely doesn't look like, you know, like a random character from, like, a CGI kids television program. It looks like freaking Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. It's fine. You know, I don't get how you went from that to, like, how, what, but okay, whatever. Maybe I misremembered that. Let me see. Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't know if the art director is the same. That's because the chat was full of people clowning on the game. You think he just owned it and went with the chat? Man. Even so, though, I'm surprised I mean, I know Aaron was doing a really good job. He was helping. I mean, he helped them gain so many followers on Twitter, for example, and all that stuff. He really was like helping Sega save the franchise in a way. I think he was the only thing that kept us going, to be honest, through some of those years. It was freaking tough. But so I understand that, and I feel like Sega probably understands that too. But even with that, man, he was paid to promote a game, and during the stream where he's paid to do that, he says, "Don't buy the game," essentially, right? Like, very indirectly, but he says, "Yeah, game's not good," which means don't buy it, right? It's like, oh no. I'm surprised he kept his job after that. But I'm happy he did, because Aaron's great. I wish him well with his new role. You just checked, Kawamura was the art director basically since Unleashed. Yup. Yeah. Like, how did that happen? I just don't get it. How can you work on Unleashed art specifically, and then also work on Colors art and Generations art, and then go, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, Minecraft trees. They'll love it. I don't know. Art director is as important to visuals as you may think. Okay, the art director can't make all the decisions, it's the team effort, and also money takes about decision, of course. Right. Though still, I feel like something as simple as, like, should the Motobugs have real cartoon eyes, or should they have, like, robotic eyes? You gotta mean, like, googly eyes or, like, robotic eyes, right? Something like that is, like, I feel like the art director has complete influence over that kind of stuff. Like, they should be able to tell the team, this is what I'm going for, go for this style, right? And I guess they told the team, draw big eyes, draw bright colors, draw no shading. That was the direction. It's just strange to me. Oh yeah, there were definitely a lot of criticisms that Aaron made towards the game as he was playing it, but some of those are not. I can see how. Okay, like for example, wait, what? Silver? Why is he here? Like, I don't know if that one doesn't really feel like a criticism to me, even though that may have been kind of what he was. I don't know. That may have been the intent. I may not have been. I don't know. I think that one genuinely was just like he was questioning why Silver was there, right? I don't know if that was even really a. I don't think someone would get fired over that, right? You just be like, oh well, he was genuinely wondering why Silver was there, right? Whatever, who cares? He didn't say game bad, you know? But like later, for him to be like, can't wait for more boosts to win gameplay, and you know, that's like, oh boy, he said game bad. Crazy. Anyway, thanks for finding all those quotes, Wasip. I'm kind of skimming those, they're really interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, you're pulling stuff from the leaked version of the script, right? Yeah, is that... Yeah, you said you don't know the source. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't know if that's... I saw that. I don't know if that's real. I really don't know. It kind of seems like it could be, but it also... I can't find a source on it. I looked. I don't see any proof that it is. I can totally see a fan just making that up. Because some of the comments do seem kind of like maybe they were made up. I don't know. It was from a Reddit leak. Yeah, well, I saw like where it came from. I don't know like the legitimacy of it though, is what I'm saying. You agree, but if the story is about Eggman taking over the world, maybe they were told to go for less cartoony style. You can't explain the Minecraft trees though. Yeah, I don't know. But it feels specifically like they were told not just to go for a more cartoony style, but also for a more simplistic and geometrical style. They were told, like, grass isn't like a bunch of tall lines, it's a bunch of, like, kind of square things. You know what I mean? Like, don't draw the grass like, you know, whatever, like that. Artist rendition, it's beautiful, isn't it? No, draw the grass like this. And have several little blades like that, and then they can sway back and forth. I don't know if that's making sense, but that's sort of what they were told. And they're like, no, don't have Motobugs with like sharp edges for the like you know, things that come out of him. Have him just kind of be more like rounded and cutesy looking. You know, everything was told to be like the shape of it was changed, right? And that, I feel like that's an art director decision. That's a thing that the art director tells the artist to do. You know what I mean? Like, draw it like this. And they go, okay. I don't know if they specifically said give them googly eyes. But they definitely would have had influence over that. Like, if the artist said, here's my draft of the new Motobug. You know? It's beautiful. If the artist was like, here's my draft of the new Motobug, and they saw this, oh sorry, if the art director was, you know, they saw this, they could be like, yeah, no, that looks bad. That's, that's not what we were really going for. Try it again, you know, but they didn't do that. They were like, yeah, it's fine. So, I don't know, it's still perplexing to me. But you're right, it's the artist who actually draw it, not the art director. The art style was great for a one-off title, but now it feels like it's the current style now. Like, worked well for Lost, but it's in a different place. I don't know, I'm not a fan of it in Lost Sword either, to be honest, but I think... Yeah, but I don't know if I think it's necessarily a bad art style, I just think that it's not fitting for... Okay, so, like, the main thing here, right, is, like... hang on. I don't know if I can find a proper... right, so you got, like, Sonic. Well, this is a DeviantArt render. Let me try to find... Here we go. You've got, like, Sonic, and he looks like this. He looks pretty much like he did in the other games. He looks basically exactly the freaking same, right? He's not really changed at all. But then you have the Motobugs, and they look like this now. There's apparently also, an unused Motobug that looks like this, which is just an abomination, but okay. And then you have Eggman, and he looks like he did before. He looks the same. So what I'm getting at is there's this conflict where it's like, here you're going for one art style, and here you're going for another one. And none of them are bad, necessarily. But they're different art styles. It's weird to me to cram the same things in. So if you could argue that was the intent, like, oh, but they meant to do that, right? The deal was that he's on a new planet now, and so it's supposed to feel different, right? But no, because this is a Motobug. This is just an Eggman robot. They've been around since, you know, the first game. So the Motobug should, if that's what they were going for, then, like, new enemies and, like, the Deadly Six, they should look like this. But the robots should look how they used to. Like Sonic and everything does, right? But they didn't do that, and so we changed some things and kept the rest the same. And I don't totally get it. It kind of feels like... Like, try to imagine Sonic being drawn in this style. Right? Maybe at some point, they kind of tried that. And the higher-ups said no. It doesn't look good. Fix it. And they went, okay, but they were allowed to keep the Motobugs. You know, I don't know, whatever. In-game, the Motobugs don't look that bad. This is a really awful screenshot. But anyway, you can tell in the game they look better than in the render. They don't stand out as much, I don't think. But they still definitely do look a little, off. They don't look like they're made by the same people who made this model. You know? So it's weird to me. I don't think the art style in Lost World is necessarily bad, it's just that I think it's inconsistent, it clashes. You have these high detailed models that are going for one style, and then you have these lower detailed simplistic models that go for a different one. And they're in the same game in the same world, and there's no explanation for it. You know, it just looks jarring. If everything looked the same one way or the other, it would be better. But anyway. But yeah, but I don't think it's that bad. In Forces, they made it slightly better, I think. In some ways. I mean, honestly, I think it looks better in Forces. At least, like, the terrain looks better for sure. They kept the minimalism, but they made it look more, like, detailed. Again, it's not as simplistic. The problem is, everything else... You know, then we got this as well. Man, I'd take the cartoon-eyed Motobug over this. Actually, I don't know about that. Maybe I should rethink that. The cartoon-eyed Motobug is pretty bad. But this is really... How did this happen? Sorry, I'm going off the topic. Misaligned Ice Sonic. Yeah, that was cursed, I know. It's high Sonic priority. They also replaced the Badix in. They also replaced the Badix in Sonic Dash with lost word designs. Oh, they did. Oh dear. Remember the Sonic Studio theory we were making a month ago? Good times. Yeah, I don't know if that's, you know, it's a theory. Okay, sorry. I don't know if that's real. Right? That's just a theory. But if that is real and they actually have and that Sonic Studio thing they've been alluding to is actually like basically the modern version of Sonic Team, and it's going to be like different people working at it, and Aaron's in charge of it, which he said he was in charge of Sonic Studio, right? I feel like Sonic Studio refers... Yeah, what does it refer to, right? What is Sonic Studio? Because whenever Aaron referred to like the social media team, he always referred to them as Sonic Pillar. They were always called Sonic Pillar, right? So to say I'm the director of Sonic Studio after saying Sonic Pillar for so long, that sounds like Sonic Studio is a different thing, you know? So what is Sonic Studio? I have no idea. It kind of sounds, because I know that they're reworking internally. I know that they're reworking like the developers. So maybe they don't have they don't have a Sonic team anymore. They have a Sonic Studio. Maybe it's a different. Maybe it's run by different people. Maybe they're going back to the idea they had a while ago, where they have an American-based like division of Sega, where and they're actually gonna try to make the next Sonic game there instead of in Japan, right? I don't know, because I know that they did that for the Adventure games, if I'm not mistaken. At least for Adventure 2, I know that was made here. So maybe that's what Sonic Studio is. Maybe we're gonna try that again, guys. Right? I don't know what it is, but it'll be interesting to see. Maybe it's a little branch of Sega focus in Sonic. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, right? The thing that confuses me about it is, if that is what it is, if it's like a basically Sonic Team, then why don't they just call it Sonic Team? Right? Like, is it just a rebranding? Are they basically just being like, okay, it's basically this is the new Sonic Team, but we're not calling it that anymore. We're calling it Sonic Studio. Is that it? Or is it something totally different? It's probably, you know, I'm probably looking too far into it, and it's probably like, Sonic Studio is responsible for making the merchandise, or something, right? It's like I want to not get my hopes up too much, because I know from experience, if you do that, you get disappointed. So, you know. But, anyway, sorry, stretching over there. In terms of the brand, not in development. Not the development, oh. Yeah, it could be. I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, that might be what it is. Like, he's in charge of, like, a team that... I don't know, but you would think that would just be PR, right? You would, like, what does that mean? Like, okay, it's like, I'm part of Sonic Studio and we're a team that, like, manages the brand. But what does that mean? What do you mean manages the brand? Like, I guess makes executive decisions for what the other teams do? So, like, Sonic Team, hi, we're telling you to do this now. You know, whatever, right? Or Paramount, hi, can you make the movie like this? You know, whatever. Like, maybe that's what it is. But it seems like that would just be Sega. It seems a little weird to even... Like, do you need a dedicated branch just for that? I don't know. I don't know what the heck Sonic Studio is, but honestly, I'm very, very interested to find out what the heck it is. That's why it kills me so badly, knowing that they have the announcement ready, and they've had it ready since March. But we just are not allowed to see it yet, because they want it to be like a physical thing and COVID, so they're just waiting for that to end so they can show it to us. It's like, oh, they have everything ready. They have the freaking... probably a trailer. I mean, they probably have had the trailer ready since March. Right? Like a teaser trailer, but you know what I mean. Which shows the name of whatever the game is. It's going to explain, like, who's making it and how that's going to work out, what they're doing with Sonic Team going forward. It's going to, like, what the gameplay style is going to be like. We're gonna get little hints into all that stuff. Probably get a logo at some, like, they probably have all that. They probably had all that ready since March, and we just can't see it. Not yet. Oh, patience, patience. Gotta have patience. Why was Aaron put out Sonic Studio? Was it on purpose? Right. It's like he knows Sonic fans. He's almost always on the same page as most of the fan base. Like, he understands this is a fan base that looks too far into things sometimes. They get excited over things. When they hear, oh, by the way, I'm the executive producer or whatever, you know, I'm in charge of decisions for Sonic Studio. People are gonna go, what the heck is Sonic Studio? And they're gonna start getting all these crazy ideas in their head of what Sonic Studio is, right? So you would want to clarify what Sonic Studio is. If you look up Sonic Studio, I don't think you really. I think I tried that once. You don't really. You get other companies that are named that, right? You don't get the one that Aaron's talking about. Okay, I'm sorry. I really need to get to work. So okay. If I spent way too long talking about Sonic, sorry. It's funny, right? The edge of streams go like that sometimes. Just some days. We're gonna fix this now. So, okay. So here's what we're doing. New data. Oh yeah. So that's the thing. Oh man, this is really cursed code, but actually no, it's not that bad. It's okay. Okay, so the size is this, and then we're going to multiply it by what we want. And actually, in this case, we just want one of them. Haha, one! So... Oh, no. We want to take, What do we want to do? We want to take the count, and... Actually, we gotta pass in the whole thing, don't we? Alright, so we're gonna we have the count. We have the size, we have the count. We need to take the size and the count, multiply them. Right? No, hang on. Yeah, but we want to add one to it. Okay, so basically what's happening is the current capacity is going to be... We're going to set the capacity to... count... times 2? Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That should be right anyway. And then, wait, actually, hang on, let me think about this for a second. If we're passing in, like, count 0, this is gonna be bad, so, if it's 1, then we want it to be 2 now, so that's fine. If it's 2, we can be at 4. Okay, that's all fine. So we need to do the same thing we did before, where we have to say, like, count, otherwise do that. Okay, yeah, that was capacity, great. So, set the list new capacity. Okay, let's see. You likely just get the Sonic Studio fan game? Yeah. That'd be funny if they just released that. Sonic's 10th, 15th, 20th, and 25th anniversary logos all had a similar style, which was an emblem touch ring. But the 30th anniversary logo is completely different, which leads you to think they're trying something new and cooler. Yeah, I genuinely believe they're trying something cool as well. I cannot believe how you still believe Sega had so much stuff already. How do you know that Sega isn't just lying? Why would they lie about that? You find it hard to believe Sega had all this stuff ready to show back in March, yet we've seen none of it? He just Sega had basically absolutely nothing to show off. You doubt we would have even gotten a logo in March if there was any trailer. It could just be CG like the TSR trailer. Okay, so here's the thing. It's been about 3 years now, right? Since Forces. They've been working on the game, I'm sure, since Forces released. They always start work on the next game right after the previous one. Why would they not have something ready to show by now? If they don't have something ready to show after 3 years of development, like not even a trailer, that's really a problem, right? But going with that, right? The other thing is they planned to be at South by Southwest, and they went out of if I remember correctly, they went out of their way to say that we have a bigger announcement this time, because that was the thing. Every year at South by Southwest, they always people would always get overhyped about it. They would always be like, guys, they're gonna reveal the game, and then they'd be like, no, we're not. Don't expect a game. And then people would still think that they were gonna show one, even though they went out of their way to say we're not, and then they'd be disappointed. They're like, why didn't you show a game? It's like, because we said we weren't, you know? Anyway, this year, if I recall correctly, they went out of their way to say there's a big announcement happening at South by Southwest. Like, get excited. We have a big thing. Why would they do that? Unless they had a big announcement. There's no positive to doing that, right? Anyway, and then COVID happened, so South by Southwest was called off. And so now, so then they ended up not showing anything, right? Here's the thing. As for the question of, like, why they haven't shown it off now, why would they not show it off now? How have we not seen any of it yet, right? I feel like what's happening here is they have something really big that they want to show. But they want, I've said this before, but I feel like what they want is they want this physical reaction to it. They want to have the same experience as that party when they announced Forces, but better. Without the live stream difficulties and stuff. They want to have it be like people see the announcement and they start screaming and they lose their minds. And if you do a live stream and just have it be a live stream and nothing else, you don't get that. What I feel like they're doing is something related to, and I know I've said this before, but I feel like it's something related to adventure games. Because of all the times they've been hinting at Chow stuff and all the times they've been free. I mean, I don't know, there's been a lot of hits. I've gone over that before. But I feel like, the thing is, right, if you're doing something adventure related, you know that the fans are going to lose their minds when you show this off. They're going to scream for ages. It would be a major reaction if you start saying Sonic Adventure is back, you know? People would freak out. Even people who aren't really big adventure fans, it would just be a big moment for the franchise. So, you want that to be a physical thing that's captured. You want that to be like, look everyone, look at the big room of Sonic fans screaming and losing their minds because of how excited they are, right? That kind of thing feels hype, it pumps everyone up. It makes people, like, feel better about the state of the franchise and everything, right? Including investors and all that crap. You don't want that sort of thing to be where everyone watches a live stream and yeah, they're screaming in the chat. You got all caps messages coming, but you can't actually see it. It's harder to gauge the level of excitement and everything, right? You need it to be physical for it to really work out. So I feel like the team is just really dead set on having it be a physical announcement. Because of that reason, right? That's the main thing. They want it to be a really big physical reaction, and they know that they can only get that if they can actually have people be there. But then there's a virus, there's a pandemic, right? So if they have a Sonic party now, that's just a bad idea. That's just not going to be a good thing, right? You need to wait until there's not a freaking pandemic. So what I think is happening right now is they're waiting for that to happen, and they're keeping it heavily under wraps because they know that this is a big announcement, and they really want that physical reveal, and that can only happen if they actually have a physical room full of people who don't know about it already. They can't afford for this to leak out. So they're doing their freaking best to make sure that nobody knows about this. That's what I think is happening. And I don't know, maybe that sounds naive, but what's the alternative? they just have nothing to show. Like, they just have nothing. So then why would they... So then they developed a game for 3 years. They don't have anything to show from 3 years of development at all. And they went out of their way to say there's a big announcement South by Southwest, but they didn't actually have one. They just felt like lying. And now, after all the months that have passed since March, they just still don't have anything to show. They just are not ready. If that's the case... I don't know, I'm sorry, I find that hard to believe. If that's the case, they're really screwed. Like, that's not just we're screwed, that's... Something is very disastrously wrong if 3 years of development equals no trailer. I don't know. You doubt we even got a logo in March? If there was any teaser, it would have been CG like the TSR trailer. Yeah, I think it was going to be a teaser trailer. I don't think it was going to be a full-on, we're going to show everything, but I think it was going to be like a teaser trailer and like maybe a logo. Right? Or maybe in March that wasn't what was... Okay, maybe in March the idea was just reveal the party, and then the party was going to reveal all that, right? But, so maybe it's not accurate to say they had it ready since March. Maybe it's more accurate to say they had it ready since August, or whatever, whenever they were planning to do this. But I really am confident in saying that I feel like they have material prepared, that they are able to show at any moment if they want to, but they just are not showing it yet. Because they're being told by Sonic Color, don't show it yet. If Sega wants to wait until this virus is over, then we'll be waiting a while. Yeah, I agree. I feel like revealing the 2021 game in 2022. Well, I don't think they're waiting until the virus is over. I hope not, because that would be very naive. I think at first they were waiting for that. But they thought it was going to be over in, like, April or May. Because everyone did at first. But now, I would hope that they are realizing that this thing is not ending soon. It's going to take a little while. So I hope that they're not waiting for it to be over. What I think they're hoping for now is just that it will be good enough to the point where you can have a room full of people for one day and have it not be a major safety hazard. I think that's what they're hoping for. They're hoping that it can be like, okay, we just want to get to the point where we can have a bunch of people wearing their mask, distancing a little bit, but it can still be like a big room of people, and they can still have that announcement, and they can still be good. I think that they're waiting to the point where they can have that happen. Right now, we actually are getting closer to that point, I think, but we're not quite there yet. If you were to do the Sonic Party now, people would say it's irresponsible. Of course, right? Because even, like, freaking, like, E3 and, like, you know, the Olympics, the dang Olympics, have all been called off. So if you can't have the Olympics, you can't have your Sonic Party. Not yet. It's just not going to happen yet. So I think that's all that they're hoping for. We'll see. Come 2021. I feel like they're also preparing a backup. At least I hope they are. I hope they're not literally just sitting around doing nothing. They better be, like, working on a backup way to reveal this, just in case the original plan doesn't work. Because it's very, you know, they might not be able to do that by 2021. At this rate, you feel like the plan to wait is definitely one of the dumbest things for Sega yet. You're gonna wait past the release year. I mean, yeah, they can't do that, obviously. So at some point, if it's clear that, you know, the game's releasing in like a couple of months, and there's just no way that we can do this party still, then they're gonna... I'm positive they'll give up on the idea then. They'll say, okay, whatever. We really, really wanted this, but there's just nothing we can do, right? So let's just reveal it like this instead. But they're just desperately clinging to the hope that it might still happen. But I do agree, I feel like that's what's going on. But I also do agree that it's a little dumb. As much as I think that they are right, that if that's the case and they want to have a big physical reaction, and it would be great, you know, as much as I think that that would be cool to have that, for sure, I feel like there's another way you can do it, you know? Maybe not. I guess it's pretty hard to... I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. You can't really have the crowd, right? You can't do that over like a Zoom call. You know how you're gonna We had 4,000 Sonic fans in one Zoom call. Why is that one taking off his pants? Oh no! Wait, cut the footage. You know that would not end well. You can't do that. You have to. People would be uncivil if you and inappropriate if you give them the ability to like turn on their webcam and be in an official stream. It's awful, but that's I don't know. People would definitely be weird. I mean, someone couldn't even resist the urge to grab the mic and scream, you know, at the last Sonic party. So not a good idea. You can't do that. You'd have to have it like, you can't really have a visual image of the crowd being there, or an audio scream. The best you can get is, well, the internet freaked out, so hopefully everyone will upload their own videos talking about how hyped they are about it. But you get that already. You get that with the party too, right? So the way they see it, it's not like it's like still less of a reaction. Because it's not like you get internet freaking out and real crowd, it's like you just get internet. And they want both. They want all the hype. I'm sorry. One more thing. It's because the reason I think that they're so dead set on this is because I feel like if they are doing something adventure related, which I might be totally wrong about, but if they are, just consider it for a moment. What would be the main driving factor of the sales for that game? It would be hype, right? It would have to be people losing their minds and being like, "Holy frick, an adventure game after this long? Oh, dude, I gotta get that. That's awesome." That would be the main. You have to get people like excited to buy this thing. That would be the main thing that would get people to do it. So if you don't have the hype, it's kind of like, of course people are still gonna buy it, but they're really relying on that. Is what I'm thinking. See you in 2022. Yeah. We could be getting an announcement tomorrow. It's not far-fetched, is it? I mean, yeah, we never know when the announcement's coming, do we? But I do think it's definitely later rather than sooner at this point. I'm not expecting, to be honest, as awful as this is, I'm genuinely not expecting any info at all until, at very least, March or April of 2021. I'm not expecting anything until then. And yeah, that's awful. We should at least have something before then, but I don't think, at this rate, I don't actually think it's happening. I think they're in the long haul for this one. I think they really are waiting it out. Which is kind of, I don't know if that's the best marketing decision. I really don't. I don't know if the hype is as important as they think it is. But I do think that that's what they're thinking. I think that that's what's going on at Sonic Pillar right now. They're thinking, we need this hype. We have to wait. June, November, oh jeez, 32. They do a Sega Saturn announcement and release it next month. Oh gosh. You know, you joke about the November thing. I actually worry about that. I hope they're not that far gone. You know, Super Mario 3D All-Stars? If I'm not mistaken, I mean, that was heavily rumored for a while. But if I'm not mistaken, they didn't actually announce that until, like, the month it was released? Is that right? It was September, wasn't it? And then they released it later in September. So, if Nintendo can do it, maybe Sega will look at that and go, we can do it too. Let's just wait till the last possible freaking minute and desperately hope we can. I hope they don't do that. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna lose my mind. If they don't say anything at all until freaking, like, November 2021. Oh, that's awful. That is just terrible. It would kill sales? I would think so, but the thing is, you know, trying to understand Sega is kind of like what I do. I know it sounds weird, but like when I crack file formats and stuff, like what I'm genuinely trying to do is get myself into the head of a developer at Sonic Team and try to understand what they were thinking, right? so that I can understand how the format is structured and why they structured it the way they did. Like, it sounds weird, but that's really, when you break it down, that is what I'm doing when I'm reverse engineering. I'm just trying to understand, what is this format, why does it exist, why'd you make it? And then I specifically try to think, like, what's the code look like, right? What does their C++ that they wrote look like for this? And that helps me a lot. It helps me go, okay, they wrote this C++ and that translated to this stuff in the files, right? And that's what I get. So, with that said, right, even though that's kind of like the main thing that I do in my spare time, I still, after years of doing this, do not understand them most of the time. I really don't. But I really try to. Sometimes they just do things that baffle me, quite frankly. I don't understand why they would think it's... Like, this is just my theory. This is just me trying to rationalize what I think is going through their heads right now and why what we're seeing happening is happening. Right? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to reverse engineer their marketing strategy. Right? I could very well be completely wrong. Right? I oftentimes am very wrong. When I reverse engineer things, all the times I go, oh, it's like this. And then I find out later, no, it's not. Right? I was totally wrong. So I, take this with a grain of salt. I could be totally wrong with everything I'm saying. It might not be adventure. It might be just a freaking another boost game. It might be a classic game. Who knows? It might be something new. Whatever. It might be. It might not be that they want a physical party. It might just be that they don't have anything to show. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but I really do think that's the closest I can come to what I said is the closest I can come to rationalizing what I think is going on. That's all I could think of, because otherwise it's like, what are you doing? It just doesn't make any sense otherwise, right? Why would you make everyone wait if you have it ready to go? Unless there was a reason, or you didn't have it ready. And if you don't actually have it ready, then why would you say you had it ready? Like, to me, it's like an equation, and it only adds up if it's like, okay, they must be doing something like this. And it's just... Man, if they make people wait till November, oh my goodness. Like, of 2021, I mean. They better not. That's just awful. I hope they're not. I hope that wasn't even a consideration. People need time to budget $60. You would think so, but then I guess 3D All Stars dropped at $60, and people are buying that. You were watching WWE with your cousin a few weeks ago, and what they did for the audience is have people on their webcams and put them where the audience would usually sit. Yeah, so that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a really good idea for like having people feel like they're there. But yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that's tough to do, right? With something like this, but I don't know. Especially considering their level of, like last time they demonstrated with the live stream, they're like, yeah, we can have a big live, we can just have a big live stream, we can have it like professionally shot, and it'll work out fine. And then it, it didn't. So I feel like Sega wouldn't. I don't know if they'd be able to pull that off. But that is a cool idea for sure. All right, sorry. I need to. I've done like barely anything. I'm sorry. I find this stuff infinitely fascinating. I really could talk about this for hours. But yeah, I need to get to work a little bit. But thank you all for talking about that stuff with me. I really appreciate it. It was fun. I guess it's stupid and naive. I guess one more thing, right? It's stupid and naive, I guess, to believe that the next game will magically be good, just considering the track record, right? But I don't know. There is a part of me that sees some things lining up and hopes that I'm right. I don't know. It might just be for my own sanity. It might just be that my mind's trying to protect me and just be like, no, it'll be fine. Haha, blind positivity, haha. But I don't think so, because I have no problem bashing Sega. I have no problem being like, okay, Sega, this thing is crap. You need to fix this. Stop it. This is bad. I have no problem saying that. So if I really thought the next game was going to be bad, I'd be honest. I'd be like, yeah, this game's going to be bad. Expect it to be freaking awful, right? But I don't I don't know, man. I really don't think... From what I'm seeing, it really does seem like they're making an effort to make it better. And I don't totally understand a lot of their decisions and their movements, but I feel like a lot of it will make more sense once they announce it. I feel like once we finally see it, we'll understand what happened a little better. And I hope at least I'm right about that, because if not, that's just really embarrassing on their part, but... It sounded mean, you're sorry, I didn't even see what you said. Announcing in November would kill sales. Aaron Weber comes on stage and he's like, here's an Exotic game, do you like it? Great, because it comes out next week. That's right, next week. Oh my gosh. You know, if they did that too, they would play it up to be a good thing. It would be like, and you could get your hands on it in just 1 week! And people would be like, oh man! And then you hear people being like, wait. I feel like there'd be a scream and then there'd be a moment of like realization. Where people are like, wait. Wait, you made us wait until this close to the freaking... Comes back on Steam overtime. Oh, by the way, $60. Oh, jeez. You know how sad it is that we're to this point? If the... Alright. I'm dead serious. This is the current state that we're at, and this is the last thing I'll say before I get back to this. This is the current state that we're at with Sonic as a franchise, and how desperate we are for new information. Ready? If the price of the game was rumored to be $60, if there was some leak on 4chan from a Sega employee saying the next Sonic game is going to be $60, that would be news. I'm dead serious. We would have a freaking, ironically, a Go Nintendo article on it. We would have an article where there'd be like, rumor, next Sonic game is going to cost $60, right? And then you'd have people retweeting that and everyone would be like, oh my gosh, it's $60? I guess that means that it's going to be good, right? Because Forces was 40 because they must have known it wasn't going to be good or something. And so if they're selling it at 60, it must be that, they think, you know, that would be freaking news! People would overanalyze the crap out of a rumored price point that someone posted on 4chan. That is how desperate we are right now for news. Oh, man. But that's not even like we'll be at that point soon. We're at that point right now. If somebody released... If that happened right now, I'm dead serious. You know what? If someone wants to do that... I'm not gonna... You know, I don't want to start rumors, okay? I don't want to spread misinformation, but if somebody wants to do that, I bet you, if somebody right now went on 4chan and made a convincing story about how they're a Sega employee and they spread a little bit of things like, the next game, is coming out at this time, it's going to be $60, and you don't say much else, right? People would believe that, and there would be articles written about it, and people would be talking about it, because we're that desperate for news right now. I genuinely believe that. Maybe I'm wrong, but... It would have to be convincing, though, right? If somebody read it and was like, this is fake, then it wouldn't catch on. But if somebody looked at it and was like, oh, I think that's actually an employee telling us that the game's $60, it would be news that the game's price point is rumored. Anyway, compared to what they did in 2015 to this year, it's such an improvement. You can't help but think they've gotten a better grip on him. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, honestly, like, Aaron Weber really... And the rest of the team, right? They really did help improve the outlook on the franchise, I think. Like, drastically. If it was less than 60, it would have been 6 freaking years of 2020. Wait, since the last Sonic game that was $60? Wait, what are you saying? I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, you would mean it would be 6 years in a row that they released games that were, less than 60, I guess. Oh dear. Not that I want the game to be expensive, it's just that they've always gone for like a $50 or $60 price point. So if they go for less than that, then that indicates that they don't think it's worth that much. Right? So that was a red flag for me when they, when I first heard that Forces was going to be 40, I was like, 40? Uh-oh. And genuinely, I was like, why is it 40? Like, you know that, especially now, because they need money, why would they sell it for less than they think it's worth? If anything, I expected it to be 70 or whatever, you know? Why for, like, oh boy. And I knew at that point something was wrong, but I was like, no, it'll probably be good. And I went into that with a really open mind, and then it was completely shattered. Anyway, I'm programming. Do you remember when this was a programming scene? Funny. It's like a game that tries to do something with the free-to-play mentality would be interesting. It's kind of like, you mean like Sonic Dash, or allocate a buffer for the list? I really like Reach for the Stars, but man, I've heard this song a lot over the years. Why this still loot box to get classic Sonic? Oh, good. Just take my hand, we're gonna reach for the stars. Oh, it's the full version. Okay. You don't know until that part. I talk too much, my voice actually hurts a little. Good stuff. Alright, copy the existing data. Then copy. You mean like Rocket League or Fortnite? Be some cool. You mean you'd be able to get some cool Sonic skins? I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if I think they need to really get into that stuff, but if they do want to try that, I feel like they should figure out what works for Sonic first, and then experiment with that kind of stuff, right? Like pricing and whether or not we're doing loot boxes and that stuff, right? But I feel like right now is not a good time. That's just very, very easy to mess up right now. Like, all it takes is... I mean, you remember when they, like... They just tried to sell Supersonic for just $2 before. And all of us, myself included, just freaking were not okay with that. And then they backed down on that one. But yeah, that was... I feel like loot boxes now especially would rub people the wrong way. Sorry, goodness. It would give off a feeling of like, you know, like, thank you for waiting for, I guess, basically 8 years at this point. Anyway, please pay us some more money. You know, and it would be like, we already gave you a lot, you know? Don't ask for more, you're being greedy, you know? I feel like if they release several good games in a row, and then they start doing that, that'll be different. Remember the Sonic movie came out this year? Yeah. They have enough room for at least one chance to do a true experiment. Do you mean with the... you're saying experimentation created Unleashed, didn't it? Yeah, but yeah... You know, and I guess you're right, because I was about to say, like, but now I don't know if it's a good time, but the last time they experimented, when they... rather, when they did Unleashed, 06 was still fairly new, and Secret Rings was the newest game that they had released. So they weren't in a good spot then. Actually, they were in arguably a worse spot than they're in now. I don't know. I don't know whether they were or not, to be honest. Yeah, because now they have the movie, and now they have something, and they had Mania not too long ago, and they have some things working out for them. In 2007, I don't know, they were really... Well, going into 2008, I mean. They were really in a worse spot, I guess. I don't know about financially, but everything else, yeah. So yeah, so I guess honestly, I don't. The word experiment has such a weird connotation to it, because when I hear someone say like Sonic Team should experiment, what I think is like, I picture them like throwing stuff at the wall, you know, and I guess I imagine the result being another Lost World. Because last time they experimented, we got Lost World, and Lost World was very mixed. You know, we don't want another Lost World right now. And I like the game, right? But that's not a thing you want right now. You want a solid, you know, something that's like people play it and they're like, oh, it feels good. You don't want it to feel experimental. But I feel like right now we're at a point where after Forces, it's like they're in such a weird spot, because if they experiment too much, it might be bad. But if they don't experiment, it will be bad. Right? So it's kind of a matter of... It really just comes down to a matter of, you know, like, well, do you take a chance on it being bad, or do you guarantee it'll be bad? You know what I mean? It's like, well, I guess you'd rather take the chance that it could be good, you know? So I guess, yeah, I guess they should be experimenting. Just hope that they get it right this time. And they pulled the same thing with Yakuza, pulling out a difficulty mode and selling it separately as DLC. Yeah, that was fun. Not to mention the de novo, just love that. But I can't complain too much, because they also are still Sega in terms of like the way they treat the fan base, or rather, the way they treat fan games and mods and hacks and all that stuff is really good. I don't see any other companies who really do it the same way. Like, they are not only okay with these things, they like to promote these things. Like, I don't know, like, I know that this isn't exactly Sega, this is just someone who is affiliated with them, but like Katie, for example, recently made a tweet about Sage. She was like, hey, check out Sage, it's really cool. It's like, wow, this is somebody who works at Sega, you know, on the marketing for Sonic the Hedgehog, telling everyone to go check out Sage. Like, no one from Nintendo, for example, would ever do that. It's such a different mentality, you know? So, that part of Sega I really love, and honestly I'll always respect that part of Sega. As long as it always, you know, as long as it sticks around, I'll always respect them for that. And that part of them is still the same. I completely forgot where I was going with this sentence. Oh yeah. Just that part of it is still the same. But it does definitely seem like they're trying to get... They're going more for some, you know, for some money now as well. I can't decide if it's just them being greedy or if it's because they desperately need it, though. It might actually be a scenario where they're, you know, they're not really being too open about this, because of course you wouldn't want to say this to investors and stuff. But they're not doing too well, and they just need money. So they're trying to find any way they can do it and get away with it, right? And so maybe that's why we sort of feel this, like, DLC stuff coming up, where it's kind of like, what are you doing? That's not very consumer friendly, what's this? You know, maybe they're like, we know, but we need it, we need this. But if that was the case, you would think they would sell Forces for $60, so... I don't know. I'm so confused sometimes. I really don't totally understand what's going on. Things just happen, kinda. It's like, okay, Sega's doing this now, alright. You could stop a tribal Forces all day, I'll better stop. Yeah, same! Same. And I don't want to beat up Forces, I don't want to be like, this game's awful, because it's really not that bad. It's okay, like, it's a playable game and there is some fun to be had in it, you know? It's just, like, I don't hate the game, I really don't. It's just, it's just a huge downgrade from previous games. And I just hope that that's a one-time thing and not the direction they're going. Because I know it feels like they've been going that way for a long time now. Like, it feels like it started with Lost World and then they continued it. But I hope that that's a temporary downhill thing and they're going up again now. Because if you think about it, Lost World was 7 years ago? Jeez. So it really has been a while at this point. That's enough time, I think, for a company to get over, bad financial stuff or whatever is going on. Like, you would think if it was really that bad, they would be bankrupt by now. 7 years, they're still around, They must be doing something right. And I feel like the movie seems to have done really well. And Mania did really well. And Forces didn't do critically well, but it sold pretty decently. So I feel like financially they're doing a lot better now. I feel like they're getting out of that pit that they were in. So that's sort of the hope I'm clinging to, I guess. I'm hoping that what happened was purely a matter of we had no money. We just needed to survive, and now they have a little bit of money. Not much, but enough to where they can afford to actually make a game the way they want to make it. And I'm just kind of hoping that that's what's going on now. They're just clinging to that, and they're just going, alright, let's make it good. Make it count. But I'll stop. Alright. I think this is correct. I don't know. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna make this code look less cursed as well. So instead of, so we don't have to do this check anymore. All we have to do is just say this, and then we're gonna reallocate the list data buffer. Oh, frick, I opened up Bing again. Thanks, Windows, for that. Well, Microsoft, rather. Okay, so for this one, we don't have to actually, yeah, we can just... Okay, the data pointer is already a void, so we're gonna reallocate. And the size is, well, it's the size of data times capacity, so size and times capacity. That looks really bad, so let's wrap that in. Okay, I guess it looks a little better. Oh, and what it returned was actually a bool? So we're going to change that, so we're just going to return a pointer. Okay. So in this function, we're not doing any of that. All that we're doing is we're going to do this thing. We're going to say, call that function we just made. So call that one we just made with the following. So list.data. That can autocast to voids. That should be okay. List dot well, the size. Okay, so the size is going to be this. I think. Yeah. We're going to get the size of the... So what this is doing here is, okay, so say that data is an int pointer, right? So if, say it's an int pointer, so int is, let's say it's 4 bytes, okay, but the pointer is like 8, whatever. We need to get the size of int. So what we're doing is, we're saying, if we say size of data, that's valid, see, but what's going to happen is that's going to give us 8, because the size, we're getting the size of the pointer, right, which is 8 bytes. We don't want that, we want the size of the thing that's pointing to. So here's a cool trick you can do in C, it's really cool. You can actually do this, right? And you're dereferencing the pointer, and then whatever you're getting there, right, you're going to get the size of whatever the pointer points to. This is actually valid, you can do this. And this will return 4. So that's what we're doing here. It'll give us the right size no matter what. So the count, then, is... Oops, sorry. The count then is list.count, and the capacity is list.capacity. But we need to, this one's a pointer, so make sure we do that. Okay. So we're gonna take whatever the result is, we're gonna set it to that. Okay, so this is the part where we need to do something cursed. So for this whole call right here, we can just do that. This part is gonna have to be different. So okay, so for in C, I guess we can just do this in. I mean, this will work for both, but I kind of don't. I don't like it. I really don't. Oh, I fixed all the const correct stuff too, didn't I? Forgot about that crap. Okay, well we do actually need to cast it to avoid, oh gosh, const correct errors. I hate how this looks. Okay, tell you what, I don't want to do it like that. In C, I'm gonna do this. How about this? I'll actually make a thing for it. Cast to void. It's a really long name. Let's just do something like that. So, list. Okay, so what this does is, in C, it'll be that, right? In C++, we're not going to do this. So here's the thing. This is actually kind of funny. If I'm not mistaken, in C and in C++, they don't ever state that the size of the pointer is necessarily exactly the same for every pointer type. So from what I understand, it literally, I might be wrong about this, but I believe that the size of an int pointer, for example, could technically be different than the size of a void pointer. It's just that void is required to be able to store any pointer type. So void might be, let's say void is 8 bytes, a void pointer is 8 bytes, and a int pointer is 4 bytes. Why would that ever be the case? I don't know, but on some architecture, maybe. Right? And I believe that that's actually valid under the standards. So, while it's going to be fine in practice, this is technically not standard compliant, if I'm not mistaken. Because what we're doing is we're saying, pretend that this int pointer or whatever is a void pointer, and then put something in there, right? And we're not doing a cast, we're just saying pretend, trust me. And so if the sizes don't match, which shouldn't ever happen, but could, technically, then we get a problem. So in C, we don't have that problem at all because we have the automatic cast where we can just say, take the void pointer, store it in there, and it'll automatically figure that out for us if the sizes do vary. So in C, we can just do this and it works perfectly fine. In C++, though, that'll be an error. We won't be able to compile that. So I'm going to do a little bit of a hack. I'm just going to say, and I could just copy-paste the void thing there, and it honestly should be fine. But instead, I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to say, if we're dealing with C++, let's see how to go about this. How about this? Set data? Let's do that. Oh, bad idea. How about that? Select movie is in the top 500 best grossing movies of all time, if that means anything. Not bad. You just thought of something. We've been talking about all the sorts of releases. What about all the 8-bit games that are made in the retro engine? That'd be awesome. So playing Sonic Chaos or Retro game would always be awesome. Yeah, that would be really cool, actually. I'd love to see them try something like that. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Set data, right? So in C++, we have templates and stuff, right? So I feel like we can do something with this. Yeah, we definitely can. Wow, it's so cursed. Inline. Look at this garbage we're about to write. It's actually been a while since I've written in C++. I'm trying to remember how to do this even. Type name T. YouTube didn't send it. There's like nothing bad about it. Yeah, I don't see it. It looks like it just didn't send. Yeah, YouTube just does that sometimes. Sorry, I don't know why that happened. Okay. Frick? Let me think for a moment here. Yeah, we can just say, T. It's a reference to a T pointer. Oh gosh, it's so cursed. And then, and then the pointer will be, and we'll just yeah. Okay. So cursed. Okay, but we'll go with that. I think that works. Let me make sure. Let me make sure of that. So, okay, so let's call it first. So we're passing in a reference to the data pointer of a given type, and the template will figure out what type it is. Type is just T. So if it's an int, then T will be int, right? So it's a reference to a pointer, and then we're also going to have the void pointer, which is this, and that's what we're gonna freaking do. Yeah. Okay. Holy frick. Okay, and so then, I'm gonna put a comment explaining this. It's technically not standard to assume that void size of, for example, while this obviously won't be an issue in practice, should almost never, how about this? Obviously is very unlikely to be an issue in practice. It's still better to be compliant if possible. So we do this Alright, and then in C++, casting to void, how about this? It's not valid to store a void in a int, for example, without casting. We'll use what is actually put this down here. How about this? Okay, we could get a reference to the data pointer and then we could force how about this? We could do this. I'll just write it out. I can't with words. But that's but it's technically not standard it's something to make possible, so we use a template. Seeing as this is C++, we just use a template. Alright. In C, it's valid to just how about this? Can auto cast to any typed so we just do that. I just use that, whatever. Okay, whew. Yet another example of how C++ can make your life harder. Good grief. Alright. I haven't even tested this. I don't know if that'll work. But it should work. I believe that's correct. And I think that should also account for like const correctness or whatever. We're gonna find out. Alright. So instead of this, we're gonna call this set data list, and here's the pointer. So yeah, for the pointer we're doing all this. Thanks, Metal Sonic. Glad you could be here today. Man. Okay, so then we're gonna put some comments on this. Because that helps it be a lot more readable. Okay, set the, how about this? Grow the pointer and set, no. Data buffer and set the new pointer. Okay, so then down here, what the frick are we doing down here? Oh yeah, hang on, it's like, We're returning HL bool no matter what. It's not equals 0. Okay. Let's say null to make it more clear. All right. Return whether the reallocation of the buffer succeeded. Okay, I think this will work now. It might not. We'll find out. This part I definitely am curious about to see how that works. Okay, so we're gonna build first, and there might be a million errors. Oh my gosh, Metal Sonic! Oh my gosh, he's real. Oh, that was fast. Did that really recompile everything? Well, these are all the things that include the list, so I guess it did. It's funny, right? The actual C code is so fast to compile, but then if you compile something like this, which is C, but uses a lot of C++ stuff, it's like... It's done. It took a lot longer. Yeah, that's a good error. I should have thought of that one. Okay, how about we do... We actually do, like... frick, I don't know. Let's not do this. We'll just say, just put it around this. Like I just moved it. My bad. Okay. And I can just put it in here too, I guess, but it's fine. Whatever, who cares? Okay, build again. Look how much slower everything compiles. It's crazy. Too many initializers. Oh dear. Oh, no, it's working. It's just, I forgot. I did something stupid. Okay, good. Okay, so for this, we have to... Okay, we're not doing this. We're going to, we're gonna say terrain instance dot bounding sphere. No, dot instance info names. It's a list. We're gonna say init that list. Okay, and then once you've done that, also we want to instance the bounding sphere. We want its center. Okay, and then also its radius. I really hope I can get to what the stream's title says tonight. I'm gonna try. Okay. So we don't do that yet. First, we're gonna say. Oh dear. And then the object is going to be, we want to make a copy of it, I guess? Yeah, but if that's the case, then you don't actually want to have it be constant, because you want to free those later. So we'll, oh, frick. Oh, now that is a problem. Should have considered that. Okay, oh gosh, darn it. Okay, well, I think, how do we do this? Oh, up here is where I did the copy of the name. Oh. Okay. Okay. Where do I end up storing it? I store it here? I see. Okay. Well, we can also put the list in here, actually. We can have a list in here. We can have lists freaking everywhere. Can't we? Is that a problem? I don't know. I don't know if it is actually. You know, I think it'll be fine. We'll just have like a separate. We'll just do some curse stuff with this. It'll work out. Just A-okay. Let's just say terrain group instead of that. Okay, so now that we have this, we can just say terrain group dot, well, rather this model names. Yeah, we're just pushing to that list instead. And what we want to push is we want to create a copy of the model name. Hey, what am I doing? Guess which... No, you're good, man, no worries. Bit late now, it's 4 AM too. Have fun. Alright. Later. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. It actually is later than I realized it was. Goodness gracious. I spent too long talking about Sonic. As always. Model name length. We'll say string length, path buffer. Actually, we'll say that plus 1. Let's say model name size. Okay, I don't want to replace the path buffer. We don't want to do that because we reuse that later. So let's just make our own pointer for this. Is that if that failed, then we failed as people. So return that. Don't we have to free this data first? No, it's in the resource manager already. We don't care. Okay, so add the model. So, okay, we're gonna do this. If that failed, then we need to free model name and return. Otherwise, we just push it in. Okay, so then down here, we want to basically do the same thing again, which is just simply to say, oh yeah, we have an array of names as well. I forgot about that. It's funny. Okay, the object that we're pushing in here is just this again. That's all that we're doing. And we're just gonna copy paste this, and yeah, this is so much nicer than how I was doing it before. Just that tweak to the list makes it so much easier. I don't have to worry about that. Oh, I forgot the other tweak though. Hang on, this one's easy, but I forgot it. It's just, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna do it with an expression because it's cursed. Okay, if list.capacity, right? So if that's set, then we do this, right? Otherwise, We're just gonna do that. So we are giving a return value, but you don't actually have to use that if you don't want to. There's really no reason to. I mean, if you want to, it's there and it's nice, I guess. It'll return true if it actually did free the list, and false if it didn't have to do anything. But yeah, it doesn't really matter either way because the list, you know, it'll do what it needs to do. The only reason that I'm actually returning anything is so that I can do this as an expression instead of having to like make an if statement and put it in the scope or whatever the frick, or write a function that I have to call. I can just do it here, so that's better. Okay. So this is going to be interesting. Instances. There we go. Okay, well, it wasn't that bad at all, was it? Oh, we gotta free something then. So if we failed, then we gotta free the result. Well, you know, we gotta free this. Okay. Well, goody gumdrops. So now we need to, fix that. Same here. Okay. And then finally, we're not doing this. We just embedded them inside the list now, so it's easier. So we just say these two. Okay, and I think that's actually everything that's inside there, isn't it? I shouldn't have closed that so early. Yep. Cool beans. And yeah, now we can just say instances dot count, or oh, it shouldn't be called that either. Not that it matters, but that was the old name for this variable. Now we have a cooler name. So we should use the cooler one. Alright. What's wrong? Oh. What's wrong? What do you mean it's a pointer? It's not a freaking pointer. Oh! Need to go. Alright, later seals, thank you. Oh wait, this is me generating the... Oh! No, we don't need to do that step at all anymore. It's beautiful. Because we just did generate it. So all we need to do is, if we do fail, we need to, yeah, so actually we can just rename this to failed. We can actually just say return and get rid of this. This comes first, not that it matters. I just like to be consistent. Okay, build. Model count is not oh. Model names dot count. build. There we go. Okay, so we're probably gonna run into that issue with the freaking dictionary that I still haven't fixed. But hopefully we can at least... Okay, here we go. So here's our first test of the new list system. So the count is... the capacity is... Oh. Yeah, I made a mistake. Oopsie. Let me fix this real fast. I put it in the wrong freaking spot. Wow, aren't I bright? Okay. Let's put a breakpoint there too. Okay, capacity is 1. Let me see the data. What is this? Okay, well we're adding a thing to a list. So anyway, the size of this thing is 8 bytes. What we're adding is what are we adding? I guess the pointer, right? We're adding a res data point. That's what we're adding. Yeah, we're adding a void pointer. So that is 8 bytes. That's correct. And anyway, I'm about to double the capacity. All right, so here we go. We just did that. Great. And now we're gonna realloc the data size times capacity. That should be valid. Yes. Alright, so we can do that a bunch and it's all fine. So what I want to see is this. Okay, here we go. So this is a list that's growing that has never apparently had anything added to it before. Oh yeah, this is the draw list. It's just been created. It has nothing in it yet, it's just been initialized, it's completely null. So it's actually valid to realloc that, but anyway, before we were just doing that, but now, because of the change in the system, we're doing it in this function instead. It's gonna be basically the same thing as long as I didn't make a coding error, so let's see if we did. Well, that looks no, wait, it isn't. I think a draw item is that big. Yeah, that actually I think is about right. I might be wrong, but I think that's about... I think that is the size. We're adding the whole dang draw item. Yeah, not a pointer to, we're adding the whole thing. And so yeah, that should be correct. Okay, great. So size is that. Count is going to be 0, capacity is 0 as well, and data is this. It's null. Alright, so we're going to make it a thing. So if count, which is not the case, then we do this thing. Oh! Is it valid to memcopy 0? I forget. I think it is. We'll find out. Capacity is now 1. Alright, so size times this. Yeah, that's not right. I meant to say size times capacity. I even did it right up here. Just not down here. Because I'm a big dummy dum-dum. Super dumbo. This is really stupid, but recently I was joking with Neil about this character that we came up with that I think is kind of funny. I don't know. The idea is he's called Spider Dude, all right, and he's Spider-Man, except he's like a bootleg off-brand, like a Walmart grade value version of Spider-Man, and nobody likes him, right? So like there's someone being like you know, like attacked by like a supervillain, and they're like, oh no, please, if anyone could save me! And then you hear like the theme song, it's like, Spider Dude, he's here, and you will get saved. It's just like the worst thing you've ever heard in your life. And they're like, not Spider Dude! Why can't anyone else save me? Why does it have to be Spider Dude? He's like, you're safe now. And he's like, screw you, Spider Dude. Just nobody likes him. But he does the job. Sorry, I don't know why I brought that up. I just wanted to share that. I like Spider Dude. I think he's funny. I'm there for him, even when nobody else is. Okay, there's the new data pointer. So alright, we're about to return that. So first off, is that gonna copy correctly? Oh, it did. Okay, good. well, we're gonna do this a bunch of times. Alright, but it seems to be working, so we should be good. Okay. Hey, the dictionary bug didn't happen this time. At least not yet. That's good. So let's go. Oh, we're actually drawing them now. Okay, terrain group count is 3. We're on the second one now. We're about to get the ID, and then... Wait, what's wrong with this? Are there really no model names? No. This is wrong. Oh. So why is that the case? Right, why did that happen? I'm so confused. Alright, look. Oh, this is when we add we add that. So, okay. Run this. Here's the terrain group. Okay. Oh! It never got initialized. Well, that's actually, this I think is a separate bug actually than what was happening before. I mean, this is also not right, but it's not right in a different way. You know? I need to make it so you can hit enter. Oh. Oh, there weren't any this time. Oh, also, there weren't any. Oh. So if either of those, if they have anything in the middle, then do that. Otherwise, just return. Just return success. Wait, was that an error? Was that a warning? What was that? No, it wasn't. I'm just seeing things. Did I copy, paste? Apparently I did. Okay. Spider dude. Spider dude. He's cool, I guess. It's mediocre at best. I would wanna be saved by Spider dude. Just being honest. Oh. Well, that's brilliant. I'm just gonna mem copy. Yeah, I know. Because we already have the size, and I accounted for the null terminator, so why the frick not? Oh, I'm sorry. Spider dude. Sorry. That's so funny to me. Alright, that model name. Yeah, we did it. We did it. We did it. Yay! Alright, we're actually getting stuff added to the list now. Good. So once that's done, here we are. There are in fact instances, and they do in fact have names. And there are also model names. Those are there as well. Good. Wait, what was the count for that? Oh, okay. That all makes sense. Great, so add that. Okay, here we are. Terrain group count is just 2 this time, which makes more sense. That's better. We're on the first one. So we're about to get the first terrain group. Okay, we just did. And is it actually valid data? Find out. No, it's not. Look at this crap. The dictionary totally gave us something garbage. SVCOL UI. That's like the name of that Windows font. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that, but that is absolutely not valid data. Why though? It's supposed to be valid data. There's the data. Oh. Oh. It's just because I'm an idiot. Okay. We're gonna make a copy of it. Oh, jeez. Alright. And then let's do this crap. The original is... No. Okay. And then that gets freed by the resource manager later. And we'll also, when we go to do that, we'll also have to put in code that says free the list and free the model names. Gosh, so much freeing going on here. Okay, that should be valid if I'm not mistaken. Alright. Hey! Okay, so now when we go to actually draw them... Let's go, gamers. Did it fail? Oh. Right, what was the resource ID? The resource ID is that. Data is that. There wasn't a model with that name, really. SO1 far base 001? Should have existed. Should have been that. In fact, how could it have gotten in here otherwise? Right? Okay, I'll frick. Just to really make sure. Battle quick race from Heroes to Continue Generations. Yeah, it's great. Want me to make a Spider Dude theme song quickly? Like I can do that. If you'd like to do that, sure. That sounds like fun. He's just a freaking discount, but like it just has to. I don't know. His theme song even has to be like discount, right? I don't know. Like if you hired someone who's never sung a song before to make a song, right? That's how I imagine his theme song sounding. Okay, so this is W501 S01 far base 001. So there it is. And we're adding all of these to the resource manager. These are the models. So they should all be in there now. So then when we go to do this, we should be able to be like, okay, W5A01 S01 Firebase 01? Yeah, that should be in there as well. Perhaps it isn't. $22. SE_001. Tell you what, I'm gonna do this. Whatever, okay. And then it's gonna tell me that it doesn't exist. It doesn't, if it's saying not found, then we continue, but it should be found each time, but it isn't. Oh, it's a success that time. Oh, look, we got terrain! Well, but only one of them. Oh, jeez. Why did it only work for that one? Okay, that's very strange. So we're going to, run it again. I like that it still says delete, because I'm too lazy to even change that. Alright, so here's the text we're about to add. That's the same length, and the relative path should be exactly the same freaking thing. Alright. So 35, 61, 30, 31, F5, 73, 30, 31, F5, 66, 61, 72, 55, 5, F, why did I say 55? You know what I mean. 62, 61, 73, 65, 5F, 30, 30, 31. The only difference is the, well, yeah, there's not a difference. The null terminator should be the same in this. Hang on, how many bytes is that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Well, apparently it's not even counting the null terminators, so yeah, it should literally be exactly the same thing. So it's a bug in our dictionary. We already established there was a bug in our dictionary, though. So this will be fun to fix, won't it? Oh boy. I mean, like, being honest, right? I really do like C. I really do think it's a nice language. And I feel like with just some small tweaks, it could honestly be a really good language. There's definitely, well, I think it is already, but what I mean is it could be basically a perfect language with just a few tiny adjustments. Like, seriously, I think people are too hard on it. There's really not that much, like, it's lacking in features from other languages, but honestly, a lot of those features are not really necessary anyway, or are heavily flawed, or, you know, there's all this stuff. C does a lot really right, in my opinion. There's only a few things I think need to be really tweaked about it before it's basically perfect. So anyway, I really like the language. However, and I want to write everything in it if I can help it for HedgeEdit. However, this is not a world that uses C for everything. This is a world that doesn't do that. I'm already using a few things in Hedge Render, as I'm calling it, that honestly, I'm trying to do them with C, and it is possible, of course, to do them with it, but basically I'm using dependencies, right, that are C++ like in their design. They're not C-like. So it really doesn't make, like, I'm not wording this well, sorry. It really doesn't make sense to do this. Like, the reason I wanted to, like, the main reason I rationalized other than just liking C for HedgeLib and everything is that I wanted it to be super and I still do. I want it to be super, you know, platform heavy and everything. What am I saying? I want it to be very, like, cross-platform. I want it to be able to work pretty much anywhere you go, right? Hedge render is a little different, though, because hedge render is only going to be, like, able to work in the first place on platforms that have a graphics API that's supported by hedge render, and that limits it down quite a bit to the point where, like, there really is no reason I can't just use C++ for hedge render. Like, why not? I can even still expose the C interface and then be able to use it from C tools if I want to. So really, what's the reason not to just... Because then I could use Robinhood instead of trying to use my bootleg broken port that I'm using right now. I could use DirectX Math instead of what I was doing. I don't even want to get into that. I could use MGUI directly instead of trying to use CMGUI. It would just make my life easier. And there really is no reason for me to be sticking to this. For HedgeLib, I stand by it. I'm going to keep it in C. I won't, but for hedge render, I might switch to C++. Now I want to really clarify, that doesn't mean I'm rewriting it, I'm not doing that. I'm going to keep the code exactly the same, I'm just going to change it, I'm just going to change the language to C++. So, let me do that real fast, actually. I think that's actually for the better. Should I say 11? I mean... Yeah. Nah. I'll just leave it like that for now. And then this is the back-end language thing. We won't even do that. We'll just... We'll do this though. Oh, I forgot that. Yeah. Sorry, you said it as like CPP dialect or C dialect. Actually, not as You don't set it in the language thing up there, so sorry. Okay. Instead of ext, we're just gonna say that. It's just gonna make, like, why not do this? I mean, there really wasn't any reason not to. It's just me being silly and challenging myself. And we have a deadline on this. I can't be freaking wasting time like that. Okay, so dialect. Okay. Oh, I did use C++ 11 for the backend apparently already. You know what? I really like C++ 11 over older versions of C++ actually. Like, there's a lot of really positive, like, really good changes they made to it. But I don't know if I'm actually using them much. You know what? I probably should be. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. This feels wrong, but this will be for the better. Okay. Oh, I can just done. Okay, rerun that. Now there might be a few things that actually don't compile because of this change. We're about to find that out, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good that I actually put this here, huh? Okay. And we can swap this out with an actually working things soon. Alright. Think that'll work? No, of course not. In Win32 command. Oh yeah, when did I do that? Unresolved external. I remember. I know what the bug is. I just need to find where I put this thing. This is it, right? Oh, I did do this. Wait, what? I said it. Oh, well, I guess maybe I didn't, maybe I didn't do that here. No, I didn't. Okay. Goody. Welcome to C++ Hedge Render. It's got the same bugs, but it won't soon, hopefully. Okay, so we can fix that now. Okay, so first of all, we don't need to use CMGUI anymore, at least not in Hedge Render anywhere. We don't need to do this. MGUI. Okay, and then all the MGUI things don't need to be. Oh, what's wrong with this? Oh, it's a reference. Gotcha. Okay, so the code is still very C-like. Which maybe people would want to change. I don't know. But whatever. Okay. I think add character, yeah. That's correct. Okay. I do other ingredient stuff elsewhere, don't I? Yeah, what's this all about? Listen. I guess it's fine. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so we're just changing this because it makes more sense. And then we're gonna fix that dictionary bug, and then things should start speeding up from here. Okay, run it. I think there's actually another spot where I use CMGUI that I need to change in the code base. It's not a big deal. Okay. Good. Except for that, that whole thing. Wait, it succeeded this time? Oh, the dictionary is clearly very bugged. What the frick? What? What do you mean you're succeeding? Why did it succeed this time? And it's drawing the whole scene. Well, not the whole scene, but it's drawing those. No. Did the dictionary work this time? Is it working consistently though? That's the thing. Let's put the breakpoint here. What? Wait, are you freaking telling me that somehow, in some impossible way, the dictionary bug was freaking related to me using CMGUI? No. I don't know about that one, Chief. Okay, let's... So I temporarily changed this to load just 2 sectors. Let's make it go back to 99. We're gonna load every sector. Okay? We're gonna load the whole level. You're going to crash. If you're not crashing, I'm gonna be a bit upset and bamboozled. Truth be told. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this because it'll take forever if we don't. You crashed. Okay. I don't know why it was working those 2 times, but the dictionary is screwed, so okay. Good. So, we're going to fix it. So, so rather than having my own bootleg version of Robin Hood, we're just going to use the actual Robin Hood. Imagine that. Do I want to use the latest release version, or yeah, I want to use I want to use the stable one. Oh, they have a direct download here. I want to get the source code though. Okay, we need to include the license, obviously. I will do that when I commit this. What's the scripts folder? Oh yeah. Okay, we're not using CMake. Maybe in the future. I'll get rid of that later too. Okay, I guess I'll just make a depends folder. No, I'm gonna put it in here, like what I did with HedgeEdit. You know, I just realized something though. It's probably better to have this be out here and then include it instead of this. I think I'll do that in the future. Right now, I think I'm gonna, I think I'll do that for HedgeRender actually as well. I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. That just makes more sense. Like, what was I thinking? Okay, and then yeah, there's a global depends folder out here, but that's different. It's like local depends, global depends, right? And I'll also make it, just in case I add any C dependencies in the future. This looks terrible, but... Okay, whatever, that's fine. And do we need that for this? Not really, nah. Okay, so it should have, yes, there it is. Look at this. Look at this beauty. It's actually quite nice. Oh wait, what is it for? It is for SVCOL 11. Well, good thing that I made it SVCOL 11. Okay. Wow! Look at how big this is. It's 2,358 lines. But it's really good. So I ported a lot of it manually to this. To C, because I'm just a madman. But now we're gonna yeet most of this code, because again, this is all just basically ported. And actually, and I have a backup of this. I have a copy of this in the sugar stuff still. It's more or less a copy anyway, so if I really do need it back, I can just grab it from there again. So don't freak out. We are gonna delete this. We're gonna delete all of the Robin Hood port stuff that I did. I think this too. You know what? I think there was one or two things I changed about it. Actually, I can't remember if there was. Well, we do have this resource ID, string buffer. I did have a string buffer built in. Yeah, that's something that's a little different, I think. Let me see what they did. Also, was it used anywhere else? Well, yeah, but not in the library. Okay, so that's fine. Well, what is it called in this? Okay, I'm gonna eat all this. I'm gonna actually search for this and see when it's used. Key vowels, okay. Oh, it was M key vowels? Okay. Alright, that makes sense. It's a node. Data node. Oh yeah, data nodes can be multiple things in this. I made it simpler. These contain the value type, and this just contains... And I can't remember... Self is flat. Self. What is self set to? Oh, actually the whole freaking table. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't remember if the string buffer thing is different or not. But I mean, they clearly value, like, the speed of their implementation. So, I'm just gonna trust that theirs runs well. That's what I base this off of anyway. I think all this is good. Increase info, yeah. So much code. So much time I wasted. This part I think I made a little different. But it doesn't really matter, because those will do basically this, more or less it'll be the same thing. And so we're not doing this either. Destruct will be a little... no, it's not. It's going to be the same. Okay. It's only the resource group stuff that's going to be different. So, okay. Whew. It's a beautiful mess. Oh, it's an... thank you. Yeah. It's absolutely a freaking mess. But it's dead now. Alright. So we're just gonna do it the way we should have the whole time. Just freaking use the thing. Why did I do that? Like, okay, so it looks like on our, it looks the same as STD on our map. Oh, sorry. It's meant to function the same way as STD on our map, except better in every way. It's meant to actually perform well, and it does from what I've seen. I'm talking about Spider Dude's song. Oh, freaking nice. Oh, you finished it? Okay, cool. Let me pull that up. Spider Dude. Oh yes. Yes! The cough makes it. Spider Dude. Spider Dude. He's here. So you are probably gonna be alright, I guess. It's so good. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is the funky part. Oh, this is the part where Spider Dude catches the coronavirus. That was freaking amazing. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Wasif. Spider Dude's theme song has finally come to life. So I'm just imagining, right? Like, someone's like, oh no, I'm in need of assistance, you know, whatever. I've fallen and I can't get up, you know. I need a hero. If only there could be a hero, a hero, a hero. And then in the distance you hear this. Oh no, wait. Not Spider Dude. Oh man. Hey, Spider Dude. What's up? What's the problem? I just freaking... I would have taken Aquaman over this. Thank you so much. That's absolutely beautiful. Tell me how the audio volume is, by the way, because I just adjusted it. If it's too loud or quiet now, let me know. Seriously, thank you, that was amazing. You couldn't find any royalty-free costumes you had to make them yourself? It genuinely sounded like a sound effect you'd have to pay for. I'm impressed. I actually didn't know that you recorded it yourself. That's really that was amazing. My goodness. Oh, it's too quiet right now? Okay, thank you. How's that? I think I'm gonna need a string, right? That's one thing that's not fun about it. I don't think I can just pass in a constant sharp pointer. Maybe I can. Better? Okay. You think it should still be turned up more? Here it is, hash. There's a bunch of different hashes. Basic string view, pointer. Oh, the pointer it's just gonna hash an int. Okay, that makes sense. Tell you what. Oh yeah, wait, though, we have to actually store it somewhere. Okay, we'll just use a city string. We'll be a good boy. I have to sneeze. There it is. That's life now. You know, it's just like, gotta sneeze. Cha! Alright. Let's move on about your day. Alrighty. Did I not? S-City has no member S. Oh, does it not? I'm shocked. We'll leave this on. Okay. We can swap this out for something else if we want to later. I most certainly will do that, actually. Anyway, these are the res groups. That's just a list. And we want to change these later too. But anyway, for now this is fine. Okay, so we don't need to init it. But we do need to actually, like, just construct it. Oh wait, do we? Oh, yeah, we do. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say... I forgot to do this. You have to write new, and then in parentheses you have to have the pointer of the thing you want to create. Is that right? And then you have to say, like... Is that right? Apparently it's not. What's wrong about it? Oh, that's right. That's right. And it doesn't actually, it can still, you know, throw an error. Okay, so... Didn't I make a thing for this? pretty sure I did. I did. What's all this? I made an allocator, and I made... Oh, I need to pass that in, don't I? And I made a no accept thing. I did... Oh, apparently I got rid of my... Wait, no I didn't. Here we go. Helper functions. We create object, delete object. Okay, so... This just passes in the args. Yeah. Yeah, I made helper things in case anyone wanted to use them, and now I'm gonna use them, so okay. Create object. That's how you use it, and then you pass in the arguments. And if it fails, then it's null. I think. Oh no, sorry, it doesn't. It constructs it in place. There's none of that. Well, actually, there could be. I don't know if Robin Hood does what its constructor does. But if it allocates anything, then there very well could be something. Where do they construct this at? Oh, I misspelled table. Oh, here we go. It does insert sometimes. Oh, goody. Okay, so to be safe, I'm gonna have to wrap this in a thing. And we can actually set a pointer in this. Because it's C++11 now. Okay. If that fails, we're doing this. Okay, This is something I really don't like. Oh, we just return null if it fails? Oh, I forgot about that. Can we just say catch anything then? No. Well, how do you do that? Is it exception? Catch any exception. Apparently, that's the syntax. I knew that, it's been a while, I've forgotten. Okay. You thought of the perfect thing for improved quality? I'm hyped. That sounds awesome. Can't wait. Alright, so I'm leaving most of the C-isms in, but I'm changing some things. Okay, this is different now. So instead of num elements, it's gonna be like, what, count? Oh. Just key? Wait. I'll get the total resource count. Oh. Is there not a way to do that? Why does this song slap so hard? I don't totally get it. Well, I guess we actually... Oh, max size? Wait, size. Is it size? Num elements. It's size. Okay. I see. Doesn't know what a size T is all of a sudden. I don't know soon. Alright. Count. Yeah, that's still the same. Okay, for this one, this is gonna be... This is something that's really different, so here we go. We're just gonna say... Just do this, I guess. Right? And I guess they can freaking construct a string just so that we can hash it, which is awful. So I really want to make a thing for that. Which we will do momentarily. but for now we'll do this. Is there a way to... Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. Well, there it is. Okay, one major thing that's bad about it is that we don't know the length. Oh, frick. Okay, so we're gonna say, like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do this now. We are type defing it still for this. Because, I don't know, why not? But for other stuff, I'll... It is. Internal, resource, what are we doing? Let's say internal dictionary, key. Okay, we'll go with that. Here's how it'll work. I forgot what the size was that I used for this. Oh dear. I don't want to undo all that, so I'm gonna just go into the sugar folder and... see what I did there. I did this. It was 28. Okay, I determined that that was a good amount, I guess, for some reason. Alright, why not? So then... Actually put this at the top. Why not? It's fine. Alright, so what was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was gonna check the, I was gonna say the size. Throw that in there too. This is really dumb though, actually, yeah. Because... No, actually... That's not, it's fine. Okay. I'm gonna bring that up again, because I want to make sure I didn't... So what I was doing was, yeah, I had a string buffer, and I also had a resource ID stored in there, and I had the length, and I had... That was stored as a short, apparently, okay. That makes sense. And then I had the string pointer there. I think I was going for a certain size or something. I was gonna say like 8 bytes for this, 2 bytes for that, 2 bytes for that. There's no padding in that case. So now we're here, and I don't think there's any padding needed for that, so I guess 28. So it comes out to 40. Is that right? Maybe 6. What? I don't even know how it... Wait, that's smaller than I expected. Wait, how the frick does it come out to that size? That doesn't make any sense. It must not be accounting for the size of these? Well, anyway, in the real... Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but... In reality, it comes out to hex... It comes out to 40 bytes, I believe. I might be wrong. I think that's what I was going for. Anyway, now we're not really doing that, so I guess we can change this. It's 48. No, actually... Yeah. This isn't gonna be more efficient than the string. That's not what I'm going for with this, actually. What I'm going for is I want to be able to store not just strings, but things that are null terminated. Sorry, that are not, yeah, I want to store things that have several null terminators in as well. I suppose I could use a string view. I'm not sure, but I believe you could. But I believe SVCOL string relies on being an alternative and such, I don't remember. So I want to just do it myself because it's easier. But let me check something because I actually forgot how this... Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it kind of does. Okay, let me check that again. The very bottom of basic string. Look at all this code, by the way. Goodness gracious. You're running all this every time you like do stuff with strings. And it gets optimized a lot, but like still. There's just so much code for just basic text. Still going. Like someone like Microsoft had to write this. Is this still part of the basic string? It still is. Can we go to that? Okay, that's what I was trying to find. Scary value, okay. Oh dear. Scary value is what we want. It's impossible to read this. It really is. Pointer, that's like char pointer. This is a constant char pointer. Element. But all I want to see is how big is your internal buffer for this. Jeez. I figured it out somewhere, but I can't remember. My goodness. I think all this comes down to, hang on, it's a conditional and then, okay. Is it a simple allocator? I don't remember if it is. If so, then we use this. Great. How do they do the internal buffer? I don't know if they do that. Well, they do small string optimization, but I don't remember whether. Whatever. I mean, yeah. What else? Like, this is fine. Okay. I guess it's slightly bigger than it actually would be. Who cares? Like, really. What? Oh, okay. Something is not making sense to me today. What? Oh, Lord, okay. It just seemed like several times I would do stuff in the freaking calculations wouldn't come out right. Anyway, that's fixed. So this is supposed, it should come out to 44, but it comes out to 48 because of padding. So if we kind of slaps. If we put that up there, does it change anything? No. Yeah, because this still is too much. I guess if we just change this to 1, isn't it gonna still be 24, yeah. Because it has to pad it to, let's pad it by 8? Really? Okay. Anyway, if you do, like, say 8, it's still gonna be 24. If you say 9, it's gonna go up again by another 8. Yeah. So let's go for 40. So I don't know what, like, that's 40. It sounds like Splatoon, doesn't it? Wait, how far can we go with this? Not that far. You can go all the way up to 24. So, because 24 in hex is going to be that, and then when you add the size of the pointer, you get that, and then you add the other one, and you get that. Okay, so it's the same size now, whatever. It's fine. So I assume it's basically what Microsoft does. Extended version has been released. It's so beautiful. Check Discord. Okay. Hold up. Let me wait for the song to finish because it's almost done. And then I'll play it. Yeah, it's actually taking a little longer than I thought it would. Come on! You can do it! Okay, there it is. Here we go. Yes. When you hear the coughing part come in, you know that it's Spider Dude playing his like theme song on his like iPod. He's got like an iPod Nano. He hasn't upgraded in, you know, freaking a long time. I don't know exactly when the Nano came out. Yes. Spider Dude. Spider Dude. Oh, he's got the whole band though. Oh. But then it's interrupted by his coughing again. It's beautiful. That's amazing. I love that. Yeah, so like everyone hears this and they're like, Spider Dude, it's you. Oh, why did it have to be you? It could have been Aquaman. Could have been the actual Spider-Man. Could have been Superman. Could have been Batman. It could have been literally anyone. I would take our neighbor, Bill the freaking mailman, whatever, over Spider Dude. Well, thank you, Wessa, for making that. Holy frick, that's beautiful. When you hear Spider Dude's theme, you gotta leave. This is how it be. Not because he's a real threat or anything, but just because he's not. No one wants to be around him. You're editing HedgeEdit's code to add SVCOL editing. Wait. Oh yeah, you copy paste in the description. Yeah, it's my best joke yet. I missed like 3 jokes, did I? Alright, hang on. Hold up. I noticed it like got like a well, not like a dubstep thing, but it kind of remixes itself. But I'm not sure I get what the joke is, but it's amazing. I think Spider Dude has COVID. Oh no. It's amazing. I'm gonna use this or faster. Spider Dude, Spider Dude. Oh no, it's him. No, wait, void. Okay, and the size will be size data size. Okay. Thank you, Wasif, for showing that. That's beautiful. All right. We're gonna check if data size is. We're gonna do basically what I did before in this implementation of it. I'm gonna do this. We don't have to do that to do anymore, actually. Alright, if data size is less than buffer length, we're just going to say this. Let's make it really long so that it's more apparent that it's a constant. What's wrong with this? It's not valid here? What do you mean? Wait, since what? It should be. Is that okay? I think that was the issue. We're gonna set buffer to. Oh, sorry. It's just gonna be. Yeah. We can probably do it with those other, you know, the initializers. I'm just gonna do this for now, anyway. No, we don't need to do that. Actually, we can just say alloc, and we can say data size +1, but oh yeah, well, it's not a big deal. It's going to do that for things that are not strings as well, and we don't really want that, but no. We don't need to even add that alternator, do we? I don't think we need to do that, actually. Yeah, that'll be fine. I don't believe we do, because I think that the actual hash function it doesn't do the null terminator. No, it does everything up to it. So we can even use a necessity string later if we want to. Like user code could do that, and it would be fine. But we're not even gonna expose it to user code actually. So yeah, it'll be perfectly fine. Okay, we're not even gonna do that. We're just gonna do this. We're going to cast it to a you know, does it must be a void, can it? This won't be constant though. Which I guess makes. Oh, yeah, what was I thinking? What the frick is wrong with me? So no casting is necessary. Why did that sound like a commercial? No purchase necessary. But of course, this is a constructor. We can't return from constructors. So we can throw an exception and then catch it. I would rather do anything else but that. Sometimes you gotta say screw C++ and do something like this. This. Yeah. We don't need to do that anymore, because it's not as short anymore. And actually, well, we could, yeah, never mind. Alright. Res ID, we don't need to store that in this. This is the key we're doing now. We're going to copy, we're gonna do this, and we don't need that anymore. Hurry! Alright. Alright, that's our thing. So when we go to destruct this, that'll be where it gets interesting. Well, there is a problem with this that's pretty obvious. A frick? When we copy and move them around, I don't know. It's so good. I can't get over how good it is. Do we need to know this size? We don't need to store that even, do we? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we totally do. Okay. The one main issue here is this destructor might be called when we don't want it to be. So we're not following the rule of 3 or rule of 5 or whatever the frick it is now. We made a destructor, but we didn't make other stuff. So, frick? We're gonna have to do that. Okay, anyway, here's the key. So we're not doing this anymore, we're doing this. There's our key, great. But now there's no hash function for that, so we want to make a hasher for it, so... we're going to do that, but a little differently. Ooh. This song slaps. Do, 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 do. This song slaps. Do, 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 do. Wow, 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 wow. This one's... okay, we're gonna say that the type is... oh, I see. I think I see what's going on. I'm being a dum-dum again. Feels right, nothing ever acts right. Everything's a story, it's phony. Oops. Alright. Okay, here. It's so good. Ah! Well, that was actually correct. It's a key. Alright, so hash bytes. So that's undefined apparently. Alright. We're gonna hash the bytes, but before we do that, here we go, key.pointer. The length is just gonna be key.size. Beautiful. That's our hash. There it is. Alright. Does it actually have to be, No, it's perfect. Alright, I think that should compile. Now we need to fix the copy move constructor thing though. I hate this stuff. Let's see, move constructor example. I can never remember how to do this. Like, no matter how many times I've looked this up. I'm just always, I always forget this. Let's find out. Oh dear, how do we do this? Rule of 5. It's the rule of 5. I think. Wait, no, it's not called. Well, it kind of is called it. Yeah, the rule of 5. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay, so you need to create 5 things every time. A destructor, a copy constructor, a move constructor, a copy assignment, and a move assignment. Because apparently, like, copying bytes, you know, that's like a thing that's hard to do. You know, it's not like we can just figure out how to copy bytes. So anyway, there's 5 ways you have to tell it how to do that 5 different times, essentially. So here we go, gamers. I understand why it is the way it is, by the way. It's annoying. Okay, copy constructor. We literally just, what's this? Wait, this is a thing? How does this even work? Oh, I'm being stupid. Okay, we're going to, make a constructor that's like... I don't know. So the reason I made it a constructor, I made an init function instead of a constructor in the first place was because I wanted to avoid all this. I think. Wait, why did I do that? Actually, I can't remember. Oh, so that I could return. That's why I did it. Good grief. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna call init with this, and then I'm going to if it failed, then if result equals out of memory. Well, actually, we'll know, because it's the only error where we're going to return from it, so if it failed, then throw bad Alec. Scary. And what's going on with you, IntelliSense? Just nothing? I understand there's something wrong, but I don't see why it's tripping up IntelliSense. Okay, whatever. I hope that this is correct. I can't really tell right now. Oh, it must be related to. It's related to this. Okay. So. Oh, wait, it's kind of working. Okay, it's working again. Other.data. Other.data size. Okay. So we're just gonna, yeah, so then you can just pass in the void and you can just, it'll do that. That's a copy. Okay, great. Actually, you can be faster than that, though. Just straight up say, buffer is going to actually be... Does that work? Does that really not work? Why does that not work? That's ridiculous. Okay, so you have to actually do that yourself. So we'll do that, but first, pointer, we're gonna say other.pointer, size, other.size, okay. You can't do this, can you? That is so stupid that that doesn't work. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, we don't know how to copy an array because we don't know the size of it, even though the size is specified in the type. Just copy, look, you know that it's an array of 24 bytes. All you have to do is replace this code with some code that says copy 24 bytes. Like, really? Okay, but it doesn't know how to do that. So... we have to do this ourselves. And this is a problem. Okay. Copy constructor. Okay, now we have a move constructor. So I don't actually, to be honest, I don't totally get how these work. I really have no idea. I know there's STD move and STD exchange and all that, but I don't, like, get what it does at a machine code level. I really don't. Like, what... how would this be any faster than just, or better in any way than just copying? I don't really get, like, at the end of the day, right? You have, like, a bunch of bytes. How is moving, like, if you're trying to take it from one object and put it into another, how is this gonna do anything different? I honestly don't get it. I guess the idea is just that the compiler can see the, like, STD exchange call or whatever, and it can, like, replace that whole thing with, like in some cases, it can just optimize out the whole copy, right? And then in the other cases, it's gonna be less efficient, but I think that's what I think that's what it is. It's just kind of a way to tell the compiler, hey, optimize this out if you can, right? And it does, hopefully. And so then, anyway, so with copy constructor, you can't do that because there's no way that it knows if it's safe to or not. I don't know. No, it can sometimes. I genuinely don't get it. There's also no except. Okay, STD exchange. What are we exchanging? Exchanging the other one for null. This. I really don't. Okay, but whatever. Size. Do we want to do this? I mean, this seems so counterintuitive. I don't get it. We can't even do this for these arrays, can we? I mean, actually, maybe we can. No, we can't do that. We can't even move it, can we? Silly. Okay, well, you know what? Screw that. I don't know how I could even make that better than what the copy constructor does. Which isn't great! Like, we don't want to be doing unnecessary copies. But what else are we gonna do? set this pointer to a new... Oh geez. So wait. You're gonna construct a new... Okay, you'll construct a new one of these, and then you'll set this pointer to... You can just do that? You can do that in place? Goodness. I mean, yeah, I don't see why I'm surprised. It makes sense that you can do that. That just kind of blew my mind a bit. Okay, yeah, we want to do this instead because we want to throw construct the exception if it fails. Okay. Oh. You know what? It's weird. I don't hate C++. In a way, it feels kind of good actually to be doing this stuff again because it's been so long. But I definitely, I don't know. I definitely prefer a lot of how C does things. I think C++ has some good ideas, it also has a lot of bad ones, and it has a lot of bad execution. Hi, so Donnie, how you doing? Not yet. We're about to get to that. At the end of the day, you just have a bunch of bytes. Rad's very in-depth code review. Yeah. It's like, so how does the code work? Well, it's a bunch of bytes. That is true. Like, technically speaking, yes. Okay. So, I'm still gonna use these because why not? Create resource manager, and then down here it's gonna be like create resource groups. I don't need to do that. Okay. Okay, now it's for the fun. What are we doing? Yeah, we're gonna set the resource ID to whatever this is. That's only if it succeeds, though? Oh, jeez. And I believe it can throw an exception. You know, truth be told, I don't remember what the frick it does. Let's find out. Oh. There it is. Thing. It's impossible to read C++ sometimes. Look at this. Look at this IntelliSense prompt. Look at this. Oh yeah, I know what that means. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, you know, I get it. Like, okay, this is just the operator. This is the whatever however you say that. You know, the array index operator, whatever. But like, look at how much code that is. Holy frick! Hey, Skype, it's been a while. How you doing, man? Just got back from work. Epic gamer moment. The timing of that song was perfect. I'm sorry. Holy frick. Yeah, hey man, how you doing? I'm trying to work with a bit of a nightmare, but the song slaps though, so it's fine. Okay, do create by key. Let me see how this thing works real fast. What I'm curious about mostly is if it doesn't find it, right, then what does it do? Key not found, we want to insert it. Yeah, what the frick? So it inserts it. So if it doesn't find the key, it'll actually put it in. Right, so how do you know then? Oh goodness. Let me look at their help real fast. Oh, it's 68 degrees. It's almost 69. That'll be nice. They don't really have any... Wait, do they? Hang on. No, I don't actually see any, like, example of how to use this. Because it's just kind of like, well, it works the same way as STD on a map. So actually, I guess I'll check that. Git. There's find. Is that how we do it? Okay. Oh dear. Alright, we'll go with that. Oh, we also have to construct it in place, don't we? Hello, darkness, my old friend. That's how I feel when I'm using something with C++ in it again. Okay. We're going to, well, you know what? Okay, we're gonna create it first. Click on it. Okay, you know what? Screw that. Actually, we're going to, gonna undo this and bring that back. Okay. We'll pass in the the path and the length. Alright. And we'll try to find it, and then here it is. What type do we get? Oh, we get that lovely thing. Is that an entire table? Oh, it's an iterator. It's just an iterator. Thank goodness. Okay, the first... it's the same as a city order map, but I forgot how that works. And the first one is... Oh wait, a pair that contains the key and the resource ID. Okay, and the second one is... the same thing. That's not right. Let me see how they use it on here. Oh, you just check if it equals the end or not. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh man, you know what? The C code was nicer. It genuinely was. But C++ like iterator crap, like this stuff is so painful. I don't like I'm sorry, I just don't get it, right? Someone was like, let's add this to the language. Why? Am I the only one who feels that way? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people probably like this stuff. I don't know. I just feel like it's so painful for some reason. Like, really? Like, the task of indexing a value in an array has to be wrapped inside of a class? It's like, no! It's an index! Like, you either have an index which is, like, actually, like, an int or something, right? Or you have a pointer. You don't need, like, a class, generally, for this. But, like, nah, that's how all the containers do it. Anyway, okay, so this is how you have to do it. So you have to say find, and then if you don't find, you gotta do this. Because, like, you would think, you know, because, having it just be something like, I don't know, you know, like, git, right? And then you could just pass in the key, and then, like, have it return the result. That'd be too easy. I guess it would have to return, I guess it would have to be, like, a conditional thing. I don't know, whatever. Okay, so, I'm gonna look, yeah, so we don't even need to access this, it's, well, actually we do, yeah, if we do find it, then it has to be, like, I'm a little confused, by the way, why are both of these returning the same thing? Oh dear. Iterator. Hang on, by the way, chat, I know I'm not reading it much. Let me do that. Git pushing? No, that can't happen. No, it will soon. I just want to get this to not randomly crash at times. First. This guy got back from work without boundary cycles. You tell me exactly. My favorite cutscene. What does it stand for? It's Hedge Render. It's like a rendering engine that I'm making for the new HedgeEdit. It's not the best name in the world, but I couldn't think of anything else. Yeah, but it's based off of what I have of a game engine I've been working on it for a little bit called Sugar. So I just needed a new name for it for this version of it. It's like a stripped down version of the Sugar engine, right? Anyway, I need a new name for this version. I'm just like, Hedge Runner, why not? Iterators are dumb. I agree. That's indeed how they work, and yes, it's stupid. Too much boilerplate. Yeah, it's like way too much. Like, I feel bad for the compiler developers. I mean, my goodness. They have to think like four-dimensionally, you know? Just to be able to even comprehend what they're writing. Alright, so what is this, by the way? The iterator is false. This. And that's a class. Okay, and it's whether it's constant or not. That's what that is for some reason. Okay, and then the little endian. Oh, they actually thought of that. Oh, they actually thought of that. Hang on, where we need to account for that, don't we? Oh, if you're using MSVC, they're just like, hey, you're little endian. Well, can we pass that in? 5 order equals little endian, otherwise 5 big endian. As 5 order equals. Oh, they're actually getting it properly. I didn't know that was a thing. That must be, yeah, GCC and Clang specific. It's also funny to me how much freaking code there is that's just like, if you're MSVC, then treat it like your Windows. Otherwise, you must be GCC or Clang, right? It's like, you know, never mind other compilers or other platforms. It's only those that anyone cares about. To be fair, though, that's really pretty much everything is GCC or Clang. So it's not a big deal. I just think it's funny. Okay, so hang on. So second is... So what's the difference? I don't even know what I'm looking at here. So first is that, and second is... Oh, second is just the resource ID. Got it. Okay, I see. So we need to do this. And I'm sorry, it's if it doesn't equal that. Okay, and then we want to return... We want to return success. If it does equal the end, then we want to not set that and instead... No, actually we do, yeah. We want to set it to the default, which is 0. And we want to return not found. Okay, and what else? Oh, this song. Why is this my playlist? We have to, you know, there are exceptions that do occur. And if we call this from C, then that's a problem, so we have to handle that. So tell you what we'll do, I hate this. I really do. This is how you do it, right? This is how you have multiple catches. Is that correct? I actually can't remember, it's been a while. Okay, we're only gonna check for those 2 cases for my sanity. Alright, it looks so bad, but it should optimize itself down to being good. Why do the headers actually look decent, Rad? I'm confused. This was unreadable usually. Oh, you're yeah. So I'm using Robinhood for the unordered map instead of Microsoft's implementation. The reason I'm doing that isn't just because performance. It's actually because straight up, like, have you used like unordered map in like a rendering engine? I don't know. Maybe your mileage is different than mine, but like my experience from it with it was that it was awful. For normal task, it's fine, but for a game engine or for a rendering engine, it's really bad because there's a little bit of like tax every time that you try to hash a string and find something from the dictionary, right? And it adds up so fast when you're doing it in like a render loop. It's just insane. It really is not good for games. So this actually is, so that's why I'm using it. But yeah, that's why it's readable. Okay, I think this is valid. Path length, okay, yeah, okay. So I really hate that I'm constructing this thing and then destructing it later, but it doesn't matter. I think the compiler will optimize the crap out of that. Okay, the thing is with this boilerplate stuff in C++, right? Like, I know the compilers do a really good job of optimizing things, but it's just, sometimes, you know, it's kind of hard for me to even imagine how it could optimize certain things. Do you know what I mean? Like, how can the compiler possibly fix some of this crap? Like, what I'm telling it to do here is make me a key object, and then copy that into this find function, and then create a new thing based on the key object, which you're gonna be copying pointers around to, but that's fine. And then when you're done, create an iterator and return that by value, I guess. Yeah, and then once you have that iterator, check that against the end iterator, which you also have to create. You know, like I don't know. And then also the exceptions stuff, but I do believe it actually will do it, so it'll be fine. Okay, so here we go. So, for this one. I think it's already insert. Yeah, it is. Wait, it's a pair? Oh, right. It's a pair. Okay, I think we can do this. I don't remember. Dictionary key. Oh dear. That's, yeah. Yep. You heard nothing. And the value will be the resource ID? No, last res ID. Is that actually valid? I guess it is. Now I'm positive there's a way that I could wrap this so that I don't actually have to put the try catch over and over every time. Like, there has to be like a function or a macro or something I could use to clean this up. But it'll be okay. So I don't know if we actually need to do that. I mean, because it'll clean itself up because of the destructor and everything. But, so it's not going to be a memory leak, it's just going to be a matter of like... just a thing in there that shouldn't be there, you know? But like, who cares? Maybe we should just add it first, you know? Yeah, that would actually be a lot easier, wouldn't it? So we don't have to do that anymore, we just do this. It failed, easy. And then when we go to add this to the dictionary, if it fails, then just pop. I really like the listing I came up with, actually. It's pretty nice. Oh, popping is just free, right? It's just, yeah, it just decreases the count. That's all it's doing. It's dead simple. Because it'll get freed later when you free the list, so it's, you don't have to do any memory readjustment. It'll be fine. Okay, so I guess that's fine, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, but this doesn't get set to a default? I mean, I don't know if that matters. Okay, I'll do this. I'll do my little trick that I do all the time and honestly probably shouldn't do. Okay, and then, I know, you're not, yeah, go too bad. But it's actually not that bad if you use it right. So yeah, we're gonna pop from the list, we're gonna set the result of that, then jump to failed, and then failed will set the resource into the default and return. Set default res ID and return failure. Alright. I can make that cleaner for sure, but it's not that bad. I never got rid of this. Oh, yeah. We don't actually free everything yet, do we? We'll need to fix that, obviously. I think all we have to really do is call this? Wait, no, it's, how would you do that? Is that it? What is it? Well, I guess it's not. How the frick do you do that? I can't remember. Hang on. Wait. Oh, I was close. I don't know why I don't know why I put the 2 colons there, actually. Yeah, okay, sorry. So, there is no destructor on this, but the default generated one should call the destructor for this, and that's very important. We want it to do that. Oh, you know what? There does need to be one, though, doesn't it? Now this doesn't break anything for some reason. I don't think it should, but... no, it should be fine. Okay. So obviously we want to destruct that, but that'll happen automatically. But this one's important. That is a list up here. So we do need to actually free this. Oh wait, what's wrong with that? Oh, haha. I'm a Dumbo. Dumbo the elephant. Oh. You know, actually, we don't need to do that. We're already doing it up here. Oops. Free archives. Yeah, that's that. We'll have to do that. Okay. One more thing I just remembered before we can run this. Hopefully. Anyway. How do you set the allocator? You can do that, right? You can't? What? What? No, you have to be able to do that. Default node allocator. Yeah, but like... free? Oh, wow. C++, but yet they're using malloc and free. Okay, tell you what. We're gonna search for stuff. What was that? Do they do call malloc. Oh no. Ah. Literally what I want is exactly the same thing as this, except I don't want malloc, I want HL alloc. I want the custom allocator that I made. That is the only difference. My goodness. This just constructs a... Yeah, this is constructing it in place, so that's fine. So, well, that's funny. They only use new when they need... Okay, so they don't use new for any memory allocation. So apparently their idea of realloc is actually free and then malloc. Assert not null, that alloc. Malloc. And key vowels. We only deallocate if we actually have data. 0 does not equal a mask. Yeah, but if we don't, then... Is this gonna be... null, right? Where is this coming from? Member mask. Oh, it is 0. Yeah, but what about this? Pointer to this. Oh! Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, they basically have to... I think there's a way they can realloc, but... in some instances, but to be safe and just for ease of use, they're just mallocing, so I see what they're doing. They're doing some trick where they're reusing that pointer for different things. Clever, actually. Alright, so, tell you what, I'm gonna... I'm gonna do something really, really cursed. Rad, no! No, Rad! Don't do it! Think of the kids! How could you? Yeah. I know Control H exists, but I want to make sure I don't screw anything up. Yeah. Yeah. We're just gonna do that. Why the frick not? We're only using it internally anyway. You can see what. See, this is why I don't use Control H, because I would have replaced all this, even with the match whole word only. Actually, I would have never replaced the freeings, but I would have replaced these. I guess it wouldn't have been a problem, but okay. Whew. Good code we got there. Rad, how's it going, homie? It's going aight. Thanks for asking. You just restarted from where you left. Don't mind you. Edits from 2 OCD. Oh, do I not have it in there? I guess I don't. I need to fix that sometime. Let's go to OC. Alright, so I probably made a mistake. Like, most definitely, right? But we're gonna build. Let's see what. Yeah. Alright. It's through. Oh. That is a problem. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Error. Attempting to reference a deleted function. Which one? It was implicitly deleted because it invokes a deleted or inaccessible function. Is that the copy constructor? Wait, this is with the hash. Oh. Oh, I hate these C++ errors. They're so bad. I'm gonna do another cursed thing. Why the frick not? Okay, so the type we want to be not this. I think we can eat that? I hope? It would also be a reference, I guess. Probably. I don't know. It can be. Alright. I'm gonna put it over here. Not that it matters at all, but hey. Alright, yeah, so about that. No. Can you build? Hey. Love this language. Explicit serialization requires template. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not right either. What's... Oh no, not these errors. I hate these. See reference to this function, see reference to this, see reference to that. The issue is here for some reason. Okay. Equal to key. Compiling this. While trying to match the argument list. Could be bool, no operator found, which takes a left-hand operand of type constant ty, which is a key. There should be. Well, oh, I guess there isn't. Oh, how do you do that again? It's bool, right? Let me get the exact. Yeah? No, I want a copy paste example, please. Gosh, this stuff is so bad sometimes. Operator equals. Yes, I want that. Just show me that. That's all I need is that one. I could probably remember how to do it before I could actually find the docs on it. That's how long it'll take to do this. Well, okay. Oh, I found it. Okay. Bool. Operator. Equals. Constant. Type. Other. Const. Return. Well, that's just silly, but how do we do this? Frick! Why does it even need this, actually? Like, straight up. Huh? It's actually gonna do a comparison? Like, that's bad. Okay, well. String compare pointer to other dot pointer. Actually, sorry, we want to do a memory compare because we're using this for more than just strings. And the size is data size. No, we want to do the minimum of either of them. No, it only matches if the size is okay, size. So we'll say key. Okay, we'll say size equals other dot size, and the memory is exact. That's how that means it equals. Okay. Are you satisfied? Yeah, you're satisfied. Okay. Oh, I'm scared to hit run. Let's go. What's wrong with this, by the way? It's always uninitialized. No, actually, it's not. You just can't see when I initialize it. Yeah. And it says it in here. Okay, so I just want to make sure we are hashing it. Key pointer, key size. Look at that. Alright, key pointer. Good. And we don't copy over the, you know, the null terminator, but I don't think it matters, because 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that should be fine. Run it. Okay, we have a problem. Well, we tried to free something that we could not free. If pointer does not equal buffer, which it shouldn't. Oh. But what happened here? Buffer is this. Pointer is this. Oh. So that should be able to free that. Right? But apparently not. Let's see what the frick went wrong here. Maybe I just freed it twice. Oh, I probably freed it twice. It's stupid. Okay, if the pointer is not equal to buffer... Wait, why are you hitting this first? Wait, what? Excuse me? That's really stupid. How did this happen? You're calling the destructor on this. I hate this stuff. Okay. Why is this happening? The pointer does not equal the buffer. There's data in the buffer, so that says to me that they... Okay, wait, this function ran it, just... I see what happened. Okay. Alright. So set that to buffer, yes. And so now they equal 2, 8, and 2, 8. Okay. There it is. Grab this actually. Okay. We'll put, you know what? We'll put breakpoints on all of this for now, so I can really understand it. Is that not a function to you? Okay, I guess it isn't. Alright, so I guess the copy constructor runs and that screws it up or something? Yeah. Okay. I see what happened. Oh, that's stupid. Okay, so we have to actually... and also, it runs the copy constructor just because it feels like it. That's awful. So we actually do want to put a move constructor on it if we can help, because if not, we're doing a lot of stupid, unnecessary copies. And it's like, bro... Why? Tell you what, hang on. I might have an idea. Can we not do that and instead just store like this? It should still match more. Okay, and then when we go to do this, instead of that, we just create it. It's not even really. I'll make a default constructor in a second, and then key.init, and that. Put this here somewhere. Is that fine? Okay, whatever. So, when we find, we're gonna, yeah, the other key is actually gonna be a pointer. Yeah! That's really silly. Yeah, you know, I don't think... Okay, here's, hang on. I don't think it's just gonna work with the pointer. We're gonna do something, we're gonna do a stupid thing to get around this. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna rename all of this to key data. I spent most of this freaking stream just getting this thing. Got it. I wanna get SV collision stuff working now, doggone it. I want this stream to be false advertising. Okay. And then we're gonna have this. And this will simply be a reference. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. And, yeah, I guess when you, I guess equals equals should work out of the bot. Probably won't, but let's see what we can do here. So it's basically just like the same thing as a pointer, but it's a little more complicated than that. Of course it is. The data. So we're gonna create one of these. Like so. What's wrong with this? Oh, whoops. Yeah, I did do that. Problem? Oh. Yeah, we'll fix that. Okay, that works now. What about this one? Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing here. Data. And you know, yeah. Now you're gonna reach for the stars. Take a chance of today. Okay. Alright. This will probably fail. Okay, yeah. Whew. Yeah, so I expected that, so let's add that real fast. Alright. That should be that operator, right? Yes, it should. Okay, build. What a cursed nightmare. Absolutely terrible. Alright. B8, B8. Well, it still is doing this. But I'm hoping that the reason now is... Oh, it's supposed to do it now. Okay, good, good. Okay, so this one's different. This is the bigger. That's actually not a string even. It's, yeah, it's the vertex format. Because we're hashing the vertex format as well, right? So... Fine. Okay, so let's get rid of the breakpoints now and just run it, because it seems like it's working. And I'm gonna copy paste this as well. Alright. That's the size, look at the other size. What is that? Oh man. Oh well, that's not okay, is it? What? Well, it does. I could have made this a pointer. Is this even supposed to happen? Maybe it is. Oh. Oh, right. I just remembered why that isn't gonna why that's happening. Ah. Okay. Freck. I remembered why. We have to, yeah, we do have to store this whole thing in there. Because we need to not delete that later. I don't know why I was thinking that would work. What's wrong with me? That sort of thing is probably what I did that caused the bug in the first place. So I forget what the issue was. It was that I needed a, it was that the copy constructor was being dumb, I guess. Right, okay, so, and the move constructors was not a thing, and I need to probably implement that. Okay, so to copy it, I really hate writing these, I'm really bad at them. To copy it, we don't want to actually copy the pointer. We want to check if this is the case. If size is less than buffer length. And we want to do this. Otherwise, just do this. Actually, I guess we can just do that regardless then. Sorry, yeah, we want to actually set it to buff. Okay, that should now be correct. Forgot to do this. Okay, we're just passing that in by reference though. Okay, so it shouldn't be destructed till later, but the copy constructor exists, so. Okay. So we definitely want to have a move constructor, but at least for now it's fine. Let's go, gamers! Once again. No, we still have the freaking bug! The worst! Okay, so what's happening here is this, yeah, the destructor just got called because this went out of scope. And the pointer did not equal the buffer, but it also apparently wasn't actually meant to be freed. So it's something wrong with the copy constructor once again. So this is the buffer, this is the pointer, okay. Not right, so let's put that, there, that breakpoint there, so we can see what's actually going on. Okay. The size is less than buffer length, it is. So what we're doing here is we're gonna set our pointer to our buffer. Alright. And then we're going to copy this into our buffer. Oh, I copied more than I meant to, actually, as well. Not that it was a big deal, but... Oh, so isn't this meant to be less than or equal to? Yeah. It is. What's this from? No, it's not. I think what's happening is maybe it's getting free twice. Oh, it's getting free. I see. And then when we're done, we mem copy. So, okay, we'll do that. Yeah, I see, because it's getting freed. I get it. Oh no. That was just a warning because we threw in a function that said no accept, right? Yeah. This is a gamer PogChamp. Okay. Alright, it seems to be working now. So here's HedgeEdit, everybody. Let's watch it die. Okay, okay. Promising. Promising stuff. There are in fact 7 of these, I think. Okay. So we're going to check if that succeeded. Oh, it did. Good, it's succeeding. So let's eat this, keep this, and eat the rest. Hey! Alright. Good, we fixed all of that. Now, it is, in fact, loading the whole thing into memory, which is more memory than would be desired. But it does work. I like that it's just delete still, because I'm too lazy to fix that. Alright, now this is gonna have a memory leak, but will it error? Oh, it does. It actually errors. Uh-oh. Source isn't available. Nani? So it errored here. When it tried to delete the dictionary, that's what caused the error for some reason. At some point it tried to call free. This is the problem for some reason. And data equals null. Did that die because of the thing that they have a comment there for? Another music a tiny bit? Okay. Is that better? Actually, it looks like it's a bit loud still. How's that? Wait, so we're freeing null. I mean, it should be fine though, actually. Oh wait, no, we're freeing M key values, which is not null. And that is resulting in a problem. Perfect, that's good. Critical error detected. So there's like a heap corruption going on. Oh, that's just really fun. I love when that... Man, I love heap corruptions. They're the freaking best. Oh, there's a SVCOL somewhere, wasn't there? That might have been the problem. Ah, what? Oh. Yeah, I forgot that it worked like that. I always thought that was weird. Let's see, I like worked that way. That was probably the issue, actually. Let's find out. Oh, thank goodness it was. Okay, great. So there's still a memory leak going on with the DirectX stuff, but I already knew about that. We're gonna fix that later. Ooh, good. Sounds catchy, TM. Okay. So we have terrain, gamers. That is, in fact, a thing that is happening. So we don't have the instances like loading the way they should yet, but I don't really care. This is where I wanted to be yesterday, but I'm here today. Don't know how to feel about that. Anyway. Oh, and I did load all the packs, apparently. Well, wait, all of them? Really? You're drawing the whole thing? Oh. Oh! Oh, the memory usage isn't that bad, actually. But something is wrong, because there's some more models than this. Tell you what, we're gonna, actually, hang on. When this is all done, you know what? I'm gonna just do this again, just temporarily. Put a breakpoint on that. So, is that actually loading the whole stage that fast? Yeah, get rid of that. Goodness gracious. No, it isn't. It says there's 7. There's 7 models in total. No. Wait, I didn't catch it though. How many terrain groups were there? There should be one for every pack. Two. That's as if it's still loading just 2 of them. That's very weird. Did I forget to undo something somewhere? Let's recompile this. Build that again. Okay, so I'm gonna put a breakpoint here so that we can see when each pack is loaded. So 0, 1. So I'm gonna put it actually up here. 2, 3. Let's put it there. Oh. Oh dear. Access violation, reading location, whatever that is. What's the issue? And why is this happening now, but it never happened before? Oh no. Buffer description. I hate errors like that. It's something wrong with this. Oh, we haven't created anything else yet, so yeah, we're just writing. No, this is fine. We're creating the whole thing. Could be something with the device. It's actually airing out when I try to create the buffer. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. It must be something with the actual device pointer or something. Or something, I don't know. Yeah, it must be dying there for some reason. Memory's getting screwed up, I guess? I don't know. Does it really not know how this works? It doesn't have any freaking clue. Okay. I mean, it should be valid, but I guess it's not. Run it again. Maybe it'll work this time magically. Okay. It worked that time magically. So it must have returned early. That must be what's happening. Let's see. I'm awfully confused as to what the problem is. 494. Wait, 49D3? D4F. It must be something with one of the models that's trying to make. Why does it only happen sometimes? Oh man, I hate these bugs. The ones that are like, sometimes it crashes. These are the worst. It's almost as bad as Spider Dude. Out of memory. That is the perfect timing for that. Okay, so it ran out of memory. So sometimes the error triggers, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. So, okay. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Okay. Run it again. There's some weird bug that's causing it to pass an invalid value sometimes. It seems as though for some reason if I put a breakpoint on this, the result tends to be different every time. Or not, maybe it won't, maybe it'll not work sometimes. Sometimes if you just stall. There it is. Okay, size, yeah. No, it's not, I mean, it's not that big. Wait, I guess it is? I don't know. That's the, no, that's the entire size of the vertex mode, but that's tiny. That's not a problem at all. What is it then? Vertex size, vertex count, size. It's not that the size is too much. It's, for some reason, there's an access violation reading this. Hey, I hate it here. I really don't know why that's happening. Huh. What's even at that address? Well, nothing. But where are you getting that pointer from? That's what drives me nuts about these kind of bugs. It's like, oh, I'm trying to read that. It's like, yeah, but why? But why, though? It's something about, like, when it actually goes to call this? Well, I can't even see that source, but when it actually goes to create the buffer, it's because it's going into that function. It's going into the create buffer function. So it's trying to actually create it. But it might just not be dereferencing this until it gets in there. So it could very well just be that this is incorrect. If you actually grab whatever instance is set to, and I don't know. Huh. I'm so confused, actually, as to what it is. Oh, I really hate bugs like this. I see the to-do there, but that's not for this. That's for something else. That should not be causing this. No. It's something about this third pack that tends to just screw everything up. Well, I guess actually it's this pack. Oh wait, was it... So it didn't fail until it went to call that, right? It's 10 now. It's only when it goes to parse that it fails. Is that right? Yeah, the parsing fails. But up until that point, it's fine. So the parser is what's actually gonna end up calling this too, isn't it? So what ends up... I mean, this is a problem. Well, no, sorry, it's not a problem. It shouldn't be. Also, actually, no, that needs to be... Okay. Parse time. Okay, we failed. This is the function that's failing. Okay, where can it even fail that ends up like running out of memory? In several places, I guess, but okay, it's probably this. It's almost certainly one of these. Actually, that's the only place I see that it even can't. Well, no, that or the parser. It is probably the parser. It's most certainly the parser, actually. It's beautiful. There's that again. So I think those both are just caused by the same bug, right? But what is the bug? That's what we're about to find out. Just gotta keep trying till that part doesn't happen so that we can find the other time where it goes wrong. Okay. It failed when it called this with out of memory. I assume because... Okay, let's see what we can find from... Let's see what we can figure out from this. Here's the model. Oh, it's bad data. We got bad data, okay. But this didn't fail. We have data and data size. Okay, so if we look at that real fast. That's data, that's valid. Data size is also valid. So it was something that this generated, I guess. Oh, this all looks good, actually. This all looks good. So it must be, W5 mat TK, okay. This is not valid at all, but the rest is, so, I think I just forgot to set that. So actually I don't think it was invalidate, I think I was just being an idiot. Okay. But then do I ever copy into that? Copy name, oh I do. Model name and length, well maybe the model name like is just 0, I don't know. Hey Death, how you doing? Okay. Wait, what is this about? Oh, we're loading the fourth one now? Oh, no, this is the problematic one. Bridge, fall big. Fall big is what killed it. Do we know the... Fall big, that's it. That's the culprit, that object right there. Well, that, you know what I mean. For some reason that happens. What I'm really confused about though is it doesn't seem like it was even a problem, right, until... Okay, so let's actually run that again. Wait, because I lost track of that. This it's really good sounding. Holy crap. Okay. Not broken bridge, it's fall big. This is the one. Wait, are you already in there? HO model buff. What? That doesn't even make any sense. How are you... How did that even get in here? No. What? You mean to tell me that you haven't copied it yet and it's just already... What is happening? I'm so confused. Okay, hang on. Maybe it already caught. I don't know what's going on here. This +1. For some reason, I don't even know why I had it set to that. Wait, actually, what was I thinking? Oh, that's the end of the model, so we're gonna put it there. Oh, it's just Windows like reusing the memory, I guess. Okay. Well, no, not really, because it ended up... Yeah, it is. I don't know, that's so weird, but okay. Fall big. But it failed. For reasons I don't really understand either. This may have... Oh, I already freed it. That's why the garbage data is there. Okay, so the issue is not with that. The issue is purely that, when I go to... Okay, yeah, run this again. One more time. You're doing good. You got another object mostly done last night, though to finish it I need your Swift documentation. You said with 80% done, so I can get the Wii U Swift working somehow. I sent a clip on Discord if you want to check it out. Thanks, I'll check it out in one moment. Yeah, so I have most of Swift figured out. I don't remember how much of it I wrote in a good... Like, I have a lot of it written down in C++ HedgeEdit, but I don't remember if... I don't think I made a proper spec out of it or anything. I don't know how readable it is. And there is one major part that I didn't figure out. I think I told you about that already, but... what is it? It's been so long. I think it was the part that, actually, like, maps the images to the... Something, I don't remember. Oh, yeah, I think that it's the part that maps the cast to the images or something like that. It's actually... It's a pretty important piece, but it's sad. It's like one of the only parts of the file that I haven't figured out yet. So yeah, I don't know how much you could get in there currently, but hopefully it would be enough to at least get most of the file ported. It'll be a pain though. But yeah, I can send you that if I can find it. I don't know where I put it. Came back at a good song. Hey, I just want to say hello for now though. As you're watching your friend play Henry Stickmin because you're a cheapskate. Anyways, the Henry Stickman collection. I know nothing about it. It's cool though. Okay. So this is the part where it dies. Okay, so here we go. Fall big. Okay, so screw this. We're falling big. When we go to create this, before we do anything else, we're gonna look at the model. Fall big. Okay, what's the problem? Mesh group count is valid. I think the required buffer length is just somehow gonna end up being too big. So, mesh count is 1, 2, 0. It's not that big, so that shouldn't be the reason it's failing. Oh. It either does this or it has an out of memory error. Well, okay, but anyway, at least it looks like there's actually not a huge bug. It's just a matter of Actually, I might be wrong. There might be a huge bug. I don't know. It seems like it's literally just a matter of like one of these. Oh, this is a problem. Sorry, I need to stop. I need to eat these for a moment. I like how it still is just zooming out. I'm sorry, by the way, I haven't forgotten. Just give me one moment. Far base, far mountain, sand base, sand base, sand base, sand base. Broken bridge, fall big. I mean, that actually might be a problem. There it is. Out of memory. The problem was this. There were 2 transparent meshes, but for some reason we ran out of memory when we did that. How did we run out of memory here? Because we're not even allocating anything here, are we? Oh, we are. We are creating a buffer. And that's also where the other code dies at. So actually, I don't even think I don't even think it's not even like a deeply rooted bug or anything. It's just a matter of like this one model is screwing something up. So we gotta figure out why that is. Okay, there's the vertex count, there's the faces. The vertex number index is 0. I don't see anything wrong with this, to be honest with you. Vertex count is 42. Okay, but what's the, this? Hang on. Where's the, wait, no, where's it at? Hang on. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, how do you get that? Here we go, vertex formats. Oh, okay. That should be fine. How did you run out of memory? Like, no, really. Alright. Are you in search of followers, primes, and views? Come on, bigfollows.com. Sorry, hang on, let me pull it up. It's loading. You're working on another object right now? It does surf write stuff in code? Oh, that's awful. And it has tiny FFN stuff in it. Oh, that's the worst. You're gonna die. Yeah, I can see why. Wait, let me see what you did here. Oh dear. Sorry, I don't know why that's happening again. Let me try that again. Oh, hey! Yo, freaking nice. Wow, this like Windows like movies and TV app, like I knew it was bad. Man, it is really freaking bad, isn't it? Let's use literally anything else. This might be loud. Oh, it wasn't. Okay. Wow, sorry, I know I'm just watching it over and over, sorry. That's so satisfying. Dude, it's so awesome that you got that working. The site is legit. Oh, I'm sure it is. It's not any of these. It's the ones in the third pack. Okay, fall big. You know what I say. Fall big or fall home. Worst joke of my life. So these are the ones that should be correct. Okay. That's bigger. So that's when it failed. It might have been the indices. I mean, that is bigger, but that shouldn't be so big that it's only, it was like, what, maybe a, I didn't even see how big it was. But wait, hang on, it didn't trigger this breakpoint or this one. So it must be in here. But this is happening. Oh, it's the vertex format, isn't it? So it has nothing to do with this. Run that. fun TM. I definitely should put that another line, huh? No, Super Mario Brothers. Whee! Wait, can I play this? This is fantastic, but I don't think I can. I don't know if that feels very copyrighted. I don't know why that's in my playlist. Hang on. I've heard this before. It's really good, but I don't know if I can do that. You need to somehow figure out the effect format soon as well, so the coin in that flower can get its own effect back instead of the ring one. You're gonna try not to think about that yet, though. I don't blame you. It sounds nightmarish. Okay, here we go. Fall big. Here we go. Not found. Okay, so this still we're good. Out of memory. Okay, so this time, when we try to get the resource ID, this returned out of memory. Oh dear. Yeah, not a good sign. That really should not be happening. Something with the freaking dictionary again? Get rid of this. I know there's a much better way I could do this. What I'm doing, I'm sure. Sometimes this just happens, and I don't get why. It's related to the vertex format somehow, I guess. It's triggering out of memory, so that says to me that like it must be trying to allocate like way more memory than, you know, that it needs to. Okay, it didn't hit that breakpoint, so it's not that part that's failing, or at least if it is, it just didn't trigger that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's this line. Let me make sure that the breakpoint is in the right spot. It is. Sometimes they move when you start it, it's kind of annoying. So key.init is what failed. Wait, no. Breakpoint on it. We're good now. Compiler is so unhelpful with this stuff too sometimes, like... One, two... Alright, we failed. Great. Why did we fail? That's why we failed. We got garbage data. Why did we get garbage data? Is this okay? Is this okay? It is, but the vertex elements thing is not. No, it's not okay, is it? It's not freaking okay. Count isn't either. What? So obviously the hash size is, yeah, just stupidly big. Okay, so this isn't right. Okay, so is it the pointer that's wrong? It shouldn't be. One, two, three, okay, and then this is not valid, whatever this is. Okay. Where did this come from? These meshes? Oh, is it a special slot? No. Okay, but I'd be willing to bet that this actually happens with this too. Hi, remember You know, remember this? That was fun, wasn't it? Models, model count, write MTO, and file path. Okay. Fall big. I don't know if it was this one or the other one. Could have been either. Where's it at? Is that it? Build that. Hey, come on. Aha! Yeah, so it is actually, it's a bug in HedgeEdit. Okay. Had to verify that one. Okay, so what's the problem? No idea, but it is just, it's a bug with HedgeEdit, so we can fix that. I hope the other bug was caused by the same thing, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so name offset, these are the mesh slots, and then for each slot, it like gets the material name size, it gets the face count, the vertices, the vertex format, it gets the elements. That might be too big is the thing. Okay, well, so when we run this, that's one of them. Okay, so when we go to do this, right? See what happens for each one of these. So that one should have succeeded, this one should probably fail. It didn't though, oh dear. Okay. All this is getting put into this. Not right. Not right at all. What's end pointer set to? I don't remember. Oh, it's set to the end of this. So it's reading the vertex formats first, and the idea is that later it's going to read this. Okay. Hey Skype, welcome back. That didn't work out right. I've caused a big bug. I don't know how I did this. Oh, that's bad too. Just bad stuff all around. Fascinating. The face's pointer is looking wrong too, but maybe it's right. Can't tell. This is definitely wrong though. That's just like, oh no, it's not. Oh, sorry. What about this? No, actually, this is all correct. Mabi, the problem is just the The rest of this hasn't been set up yet, but we read those later. Okay, but this is a problem. Oh no! Where's that coming from? Oh. Oh. I made some dumb decisions today. Okay, Matt's it's a pointer to the materials. Yeah, this is it. And we're pushing to it as though it's a list. So in this instance, we're supposed to be subtracting the count of this, and then getting the data from that. But obviously something has gone horribly wrong. So how did this happen? How did we get to this point? Oh, did I not initialize the material list thing correctly yet? Maybe that's all that I did. The spoopy song. Sure love the spoopy song. It's my favorite song. Bruh. So the issue doesn't actually happen until here, somewhere. Petition to rename Boolean mesh slot to punch. Is punch better? What do we get here? I guess it's failing up here. Oh, it's just failing because it can't find the dang... Okay, but what I'm confused about is why is the, Okay, so this part of it makes perfect sense. Hang on, but this part of it I'm confused about. Where's Matt's at? There it is. Oh. No. Oh no. Okay, that's what the issue is. Okay. Oops. Hang on. Where do I set it? Okay, so this is starting at 0 and it goes from there. Why did I think that was a good idea? No, like genuinely? Is that what I meant to do? Because I'm trying to, I don't want to free the current one, right? Okay, so that should now fail correctly. It fails in the proper way. No, it still is being terrible. Because Matt's count is greater than 0. Oh dear, no, this is the problem. Frick. What I'm meant to do is this. Right? So yeah, so see what the current add by I is, and if it's greater than 0, then subtract it, and then go into this. That's what I meant to do. Okay, let's make sure that works. Why aren't you just doing a for loop? Yeah, because... Oh, I never made that work. This is a for loop that goes through all the the mat name references, and it fixes them. And if at some point in this loop it were to fail, because there's no like smart pointers or garbage collection or anything like that in C, you have to free anything that it allocated in the previous loop. So say that you're on material number 4, right, and then you fail, you have to free everything that was allocated during the 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and the 0th, I guess, loop. So what I'm doing is I have this the index anyway, right? So just jump to this, go to this loop here, and then just say, alright, subtract this and, you know, free all the materials that you have already loaded. So start with 3, then 2, then 1, and, you know, free all the ones you've missed. The reason I'm doing it as a while loop instead of a for loop is just because generally what I'm trying to do is when I have a simple loop that just goes through an array in a certain order, so forward to backwards and nothing else, and no weirdness is going on, I try to just have a for loop. Because when a programmer sees this, they just immediately freaking know what that means, right? It's like, oh, it's a for loop, it goes through an array. Easy, right? But when I do something weird, when I try to do something where it's like, you need to pay attention to what this loop is doing, it's more complicated than you think, I purposely try to use a while loop instead. Because that way, I feel like this jumps out at people. People see while and they go, what? What's this? What's this mean? Right? Like, I don't get what this is doing. I need to, you know, and then you pay more attention to the code, and then when you do, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. So that's why I do that. Okay, so that wasn't actually an issue. That was just that I didn't have the material data copied over there, so I'm kind of confused as to what was actually causing it to crash, but we'll figure it out. What was the material I was trying to look for anyway? Blob load, buff pointer. TKS blend 503. Oh, it's a train common. I mean, we should probably just copy all of these, but I know I can just, I know I don't need to copy these, I can just pass in the directory like a normal human being would do. Imagine being normal, though. Assertion failed. Oh. We found one! Oh boy! Wait. Value, okay. Oh! Is this actually one, or is this just a thing that's not working correctly? It's 1! What the frick is this? We found a U32 parameter that isn't 0! I never thought I would find one. Okay. This is a freaking mystery we've uncovered. Well, gang, looks like we have another mystery on our hands. So, okay. Well, it literally is just a UN32, isn't it? I thought it might have been something more special than that, but apparently it's sort of just, it literally is just a UN. Okay. You swear that was a bool? Is it a bool? Because I think it's, because it looked like it was a big endian. I don't know which material that was I was just looking at, but I'll let it hit that again. Yeah, it's that part I have highlighted up there. That looks like a UINT to me, because it's 4 bytes and it's big endian. I haven't swapped it yet. So it's supposed to be like, if it was a bool, I would think it would be like just 1 would be the first byte. I mean, it could be 4 bools, I guess, but I think it actually is just a UINT. Is that for shader representation? No, this is in the material files. Hang Hang on, which material is this? I actually don't know. No, I don't seem to be able to... Oh, hang on. Is this it? Name? It's TK1S Blend 503. It's that same problematic one from before. Here, let me show you what it does. So you know how they, materials have parameters, obviously. Oh, are they permutations? Oh, okay. They can enable shaded permutations through these uint parameters, like enable on tangent. Oh yeah, yeah, but it's a uint. It looks like. Now wait, why did I put an assert for this? Because I knew this could be 1. I guess I wasn't thinking. Okay, well yeah, that's a uint. Oh, so that's what they're for. They're for permutations. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's what it looked like it was, but I wasn't sure. So do you think, what do you think they call it? Like, they wouldn't just call it like U32 params, I wouldn't imagine. I would think they would actually be called like permutations. I don't know. It's so weird, right? Because you would think, take like Sakura Wars enables 8 bones per vertex through materials as well. Oh, cool. Thanks. I'll have to look into it. I have it on an external hard drive, hanging around somewhere. So something interesting about the materials is apparently they actually can have multiple values, not just one. So like that's the reason that they have a pointer to the value instead of it just being the value. It's because they have an array of values that they can store there. It's just that I've never actually once encountered a parameter that has this set to anything more than 1. But I looked at the Lost World compilation, I saw that it was actually iterating based on what this number is. So you would think that if this was just supposed to be a boolean, they would just have it be a boolean, and not have the value count array, but it seems like instead they've actually stored it as a uint. So I guess they actually do have like U32 params, and they can be anything, but in this game they just use it for permutations. Oh, they have params in this order: float, int, bool, sampler. You seem exact same in the materials. What? Holy frick! Where'd you find that at? Well, dang. Thanks. Well, let's see. Well, vec4 param count, unknown 1, and then U32. So, to my knowledge, there's only... Yeah, there's one unknown, this could be like a... No, sorry, it's this, yeah. These are definitely the, like, param counts, and these are the param types. I'm fairly certain that this is also another params offset, but I've never seen it used. So, PS param files and gens are that. Ah, right. Gotcha. So float would be first, and that's vec4, okay. Int would be second, and that's unknown 1, I guess? And then bool is third. And then samplers, and they don't store those as parameters, they store this as, something else, I guess, because they have the texture data. They don't need to have samplers in the material. What data are they going to put for that? Okay, so I guess that means that this is being used as Boolean, but I guess they just store the bools as uints? Sampler equals... Right. I gathered that. Okay, so these are actually bools then. And I assume that these are... stupid question. Are they, in the PS params, do you know if they're signed ints or unsigned? I don't know if it matters. They're probably signed, knowing Sonic Team, but maybe not. So I guess that's what this is. And also, I don't know if this is necessarily a... So I wonder if, like, one of these flags, like these... Like this one that says 2 or whatever, I wonder if that controls the size, right? Oh, wait, 2 or 0? Oh, wait! I forgot that I put that there. This is it, right? Yeah. Yeah, so if flag 1 is 0, I guess that means it's 4 bytes, and if it's 2, it's a vector 4. This is like the type, right? Hang on, how would that work? I don't know. I guess that's the type, so I guess 0 is like... Well, they wouldn't need to store the type. It needs to be like the size, but how does 2 come out to a vector 4, right? That's what's confusing me. I guess it could be... I don't know. You could multiply by 2 or something weird like that, but... you can check it if you want. I'll give you... Oh, sure, thank you. That'd be... I didn't realize you could just hold it up. Yeah, that would be fantastic if you don't mind. DD9 has them signed. As far as I just follow that. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks a ton, I appreciate it. So I'm just gonna assume that that's what this is. Because it does look, that does seem to be the case. And it's probably that in the in early versions of the format too, because they had those values there the whole time. They may also just be reserved values originally, but it seems to me like that. I think this is actually what it is. I'm not sure though. So yeah, I wonder, because if it is a vector 4, it could be like dimension type maybe, and 0 could just mean 1D. Oh, you just add, well, yeah, and then 1 would be I don't know, 2D. Maybe they don't need 3D, so maybe they just have 1D, 2D, and 4D. Because I can't remember how DirectX stores. I don't think you can't really just put a vector 3, right? It has to be padded to a vector 4 in the shaders. Like if in HLSL you put like a float 3 or whatever, it actually is stored as a float 4, if I'm not mistaken. But I think you can have a float 2 and then another float 2 next to it. So I can see why they might need float 1, float 2, and float 4, but not float 3. So maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's what the, maybe that's why it's 2 instead of like 4 or something. I should write that down in case, somewhere, just in case I forget that. Can I show you the parameter struct again? Yeah, here it is. I'm thinking that first flag is like dimension type. So like what I'm thinking is 0 is 1D, 1 is 2D, and 2 is 4D. And the reason I think that they skipped 3D is because in HLSL I don't believe you would need that generally. Sure, no problem. I'm probably wrong about that, but let me write it down just so that I don't forget it for later. That's kind of a weird theory, but maybe that's what it is. I have no idea. Yeah, flag 2 is always 0. They might use it somewhere, but same with flag 4. I haven't seen it used yet. And this definitely looks like a count of values to me. At least that's what it seemed to be from what I looked at. Okay, so I need to fix all the errors I just caused now. Oh yeah! Oh, it's so corny. I should probably, like, actually assert that. Oh well. Oh, wait, when did I do this? Wait, what? Oh, it's a hedge thing. Oh, okay, it's fun. Oh, oh. Oh, wait, no, that actually is correct. Am I the one who feels like the song feels like someone in denial? It's gonna be alright! You know? I'm not burning alive, it's fine! I'm just gonna roll with the assumption that these are bulls. This is definitely one of the corniest songs in the Sonic franchise, but it's not bad. It's just very corny. So actually we do want to get rid of this. So we know what it is now. With his friends. What's wrong with this? Oh. Oh, yeah. So whatever. Oh yeah. It's amazing. Okay. Whew. Why are cheese and corn adjectives? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know who started that. Yeah, whose idea was it? Like, this is corny, as in when I like it's similar to corn. It's like, what the frick does that mean, dude? They're probably high. Value count is indeed the value count. Nice. And generations calls the int parameters int4. Oh, really? So they are in fact ints. Hey, freaking awesome. Cool. So we have that figured out then, I guess. Thank you so much, man. Okay, flag 1, flag 2, and flag 4 aren't used in reading ints. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you. So maybe they're only used for floats then. Each int has 4 values. Oh, it's like a int 4? Oh yeah, that's what you just said. Yeah, int 4. Wow, wow, okay. Int 4 is really? I wonder if they ever used that or not. They're int 4s. Okay. Weird. Oh no, was if I think Skype meant that they're, like vector 4s, but with ints. But I might be wrong. Like there's, 4 ints. So, hang on, so flag 1 is always 2, pretty much, from what I've seen. Actually, you know what, actually, I don't know. Oh. No, it's always 2 in the vector 4 ones, from what I've seen. It's only 0 here. So I assume it's not used for bool and int 4 parameters? It's probably only used for floats. Why do they need... Why is it 2? What is it? Those are the exact same each value as 1 byte now instead of 4? Oh, it's a bool for. Oh. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so there's nothing that controls... There's nothing that controls the flags, like the size of it then, okay. Okay. Rule 4. So maybe it makes more sense just to refer to these as... we'll go with that. Well, I don't know. Bool 4 looks stupid. Is that just me? Bool 4. I don't think Int 4 looks that bad, but Bool 4 looks stupid. Yeah, I don't think it matters. Okay, so we're gonna replace. Alright. It was a joke, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. What called him Int 4? I need to get confused. I mean, what else do you call him? I think it's just kind of under the assumption that, like, you know, why, oh, okay. It's like, why would you make a 4-bit int? Right, so it must be something else. But yeah, that's true, it is kind of weird. Oh, I never renamed that. Two by two by two by two, why not a bool 4? I don't know. Smartly incompetent. Yeah, some teams very interesting sometimes. Okay, let me I know Control H exists, obviously. Well, I can probably get rid of this assert, to be honest, because it seems like it seems like we're pretty confident. I mean, you looked right at the EXE, so I'm fairly certain that this is actually how they work. But yeah, I just want to leave that there for now, just because if I load up one myself, I want to actually like know about it, so I can check it out, because I want to see them in action. There's one thing. Oh. What is it? Because I'm going to change these as well. Let's do that plus that. Wow, what terrible code I'm writing. Okay. That'll work though, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just mem-copying them, that's what I thought. Okay. One definite, like, potential issue is, oh, well, this, but... Let me confirm. Yeah. Take your time, no rush. Yeah, this makes perfect sense. Really does. Okay, int for param count. Yeah, let's say bool for, let's do it up here too, and let's make a function for this. I'll do that down here as well. Okay, so basically, right, instead of... Maybe I should make an int4 struct, to be honest. Well, for the time being, I'll just do this. This will be fine. So... each time, right? We'll just do this actually. Well, I mean, we could, it's fine, who cares? We'll swap them. Two, three, four, and yeah, we won't even use I2. We're just gonna do that over and over. So swap the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, and then you just keep repeating that until you swap all of them. That's what that should do. Okay. Oh, hey, so Johnny, how you doing? A lot. I don't know, give me a second. Param offsets? Oh. What's wrong? From U8 to U32 restrict. I mean, it did work, but we want to fix this. It's in both of these, actually? U8, here it is. That's fine. Oh, we're casting... Oh, oops. That's not something I can do so easily. It's a good song, actually. Well, that again. Good. Yeah, so we ended up fixing some material stuff. Like material loading. It looks like there's some HedgeEdit material stuff that I guess we've never had cracked until now. So that's pretty cool. They had different types of material parameters, not just vector 4s, and they use them sometimes. They use them a lot in forces for permutations for shaders. I knew that much, but I didn't know there was also int ones. That's pretty cool. And apparently they were supported all the way back in Unleashed, I guess, or at least in Gens. So it's pretty cool. We also got HedgeEdit. I switched HedgeRunner to C++ so that I could use Robinhood directly and not have to worry about other stuff. And I have it to the point now where you can load up the stage, but it's for some reason it's crashing on this one model. So I have all these breakpoints. It's this model, fall big. This one tends to screw up real bad. The issue seems to just be that. That is the issue. Oh dear. I don't even know where it's getting that. Okay, somehow this whole thing is screwed. Look at that. It says that there's this many vertex elements. How many is that? I think that's 51 billion? Is that right? 51,539,608,774 vertex elements. There's not that many. Should go without saying. But yeah, there's not that many. So it's reading some screwed up memory. Weird though, because, okay, there says this one vertex. It's getting the first vertex format, right? This first one is fine. Yeah. So it seems like what's happening is for some reason it's like trying to access a vertex format that comes out of its... Yeah, what's the count? Yep. That's the problem. We're trying to read something outside of the boundaries of that. So it's like invalid data. Okay, so we can fix that. That's easy. That should be easy. Hopefully it is. Don't want to jinx myself here. Oh, wait, you're even more confused? Why are the other bytes there if they aren't used? The flags? Maybe they were used in Unleashed and they're not used anymore. I don't know. But wait, they're not used in floats either? That's weird. Maybe we should, at some point, like, start up Cheat Engine. Put a breakpoint on, you know, like, find the material in memory and then, like, put a breakpoint on the flags. That'd be fun. Oh, do you have, oh yeah, you have the Unleashed, stuff. I forgot. Forgot that you set that up. Are you using Engager for that, or IDA? Or something else, I guess. So somehow when we're setting the index, we're screwing up sometimes. Oh! Okay, we're setting I to the mesh count. Yeah, but that should be correct, because, yeah, there's one vertex format per mesh. But wait, it's a mesh slot. Oh. No, but it still should be correct, if I'm not mistaken. Well, actually, not quite. Okay, well, we definitely need to fix that. I'm gonna say... Global Mesh Index. And, oh no. There. So that should be 0 first. Yeah. Alright, it should be fine. So, that's the only place that we ever set that, right? Yeah, right. So when we do this... What's this in? Mesh groups read. There's version 0, version 1, version 2, and version 3 and 5, which are the same. Using IDA Pro, all versions use the same material reader code, so the other bytes are unused? No. They're never used? Interesting. Huh. Well, I guess we don't need to worry about it, then. Huh. They must be, like, meant for their tools or something? Maybe they're reserved or something? Well, yeah, I totally understand flag 4, or flag 2, I think? Yeah, the ones that are set to 0, right? I totally understand those being reserved. But the one that's set to 2 every time? For float forward parameters? Well, I picked the third byte, you picked the first one. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess maybe the first 2 are used, and maybe the 4th one is reserved. I don't know. But they're not used in the game, it seems. So maybe they're used by their tools only, right? I don't know. I don't know what the tools would need to do that the game doesn't. But maybe they're like... I don't know. I have no idea. That's really weird. Genuinely very strange. What's this about? Oh, okay, we'll fix that. But mesh groups read is just called straight by the parse. Yes, so good. So we can just have the global thing be here. Where's my cursor at? There it is. This is so buggy sometimes, I swear. It's gotten worse over the years too, in that regard. You don't need the special slots yet, that's just stellar. So that's all fine. What I'm confused about is, yeah, why is it not even reading the second? Hang on, let me see something fast. Oh, this is really stupid. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I committed code with this bug in it. That is really embarrassing, actually. That's so stupid what I did. So, right, so it was actually just replacing the same format over and over again. The only reason that it didn't actually, like, cause crazy weird vertex bugs and errors is that I guess that they just use the same freaking vertex format for every model pretty much always, right? So, okay, so like, for example, right, if you have like 4 different meshes with 4 different vertex formats each, because each one has its own vertex format, right? What was happening is it was gonna like read the first one, and then it was going to like read the second one and replace the contents of the first thing it just generated with the second one, and then it would do that with the third, and then the fourth as well. So you end up with just like the last one. It was really stupid. But it wasn't a problem because they tend to just use the same vertex format for every... Like, to be honest, I really don't understand why they have one vertex format per mesh, because they don't ever really use that. To me, it's really silly. We're gonna reset it here. Okay, so parse vertex formats, parse meshes. Right. Run that. Okay, so that should have fixed the bug unless I did something stupid, which I likely did. Oh, I did. Good. How did that happen? I broke it. I completely freaking broke it. Result failed. Invalid args? What's invalid about it? Oh, size is 0. Oh, that's pretty, yeah, that's pretty invalid. Not gonna lie. Vertex format size is 0. That's pretty invalid. How many of these are there? 3. Okay. That seems correct, but it seems like whatever this one is not right. So what? Oh. So they're not getting filled in. That's the thing. It's not like reading them right. Go through all the meshes. Mesh count. Doing the same thing pretty much. I don't know, it's weird. It should be reading them all correctly every— oh, I never increased this. Oh. I'm a big dummy dum-dum. You think the enable additive blending bool is actually a blend op? Yeah, I thought about that. Hang on, what's wrong with this now? I know in Sega NN they had a blend op, so I thought it might be that. But I was looking at it and I didn't know the values of it. From what I saw, it didn't. You just try it. Oh wait, really? You made it subtract? Oh. Well, all right, that's confirmed then. I like how we never knew any of this stuff until tonight, and there's nothing special really that happened that allowed us to figure it out. We just decided to do it now. Like all these years, you know, that's the additive blending bool. There's only vector 4s, you know, and then we're just like, I wonder if that's right. Oh, I guess it's not. Alright, well, awesome. Thank you. So that's the additive blending bool you said? Yeah, that makes sense. Blend op. So that's, same values as D3D blend op. Thank you. That's in D39, yeah? Oh, I looked this up before. I pulled this page up before because I had the same theory. Call it blend operation. Well, in the, in NN, they actually refer to it as, blend op. So it's kind of consistent, but I can change it if you want. Oh, so it literally is just that. So wait, if it's set to 0, then that just means no blending? Oh, okay. That's literally what that is. So this is freaking weird, isn't it? I wonder how they came to the conclusion that add should be 6 and subtract should be A. I don't think it's like that on the Xbox 3.3 blend op, it's just they're being weird. Alright, well I'll actually do this. Material blend operator? It means opaque? What does? What? I'm sorry. Op means opaque? I thought it meant operations. Or like operator. This song really does slap. We'll go with that. We don't need that. I'm actually gonna put one here also that says none. Same values as blend. Oh, thanks, Skype. It's just that. Great. Op means operation? Oh, 0 is opaque. Oh. Okay. Well, I know that, but it's a lot of typing. Alright, whatever. I guess you're not gonna access that frequently. Cool. Do I use that anywhere? Well, that's so cool, though. I didn't know. So we could do that the whole time. That's freaking awesome. Wait, what else? These are fixed vertex format anyway? Yeah, exactly. Using any other one gets ignored and expects you to provide it. Wait, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's really bad. I knew about, yeah, I knew about the half thing, but I didn't. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, but it expects you to provide it exactly the way it wants it? Wait, when you say that, do you mean like if you were to provide another vertex format in the gens model data, does the game just not load it, or does it like crash, or what happens? Could you literally just say there are, you know, just have a feeded a vertex format that just ends immediately, you know, just has the last entry as the first one? Would the game just work anyway? I assume nah. But that'd be funny if it did. Because you could save a tiny bit of space in every model. It still passes the vertex data, but it gets used incorrectly since it ignores the vertex format in the model. Oh, well, right, but if you were to... but if you were to actually take a gens model, right, and keep all the vertex data in the correct format, the one that it expects, and just change the vertex format data in the model to instead just have the last entry and nothing else, right? So basically it just has no vertex elements in it. Would that work? Because it's stupid, and there's not really any point to doing it because it's only going to save a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of space. But I wonder, if you did that for every model, I wonder if you could save a few kilobytes. It'd still work perfectly, but you didn't need to have the vertex size the same though. Okay, but it would work. That is really funny, actually, to me. So it does use the vertex size, I guess, or it just ignores anything where the size doesn't match, but the elements it doesn't care about. It just totally skips those. That's really, really freaking lazy. I'm actually kind of shocked. Like, I would get that for, like, I don't know, a PS3 port or something, where you're using a totally different graphics API, and, you know, it just... You just need it out fast. You know, I can kind of get that. But for a PC port, it's like you designed this entire engine around D3D, right? Here you are using D3D. And you can't just make it work. Like, it wouldn't have taken long to get it to support that. That's just very lazy. It must be correct because it uses that to calculate the full byte size. Right, that makes sense. So it does use the vertex size, it just ignores the actual elements. The concept to support custom vertex formats. I guess Devil's Details just didn't want to bother. Right. And yeah, it's important to mention that it wasn't Sonic Team in this case, it was Devil's Details. I might be wrong, but I assume like Lost World PC and Forces and all that, I assume that they do actually use the vertex elements. Because those are handled by Sonic Team, so I would assume that they would care enough to have done it there. You were confused when you tried vertex formats and gens because it should have worked, but it just didn't. Why would a customer be necessary? Yeah, it's what Sky said. Well, yeah, they use different vertex formats based on whatever they need. Sometimes you don't need stuff. Like, okay, say for example, you've got a model that has no vertex coloring on it at all. Right? No vertex colors. Why include vertex color data in the vertices then, right? That's wasteful, because now for every single freaking vertex, you have to have the same, you know, bytes over and over again that just basically says there's no data, right? It just doesn't even get used. So what's the point, right? It makes more sense just to have vertex format just say there's no colors, right? So basically, yeah, the idea is that you just use the formats you need. And don't use, you know, like, you just always tell it, here's what I need, you know, only use that. And the engine takes care of, like, swapping it and doing everything in an, you know, an efficient manner. Like, you know, sorting based on the vertex formats and stuff. That's the idea. But it turns out on the PC port of gens anyway, they just didn't care. Devil's Details didn't care, I guess, and that doesn't actually work. Even terrain models have bone weights despite not needing them. It's dumb. In gens, right? Yeah, they do, and it's really stupid. I believe in forces that's no longer the case, actually, but I might be wrong about that. I have a really freaking ancient, probably awful-looking file somewhere. Oh, you said ye. Oh, well, I believe you. Let me just find it anyway, though, because I'm curious what exactly it is. I have a file somewhere that lists out, like, the verdicts formats that are commonly used in forces. You know what? Actually, I don't know if I can find this. It's been way too long. What is this? Okay. I have no idea what that's about. I'm kind of embarrassed to open some of the stuff on the screen because I don't know what the frick it is. It's like ancient stuff. And it's probably all wrong and useless information. Yes, it is. Oh, jeez. This is stupid crap. Oh, this is the hash hey chat. You know in SVCOL's text files, you know how we oh, actually apparently I didn't actually store the hash function here. I just stored the address. Oh, somewhere I have it. Hang on, let me show you this real fast. You know in SVCOL's text files how there's that UUID that we never figured out? Yeah, it's not a UUID, it's a freaking hash. I found the hash function in Cheat Engine through some digging, and it's so simple. This is a C# version of it that I quickly wrote because C# is easier for me to think in fast. When I need to get something out fast, I use C#. Yeah, this is literally the entire thing. You just give it a string, and it just does this. Just goes through each byte, multiplies the current hash value by hexadef, adds the current value of the current character, and then it just repeats that. And that's it. So anyway, that's how you compute that. If anyone wanted to know, I'll be pushing an update that does that properly soon. It's for animated terrain, obviously. Oh gosh. Yeah, which they use so often, I'm sure. Also, vertex format has the same structure as D30 vertex element 9. What? Some fields are UN32 instead of UN8, though. It's scary how much of it is based on D39. Apparently, pretty much freaking all of it was. Like, they never thought there was gonna be a D3010? Or I guess maybe they thought they could just upgrade when there was. Wait, really? Hang on, let me look at that structure, right? So you say that's the vertex format? So these are either in 2 instead of U and 8 though. Right. Oh my goodness, why? I don't know if that's used either. Wait, but offset, and then format and type. It's a little different, if I'm not mistaken. What's the string number anyway? What is that? Is it just like 0, 1, 2? Is that just an index? That's the type of the data. I assume that's like the. That's actually that's the format. Okay, I called it the format, but they call it type. And then method. Oh, they call this a method. Wait, what the frick is that? They put usage at the end. And this says what it actually is. Oh, okay. So it's pretty different. It's like the same kind of data pretty much, but this might not be padding then though. This might be something else. Well, usage index is the last one though, and that's index. So maybe they swapped it around. Maybe that's the stream number, or the what was the other one? The method? Yeah, maybe it's the method. What the frick is this? I don't know anything about D39. I really don't. You also probably know about the flags and texture support stuff like wrap mode. I guessed that, but I haven't looked into that much yet. Okay, wow, that's a lot of information. Thanks man, seriously, that's really helpful. So wait, in the textures you mean the flags? Yeah, they support stuff like wrap mode. Yeah, I figured that. Okay, cool. I didn't know that for sure, but I assume that was the case. Is that based on the D39 thing, or is that something else? A lot of this stuff is so similar to NN. Like, it really is. You have the big feeling it's the same as D39 again? Yeah, it probably is. We named the fields differently? Oh. Really? Didn't look the same to me. And yet you said some of them are U32 instead of U and 8. Well, yeah, I saw that, but I'm just looking at the order. So, stream means offset, right? That doesn't... Like, offset is what would be this, right? And then I called it format, but that just means the data type. So then that is correct. That's in the right spot. And then the next one I said is type, and that's like how to interpret the data. But then their next one is method, which is not that. It's something else. So they don't have method in here. And then they have usage. That's correct. So that's what this is. This is usage. And then usage index, which is this. And then I don't know what padding is. Padding might be method. They might have it in a different order. Or that it might be stream. Oh, wait, byte. Oh! Oh, I'm a moron. Oh, you're right. There are two uint16s. We'll use a uint32 in the beginning. Makes us think it's a whole uint. Right. Gotcha. Okay. There are two uint16s. So offset is a uint16? The whole time it was a uint16? Oh. Yeah. All right. Holy frick, you're right. And then type, sorry, format, and they use that as type. And then, well, so this one is also a byte. So instead of, so they actually have this as method, I guess. What was the uint16 I said? Yeah, but it's actually this. Okay. And then this is, padding, I guess. So stream offset format. Why would they change this to a uint32? That is so weird. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I understand now. Thank you. I appreciate it. I see. Sorry. For some reason I was just like assuming I'm like, no, the types are right. But of course they might not be correct. For stuff that I cracked, I always assumed that I could have it wrong. But for stuff that was like HedgeEdit 1 stuff that's been supposedly cracked for years, I just kind of assumed that it's right, you know? But apparently a lot of it isn't. Alright, so stream offset and then format is that instead of it. That's so strange that they changed that, but the rest is the same, except they also have padding at the end now. But that's not, they didn't add that, it's just that, that naturally shows up, right? If you have the struct like this, then that has to be there to pad it out to 4. So that's all that is. And it still should be 12 bytes. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. Whack. Whack crap. Padding is usage index? Index is usage? What? Oh, you're right. I missed one. Oh, so it's not padding at all. Wait, thank you, but wait, hang on. Wait, I'm confused. This used to be a uint16. And now it's, uint8, and then another one for type. Oh, I swapped it around. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid sometimes. Wait, no, I'm not. That's the right name. Sorry. Bleh. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, hang on. Index is usage. So that's what I call type. So then stream offset, format, method, usage. Yeah, why are there 2 of these? Type is U32. Get rid of that format field. Oh, hi, Suchi. Confused now as well. Sorry. I don't know. I think that's just padding. Because there would naturally be padding there. Because if you have stream and offset as U16s, that's 4 bytes. And then if you have U32, format as U32, that's another 4 bytes. So now you're at 8, right? So then you have 9, 10, 11, and then that's it. And when you repeat this, it needs to be padded by 4. So you need to add 1 byte to make it 12, right? Check the reader again. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to do that. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. This is really helpful. So I guess we probably want to have a way to represent this stuff. HedgeEdit. So actually, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, because they never like use most of it. I do have the index still, right? Yeah, I do. Where was I? I was trying to fix something. It's up to date. Wait, what's... Oh, that's wrong. Oh frick, no. I want to fix that. It's a UN16. That's a U32, and we don't need to swap the others, do we? We need to swap stream. We don't need to swap anything else. It's all just bytes. Alright. Alright. Yeah, we died again. Weird that I like to call code not working as we died. That's how I referred to it. Just fantastic. So this is not valid data once again. There's only 3 of these and we're trying to get the 5th one. So there's something wrong in the code. It's weird, right? Oh wait, maybe it's actually the I'm sorry, vertex format count. It's the mesh group count? Why? Why? Why did I think that was correct? No. Oh. Is that the total count or something? No. I'm just stupid. Because each mesh group has a bunch of mesh slots, and the mesh slots each have meshes, and the meshes each have vertex elements, which is the vertex format. So this is not right at all. This needs to be total vertex format count or something. So we need to like actually get that ourselves. Okay, so you know what, so we're gonna say like, global mesh index. We'll pass that in here too. And instead of actually doing this, we're not gonna do it. We're just gonna... Really stupid code I'm running, but hey, it'll be functional. Probably. Alright. Count. Global mesh index. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna do that again. Over here. Okay, build that. Life is a lot of we died. Oof, that's deep. Feels seem to be UN16. Okay, wait, let me see real fast. Hang on. Frick, I lost it. There it is. Thank you. UN16, UN16, U32, UN8, 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 UN8. Okay, good. So it is padding. Okay, cool. So I was right, I guess. Cool. It's the same as that. The difference is the type is U32. Yeah, cool. All right, that's what I was thinking. Cool, that makes sense. Thanks a bunch. I appreciate it. Type is what we use to call format. The one with random numbers. Right. Yeah, that one's one that that's a little weird. I know. They refer to it as type, and then they have usage. To me, I always thought that was kind of weird naming. I feel like it makes more sense to refer to this as format, because that's the like method that that's like the way that the data is stored, right? So for me, format means like this stuff, like vector2, vector3, you know, whatever. And actually, it would realistically be called float2 and stuff. And you sent me a list of all the actual formats. I haven't put it in yet, but I still have it. Thanks a bunch for that. I'm gonna put it in soon, I swear. I've been meaning to do that. But yeah, but that's all the formats. But then this is just so I call this type instead of usage. And that's that. I don't know if that makes more sense or less sense than how they do it. It makes more sense to me. But I still got it wrong. What? What's wrong about it? That's confusing. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, instead of calling this type, I call it format, and instead of calling this usage, I call it type. Because to me, like, this is the type. The type is position or bone weight or whatever. I mean, I guess usage makes sense too, but I don't know. I always thought their naming scheme was weird. But actually, I guess mine's weird too. I don't know. So why is this erroring out now still? That's right then? Cool. Thanks a bunch, I appreciate it. Now this is not right. I need to fix this. Oh, the count is 9 now. Okay. So that actually should be correct, I think. Well, maybe. 3 mesh groups, and then there's 5 meshes in this one, and 0 meshes in the others. Yeah, that's not right. There should be 5, but there's 9 for some reason. Okay. And rightfully, there were only 5 written into that, so this is wrong. How did I end up at 9? Because I am setting this... I'm doing that for each mesh group, but it should still be correct. I don't get it. 0, and now it's 5, and there's only... Look, there's only one... let me see it. There's 0 in here, so it should still be 5. Yeah, it is. And there's 0 in here, so it should still be 5. And it is. Oh, but now we have a problem. There's another mesh... There's 3 mesh groups in total. Oh, that's not a problem. This is correct. I'm confused. Now that's how it becomes 7. Because there's 2 meshes there, yeah. 5, 6, 7. And none here. Okay, and then there was going to be another 2. Yeah, 8, 9. That's how we get to 9. Okay, so the problem is simply that... Actually, also I realized I don't think we increased the count properly for this. Oopsie. That's bad. We need to fix that, but that might actually be what the bug is. But before we get into that... That's so fun to do. Alright, this is when we set that. So we are looping through all the mesh. Yeah, it should be literally the same thing. So this should, this should be correct. In fact, really fast, let me see what we can do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, so one problem I've just realized. Actually, no, I don't think it's a problem at all. Yeah, because we'll increase the end pointer properly each time. Yeah, that seems correct, so... Okay, so the only issue, I guess, is that the size of the buffer is wrong, maybe? It's BA1AO, which I don't think is correct. It might be... Well, apparently this data is not valid. Yeah, that's a bunch of pointers or something. That's not right. Do you know how I figured out a threshold? You saw one of these magazines where they explained how they develop generations, and one of the pages had their material editor, and it had a field called alpha threshold. It was 120, and you were like, wait a second. What? Wow, that's freaking awesome. I didn't know there was even a magazine about that. And wait, you told me it was up. Yeah, I forgot that I fixed that already. Cool. Yeah. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, because it's fun, right? Because people for years were wondering what that was. At least I was. I don't know. I was always like, what the frick is it? It's the same in every material, but I never bothered to like look into it. It's so cool that you figured that out. I'm a little confused as to how the data gets into this predicament, but let me fix the buffer first. Or the size of the buffer, rather. Actually, it might already be fixed. Let's see. We do actually already add the size of the vertex format and the vertices and the faces and the material name. Actually, so I think it already is the right size. We were doing it right from the beginning. Wow. It's funny. So what's up with this then? Mesh count, that looks wrong. I guess actually it would be correct, wouldn't it? I'm gonna run this again. Oh, these are a little different. Fine. Yeah, so these are all right. These are all valid. So, what's the problem? How do we end up in this weird state where it's not? I'm actually really confused. Like, how does this happen? Feel the pace. Come on now, race. You gotta say it like you're not interested. You're like, come on now. Yeah, it's always, this goes up once, yeah, it's just the index of the mesh, basically. So that's correct. I don't know why the data isn't valid then. That's the only thing that's confusing me. Why is it not? It should be correct, you know? It should be valid. Everybody. 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 Am I trying to read a terrain model as a skeleton model or something? No, I'm trying to read Sonic, I think. Yeah, I think I broke Sonic. Oops. Frick, I broke Sonic. Not again. I'm sorry, Sonic, I didn't mean it. Well, maybe I meant a little bit. Just make sure the next game's good, alright? Alright. Somehow it ends up in this bad state where it's like... Okay, this is valid. At least it looks valid. That's valid. That's valid. I think that's valid. That's valid. And that's not. It's horribly wrong. Okay, so that's where it goes wrong for some reason. So we're gonna... okay. Let's... okay, restart it. Once again. So this is the one. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put that there, right? Oh. Yeah, I got overridden with trash data. But during this function, too. So it must have been... it must be that this is not correct for some reason. Why is it not? Am I not increasing that? No. I have to be. That's the dumbest mistake in the world. No, I am. I am. But I don't know if it was right to begin with, maybe? The mesh count is this. So we've got that many vertex formats and... oh, this is the complete list of all the vertex formats, isn't it? No, it's just that... oh. Yeah. Now I get why I did it by eye. That's the end pointer. That's not... I don't know how to... I don't know how to explain this. That's not a global, array. The name was kind of confusing, but that wasn't... I mean, I should probably change it, but I don't know what to change it to, so anyway... it actually was valid the whole time. The only thing that wasn't was, I think was the code that reads in the mesh slots. I think that was getting the wrong... yeah, that was setting the index incorrectly. We don't need to reset it. This should now... yeah, this line was the only thing that was actually wrong, I believe. Oh. Change it back to that. Alright, good. That is a lot of H. Yeah, there actually is a lot of H, isn't there? Hedgelib, hedgehog for hedgehog engine. Hedge render. Lots of H going on. Okay. Should be correct now. If I didn't fail again. Oh, I did. Oh, jeez. I hate this. Why is this happening? How could this happen to me? Oh, frick. Money. Taz, thanks a ton. I really appreciate it. That really caught me off guard, actually. I was like, there's a strange man standing next to me, and he just shouted, "Ah, wee. What's going on?" Seriously, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Money. That face is strangely... When you space it out like that, it's kind of creepy. He's been like stretched vertically. You know what that looks like? Hang on, that's like... Hang on. Taz, that face is what you get if you like grab some random stock image of a guy. And you like, you know... You like do this. Hang on. I got it. That's what it's like. It's not right. Actually, it's probably more like that, isn't it? Oh, apparently I have the humor of a 5-year-old because I'm laughing at a man whose face has been stretched up slightly. But man, that's funnier than it should be. Okay. Whew. False alarm? It actually seems to be only additive. You were hyped? Oh, what? Wait, I thought you just reverted it to use that ability? Oh, rip. Wait, I thought you said you tried it with subtractive and it worked. Oh, rip. Okay, well, thanks for clarifying, though. I'll switch back in a second. You use Smiley a lot because when others use it, it makes you, low-key makes you feel uncomfortable and you want to spread the same feeling. That's understandable, actually. No, it's funny. Yeah, I don't know why, but it is. The placebo effect? Oh, okay. Oh, so it actually you didn't notice it do anything. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for the heads up. I'll say thanks anyway somewhere. Just a general. Let me see. You helped me crack the int 4 and bool 4 params. For helping crack there we go. I'll switch this back. Blend up. Alright, that's cool. Why the frick is this still not working? I'm going to lose my mind. Like, straight up. Why? What is wrong? Why is this happening to me? It's gotta be something really stupid, right? Like, really freaking stupid. There's no other logical explanation for this. Oh, you did. That's right, alpha threshold. I'll put that there in a second. Okay, end pointer. So, hang on a second. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Let's get that up in here. Get the address of that. Jump there. Okay, we're gonna see what happens. How? How? What? No. How? You wrote that much freaking data in just one go? What? This must be wrong. This must be totally wrong. Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh, you know what the issue is? Oops. Hang on. It might be that I'm an idiot. Somewhere I set the, Okay, so here's what the issue is. Oh, jeez. There's a global vertex formats thing, but I'm treating it like it's not global. Oh, okay, okay. So we need to set the... So we're not gonna do this. Screw that, actually. We need to make this a little more painful. Yeah. If you want to configure wrap modes, though, I mean, I'd really appreciate that, but you know, you don't have to do it. You've already done a ton. If you'd be up for it, then that'd be awesome. But you know, it's cool either way. Oh yeah, let me just change that. I forgot. Alpha threshold and oh, it's the curse song again. Can you use the money I sent you to get me a bag of cheese puffs if you go to a gas station or something? Thanks, ma'am. I'm sleeping now. I better have my cheese puffs by Monday. Yeah, sure, Taz. I just need your address. The bass on the track. It's pretty intense. Make how that song transition to Mushroom Hill. I'm supposed to be sleeping. Oops, goodbye, nerds. Please take my side quest rad. I'll give you a lot of rupees. I'm getting rupees for this? Whoa, you guys are getting rupees? Pretty impressive. Okay, so we do actually want to have that. No, it's okay. We can just we can increase that pointer by a bit. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, okay. We're gonna do some stupid crap. It'll be great. Trust me. No, it won't be at all. Frick. I guess we can do this. They'll be like, ah, you figure it out. Who cares? How are we going to do that? Hang on. So the thing is, we just need to know how many, the total mesh count, and we don't know that yet. I guess we can get that during the get size. Okay, so we'll, so during this, we can just be like, let's make it actually simpler. Even though this will work, let's not. You know, yeah. It's fine. I don't care. This is easier to do. It's less easy to understand, but it is easier to write. The one issue with this is kind of obvious, but it's like we have to increase this somehow by a certain amount or something. Let's say current. Let's say this. Why not? And we can like. Right? I don't know, whatever. Something like that. Ah, no, please do not build that. You're gonna get so many errors, dude, you have no idea. You guys are getting rupees. Wow. Okay, so when we're done, increase current vertex format pointer. We're gonna increase that by I think. Yeah. No. Well, yeah. Actually, yeah. By I. That's fine. I think it'll be cleaner though, actually, if we think the code looks it's more understandable if you say that. Alright, anyway. We're gonna have this be gonna do this instead. Back to this dual line thing. Okay, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna say so this is where the that's where that's gonna go. So this is gonna be this, and then the total mesh count, which we're gonna pass in as a parameter. We're not. Yeah, we are gonna do that. No, we're not gonna do that. We don't need to do that this time. But we'll need that here. Okay. I don't know if there'll be a break. It depends on how long it takes. If it's just like some images and stuff, then that's fairly quick. Mesh group count, total mesh count, and then mesh groups. Oh yeah, so we're replacing this. Okay, so we're gonna get that up here. And we're going to actually compute that, and we're gonna compute it in here. Might be able to like that. That looks awful. Like frick, that looks bad. Okay, let's just do that. Total mesh count. Okay. So, we're gonna pass that in here. Okay. So the total mesh count, we're always going to increase it by this. Increase total mesh count, okay? By this. Return required size. All right. Okay. Goodness gracious. So much code. Alright, so then. Alright. So now that should work. We just have to fix it for the other function as well. Just this one. So literally we're just doing the same thing. Make sure I don't forget anything here. Okay, I think that should finally be correct. I have all my breakpoints somewhere, don't I? Yeah, I have them here. Okay, build first of all to make sure I didn't screw anything up. Okay, run that. I gotta sleep soon, but let's see what we got here. It is 9. Yay. Alright. Should hopefully be valid. Or maybe it's just gonna not be. Oh. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. It worked. Yay! Okay, so we're gonna load up a stage. Firstly, gotta get rid of these breakpoints. We'll place somewhere down if it, you know, breaks. Right now it ain't doing that. Oh, there's the window. Okay. Okay. Oh, we ran into a bug. I was really hoping this was it. Okay, hang on. I'm setting it to the endpointer. So is the endpointer ever being like increased? I mean, it should be, but oh, it definitely was increased, but way too much. That's the problem. Okay. Where are we currently at? I is 0. Oh, the flags. First byte is the text coordinate index. The second byte is the U wrap mode. The third byte is the V wrap mode. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Let me write that down just 1 second. What's I just want to see what the path of this is so I don't forget it. It's far base 01. Okay. Okay, hang on, let's get this. Yeah, seriously, thanks a ton. I really appreciate it. It's awesome. Okay, so let me put that down. Text chord index. So that's like, okay, that it gets applied to, I guess. And then UWrap mode. I guess I'll say like wrap mode U maybe? And then wrap mode V. and then the fourth is padding. And you have the types there. 0 is wrap, 1 is mirror, 2 is clamp, 3 is mirror runs? I don't know how you say that. 4 is border. Oh, thank you, that's wonderful. Does that line up to anything? Hang on, what's the... I'm sure you already checked this, because this would be obvious, but what's the texture wrap, this is it. Wrap 0? No, wrap coordinate 0? Oh, I don't remember. Text wrapping state, is this it? Huh, I see. I'm pulling up something, but it's not the same as D39. They have a map for it though. It maps to D39. Oh, okay, okay. Cool. So they actually did think that one out. They didn't just straight up make it the same. You can also call 0 repeat. Makes more sense in your opinion? Yeah, repeat. Repeat sounds better. Okay, thank you. That's awesome. I'll put that down. Texture wrap mode, I guess. Let's see, mirror is 1, clamp is 2, mirror, whoa, goodness, I don't know what happened there. Oh, mirror once. Sorry, I thought it was like a strange word I've never seen before. It's just mirror once. My bad. Text coordinate index had you shocked. Apparently can also be a -1, which you can make, which just makes you 0 again. Tell you if you made any mistakes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. And yeah, I didn't know that was a thing either. I wouldn't have guessed that existed, to be honest, because I felt like we would have found that by now. That is actually really quite crazy. Does Jen's PC actually support all this stuff? I wonder. Oh wait. Oh frick, no. What's the error? Oh, it's using flags somewhere? Oh, funny. Well, we don't have to do that anymore because we know that they're just bytes. I just have, the only reason I even have this as an option anyway is just for consistency with the other functions. That was all just the same line that was doing that? Jeez. Okay, so what's the error again? I still don't have it. Types 5 and 6 also exist, but they just seem to be mere once. That's weird. They're probably something that D39 doesn't support, or they were too lazy to make it support. So they just mapped it to mere once. I don't know. This is definitely not correct. I don't know how we got here. Current vertex from where it should be. It is. Oh, but it's close to the end. And then this is... How the frick... No, I'm sorry. This went far away. That should be correct though. Okay, so this is I. Right. It should be valid. I think the issue, I think it runs into problems as soon as it starts, I don't know, let's see. What's this? It's crashing before it even gets there? Oh no, the issue isn't even with that function, so something else. I see. Well no, wait, this is... Oh, what's the problem? The problem is that, the total mesh count... What is the problem, actually? Frick, oh my gosh, it's the light of hope shining. I can better will this it. So many pointer errors because I'm just being stupid. Hang on, so what's the problem with this? So we're trying to, like, I don't know, assign something. It's gone wrong. Okay, let's just see what this is set to. It should all be fine. I don't really see what the issue is. Okay, so we're gonna run that again, please. Okay. Okay, so let's see what the problem is. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. It might just be something with the terrain. It might be something with this. It is! This is how easily you can have a bug like that in C, or in C++. Ready? Oops. That's all that I did wrong, at least to my knowledge. We'll find out if there's more I did wrong in a second. Okay, load it up. This better be the freaking one, I swear. I want to get, I haven't even gone into SV Collision in this 8-hour stream about SV Collision. Please work, I swear. Okay. Oh, that's why I had that one there. Hey, it's doing a thing. Yeah! Oh, it failed though. Wait, how did that happen? Okay, but what did it get to? I don't know. It got pretty far. Oh, there's Path Buffer. Let me see what it was on. 98. Oh. That doesn't even exist, does it? No, not at all. Then why is that the one that made it fail? Not found. I don't know if it did fail, it just... Oh. It's gonna look like it failed. Okay, hang on. Also, while it's less than 99, apparently I meant to say less than or equals to 99. Might be. I guess I could also just say less than, yeah, less than 100. The issue is that when we're done, we need to say this. Set result to success so we don't fail just because last sector 99 didn't exist. Alright. Wait, all the rap modes are right? You confirmed them all? Oh, awesome. Hang on 1 second, let me start loading this and then I'll read the rest of that. Okay. Text chord index doesn't seem to work on terrain models though. Oh, weird. That's weird. But it works with skeletal models. Maybe it's your confusion. It definitely worked on Sonic. That's really cool. Success! And, okay, I have that line there for a reason. Why? I wanted to see how many terrain groups there were. There's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess 11, but there's not any in here. So it must have been... Wait, are there? Maybe there are some. Oh, that doesn't count. It has to be terrain models. I don't know how we got to the 11. Oh, it's +1 because there's this default one, so 10. That's correct. Perfect. So what did I want to see? Total count. 244 models. That should be right. I mean, that sounds right. Let's see if it is. There's probably a quick and easy way to figure this out, right? Okay, 7. I'm just gonna get the total terrain model count just by doing this. I guess I could also just copy paste them all a bit. Okay, 56. I think that's the right terrain model count, but let's double check. And then we're gonna see it. We're gonna see what it draws. And hope that it doesn't die. If it does, that would be disappointing. I just want to make sure the count is exactly correct, because I've had so many weird bugs with like one little stupid thing being wrong. I just don't feel like dealing with it, you know? Okay, there's just one in this. We're also loading the no GI models. Almost done. One more. Okay, I don't know how many we need. It's gotta be a decent amount, and it seems to be. 244, which is correct. Okay, run it. Yeah, as expected, it's a white blob. And the CPU usage is pretty high. You know, it's not that bad. This is the least efficient way it can draw this right now. It's doing no sorting. It's setting the state for every mesh every time it draws one. It's definitely, definitely needs some, you know, speeding up. So the fact that it's running at all You can see I'm GUI lagging behind my cursor just a little bit. So it's definitely not running at a perfect frame rate, but it is running. And I know it just looks like a white blob because there are no textures. We could probably make that better. Obviously, we could load the textures, and that would be good. I really wanted to get SV Collision showing today. That was kind of the plan. We might not be able to do that, but we can at least. Is it D3D12? Currently, it's D3D11. But the thing that HedgeEdit is based on, Sugar, it does do D3D12. I just didn't do that for this because it's a pain, and I just want to get something I'm working fast. In the future, I'd like to get it to be D3D12. Still good? Thank you. It has a whole, like, draw item thing, which is not... needs a little bit of work, but... there's basically, and this maybe isn't the best name for this, there's this thing called a state group that you assemble, which is like this. You give it, like... basically, you make a state group, and you just zero initialize it. And then you have these helper functions that let you set it up. So basically, it's basically like a draw item builder, right? So you're basically like telling it like, okay, set the shader program to this, set the vertex format to that, set the prototype to this, set the mesh to that, and whatever else you need, right? And then once the state group is built, you can use the state group data to construct a draw item, which is more efficiently laid out for the GPU and everything. And that just has state and resources and commands and all that. And yeah, and so then the renderer actually goes through and sorts them and, you know, everything. Well, at least it's going to. Right now it doesn't actually sort them. So it doesn't do transparent drawing correctly yet, and all that. But it's all in place for that. I just haven't... like, it's all in place, I just haven't actually written the code for it yet. There's this whole thing that renders a slot, and I need to set the states and everything properly. But oh, and I haven't... yeah, I need to fix the indexing as well. But it does the slots separately so that I can, in between them, I can put, like, you know, set depth. Well, for, you know, whatever, right? Well, you'd have to do it for transparency, but you get it. Super nice, thank you. You're preparing to render yourself as well for Project Eva and OpenGL. Oh, that's awesome. I'm not familiar with the code for that, but I've seen screenshots you've shared of Project Eva, or your Project Eva tool rather, and it looks really cool. It's looking really nice. Like, holy frick, it's so polished. Is it in WinForms or MGUI, or how are you doing the UI? You just casually figuring out materials? Yeah, Skype. Well, Skype was the one who really did it. But yeah, we just randomly were like, "Hey, what about materials?" It wasn't even the focus, and it just happened. There was a lot of stuff that was just figured out. WinForms? Oh wow, it looks really good for WinForms. I wouldn't have guessed. That's awesome. So I need to copy over the instances in here. Oh yeah, it's not even setting the right location data for them yet. That's bad. Okay, so tonight, what do I want to get working? Okay, so now that, oh, this is so good. Okay, so now that it's actually freaking working finally, we can start work on this. Okay, so there is one issue though. I have a resource manager as well, but the resource manager needs a little bit of work. It's a good foundation, but there's one thing. There's a few things that need some tweaking. One of them is currently I have a dictionary that contains resource IDs, which are just shorts. They're just unsigned shorts. That's all they are. And then I have resource groups, which are just basically it's basically an array of vectors. Is all that it is. And each one of these vectors, there's one for each type of resource, right? So there's like one vector for each one of these. And yeah, whenever you add a resource, you pass in the like hash, which can be either the path to the resource, like a name, or it can be, in the case of vertex formats, it's actually just the vertex format itself, which is nice. But anyway, and it'll put that in the dictionary, and then it'll add the it'll get the current, like, you know, the last index in the resource group, and it'll like just put that in the dictionary as well, you know, along with the name, and then it'll you know, add that resource to the resource group. And so that's what it's doing. There's not really a clean way to remove them yet. My mindset here is that I don't honestly think we're going to need to remove things too often. I don't think resizing the arrays is going to be that big of a problem because, like, how often are we going to actually have to delete resources outright? If you hit Control-N, you know, that's one thing, but you can just clear everything for that. Draw items are another thing, but, like, the actual resource data should pretty much hang around until you don't need it anymore, so when you, like, load another stage, right? Everyone's is powerful? Apparently it is. You have working less than 5 hours and can't sleep? I am sorry. I wish you luck with all that. Yeah. This I'll probably get rid of. The idea of this was that you could have an HL model, a CPU-bound HL model, right? And then you could also have the GPU model, which is just basically like a vertex buffer, index buffer, that kind of stuff. They are separate things. The idea was that you might want to actually have this held around in memory for a while too, so that you can, for example, call the export FBX function on it if the user tries to do that or whatever. But I'm already holding the archives in memory as well, like the packs. And so I'm thinking, like, doesn't really make sense, because if I'm already holding the entire pack files in memory so that I can retrieve resources from them at any time, then if the user wants to export to FBX, I should just find the model in the pack file and then just generate a new HL model and export it there, right? Could we use it for morphers? Oh, you know what? You're probably right. I've never done morph stuff. I really don't have any clue how it works. Are there better ways to do that, though? Oh, okay. You could do it in GPU? Oh, nice. Eventually, I'd like to get Forces shaders working with this, but that's a long-term goal. I've said that for a while now. So I don't know if Forces does it on GPU or what. If so, I might just kind of try to replicate what it does, but, you know, that'll be a pain. But yeah, it could be useful for that for sure. I don't know if I'll keep it around or not, but it's very easy to, like, add and remove stuff from this, so. One thing that's definitely not ideal is, right now, everything has to have a key. Okay, so yeah, there's a few things that are kind of bad about this right now. So one of them is that, so far, everything has to have a key. So if you want to add, like, okay, whatever, you want to add a model, that's fine. Give it a key. You want to have a texture, yeah, give it a key. Just give it the name, right? Vertex format, okay, you can just hash the actual thing, and I guess shaders as well. But, like, terrain groups, for example. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what I was just thinking. No, these are all fine. You want to actually name all these pretty much. Okay. So, sorry, there was an instance earlier where I noticed that there was something I was adding that I didn't really need a key for. I just needed a list of stuff. I didn't really need each one of them to be named. And so it was kind of silly, because it was like, why do I need to pass in a name, you know? So, but I guess I must have gotten rid of that or something, because I don't see that anywhere. But yeah, but the other big issue, this is one that I actually need to fix. This is bad. Currently, there's only one dictionary per group. Well, like, per manager, rather. That's how I did it in Sugar, because in Sugar, my idea was just, I was like, you know, it's more efficient to just have one dictionary, right? And as long as I just restrict myself to having a different name for each type of thing, then, like, it's not a problem. So, like, just don't name your model Sonic and also name your texture Sonic, whatever, right? And you're good. Just give it different prefixes. And so in my engine, that's what I was doing. And to me, that just made the most sense. Here, however, we're using HedgeEdit engine stuff. We're loading data from the actual Sonic games, and in those games, they do support, you know, having different types of things with the same name. So we can't do that. We can't, because if you might very well have a case where, you know, well, not might very well, you definitely will have a case where that happens. You have tons and tons of cases where that happens. So we need to have one dictionary per resource group type, I guess. Ideally, that's a lot of dictionaries. Well, it's not a big deal. It's not going to be that many bytes. I guess we can just. Do I want to call this a resource group? What do I want to call this? Hang on. I think I'll call this a group, and then I'll rename this to something else. Let's just say data or something, right? That's so fun to do. How about maybe res IDs? Why not? Maybe this is all right. Okay, we're gonna see the errors now. You know what? How this? No, we'll do it the simple way. The way that makes the most sense. This song's genuinely very good. It is, in fact, a bop. It has actually been a while since I've done C++ like properly. Like I'm kind of like, oh man. Oh, this is kind of dumb. Data.data. Maybe I can name it like pointers or something. Let's rename it to resources. Oh. And actually I will say res IDs. Let's pass them in.
Here we go.
I don't think you have a hard time replicating forces. Well, that's cool. I was thinking it was going to be a nightmare. Trying to restrict the API might give you a hard time, though. Yeah, if you don't focus on forces specifically. Yeah, right. That's something I'm worried about. When was the last time you coded in C#? You know, not that long ago. It's weird, right? I feel like I use C# more frequently than C++. Well, I don't know if that's totally true. It's weird. I go back and forth, you know. But C# is like my comfort food language. You know what I mean? If I need to get something done really fast, and I just want to jot it down and code it, I don't want to deal with any crap, I use C#, right? Because you can just pick it up and just type code and it just works. And it really is nice. Yeah, if I'm doing something serious, I'm trying to use like something like C or C++ now. Honestly, it really depends on the project, right? I don't know, there's definitely very serious things you can do with C#. It's very powerful. And it's fast too. I don't know, I'm just, I'm kind of digging C as well. It's so weird, right? They're so different they're very different languages. Like, C is very low level, and you have full control over everything, and almost to a fault, right? Because it's like DIY. But C# is the opposite. It's very high level, and it's garbage collected, and you know. So you would think that I would like one and dislike the other, or the other way around, you know. But instead, nah. I love both of them. I think they're both great languages, just for different reasons. If I needed something more high level, and I don't really want the level of control as much, then I want to use C#. But if I want something low level, I want C. C++ is that weird language that's in the middle, where it's like, it does both, but it also does both poorly, you know? It's kind of, I don't know. Maybe because they're super consistent? Yeah, I think, unlike C++, yeah, exactly. I genuinely think that's what it is. C++ isn't a bad language, it's just, I feel like it's poorly designed in a lot of ways. There's so many things that are, like, annoying about it. I was actually thinking about it just today for some reason, just randomly. I feel like I kind of want to make, like, a video on it sometime, because I could genuinely rant about it for hours. It would be better in a video form, though, because I could actually script it and not, you know, just go on for a long time. But yeah, but like even very simple things, like genuinely, right? This is all it takes to demonstrate the issue with C++. Like right off the bat, the very first thing that was added to it, to my knowledge anyway, the thing that made it C++ was like classes and member functions, right? I think specifically member functions was the thing that really kicks it off. And like here's like already you have a problem, like you have several problems. So like in C, you know, you just have structs and then you have, you know, you have functions. So if you want to do this, whatever, right? There. That's all there is to it. And one beautiful property about C that's really, honestly, really quite nice is that basically any code that you write looks more or less like how it's actually going to look when it gets compiled. Like, obviously, it's not, you know, you don't see the actual machine code, and, you know, you got names, whereas the actual code isn't going to have that. That's, yeah, symbols, you know, all that stuff. But it's like, you can look at the code and you can understand what the machine code would look like, right? There's always a pretty easy way to figure out, like, oh, okay, this does that, and it's consistent and everything, right? But in C++, it's like, all of a sudden, right off the bat, they added member functions. So we have this now. And, you know, yeah, and, you know, you call it, like, whatever, maze, you know, you call it like this. And that's nice, right? But there's already several problems with this. So first of all, we now have that property is already broken because now we have a function that looks like it's inside of the struct, but it isn't. So suddenly we don't have code that does what it looks like. We have code that looks like something that isn't what it does. You know what I mean? Like, you can see how a first-time programmer, well, like, someone new to C++ might assume that this is actually going to be like a function pointer. Or maybe they even freaking embed, maybe they copy the machine code into every instance of the struct. Who knows? Right? It looks like it's inside the struct. And it acts like that, but it isn't. It's just a conceptual thing, right? What's actually going on, obviously, is that it's being generated outside, right? And also, there's a hidden pointer being passed to it, called this. And on most compilers, well, on a lot of compilers anyway, it's also under a different calling convention. So it's actually very different from another function, but it doesn't look like it really. It's very strange. So there's that weirdness, but then there's also, like, you get into problems. So if you have, like, C has this property where whenever you have a variable, right, so say you do this, you can actually have multiple variables of the same name, right, as long as they're in different scopes, and it just goes with, whenever you try to use a variable, it just goes with the one that's closest to where you're currently at. So like here, if you type a times, you know, equals 7, it's going to use this a because that's the one in the closest range, right? It won't use this one. If you were to delete this, then it will use this one, right? That's how that works. You can't have two of them with the same name in the same scope. Well, at least I didn't think you could. I don't know if this is just being stupid or what. I don't believe you can. Maybe I might be wrong about that. Maybe you can. But anyway, yeah, but that's a thing that you can do. To be honest, kind of bad. The more I think about this feature, the more I'm like, why is that in the language? Can you ever think of a time where you've meant to do that and it wasn't a mistake? Like, genuinely. I can't really think of many use cases for it. Just give it a different name. It's not that hard. But anyway, that's a feature in C. So that was already a bit of a problem in C, in my opinion. But in C++, they made it worse. Because now, right, there's not just the function scope upwards to the global scope. There's the function scope, the structure class scope, and then the global scope. So if you do like this, right, then when you say a plus b here, it'll use this a. If you get rid of this, it'll use this a. And if you get rid of this, it'll use this a. So what I'm getting at is, you now have an instance where you can actually have, it's weird, right? You have an instance now where you can actually delete something outside of the function that completely changes the behavior of the function. It'll still compile just fine, but this will do something completely different from this. So say you're, like, browsing around in some big code base, right? Especially because, remember, like, usually you have headers which look like this, and they don't show you the function definition. That's hidden away in the source file. So if you're in the header and you're going around and you're trying to mess with some stuff and you're like, okay, I don't need this anymore, delete. I hope that didn't break anything. You're looking through the code, you're like, yeah, it looks fine. No error. I don't see any squiggly red errors anywhere, you know? It's fine. You don't notice this A here, right? You compile, no warnings, no errors. It looks perfectly great. You run the code, we get this weird voodoo bug. Like, you're gonna get this impossible to debug situation going on here. You know, it's not a big deal, but like, it's stuff like that, right? It's like, you can tell that there was like a lack of thought put into a lot of this. What else? Oh yeah, function pointers. So you can't have a function pointer to this, because there's that weird hidden this pointer, right? There's that. And because you didn't actually type that, but it's there. So you would think the obvious solution would just be to let you make a function pointer that's like, you know, you type that at the beginning, but they didn't do that. Actually, my bad. You can have function pointers, but they're different. You have to have, there's member function pointers and there's normal function pointers. You can't, the two are not the same thing. They're different things. And you're not allowed get this, in standard C++, you are not freaking allowed to make a member function pointer from anything other than actually just like getting the reference from this, right? So I can say like foo whatever, I don't remember the syntax, it's actually a nightmare, but let me look it up real fast. Does anyone know off the top of their head how to make a member function pointer? Because let me tell you, it is one of the worst things you ever have seen in your life. I've had the displeasure of doing it a few times. It is absolutely horrendously bad. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's how you do it. I never remember it because it's always so bad. You say foo colon colon, and then you say the name of your function, and then okay, so this part is not that bad, right? This part's okay. This part is kind of weird and ugly and hard to remember, but okay, it makes sense. It's the same thing as a normal function pointer, which already has a weird syntax, to be honest. But you just have this at the beginning. Okay, great, it makes sense. But guess how you call it? Are you ready for this? I called FP? Okay. Here's what you do. Oh my gosh. I think? No, I'm sorry. Is that it? Hang on. It's so bad. I'm trying to remember how it... That's not... Type name isn't allowed. What? Is this the problem? Oh, I don't remember the syntax exactly. It's... something to behold. Hang on, let me try to figure this out real fast. I know I'm wasting time, but this is kind of fun to me. No, that is it. Oh. I mean, well, that shouldn't matter. You know, I'm not totally sure. Maybe you have to have it be a pointer. Well, the example I'm looking at actually says that this is how you do it. So, oh, I'm being really stupid. That's not an instance of it. Okay, sorry. That's the syntax. That's the freaking syntax. And if I'm not mistaken, if you don't wrap this in curly brackets, oh sorry, in parentheses, it fails. Yeah, it's an error. You have to put them in parentheses, otherwise it's an error. Isn't that great looking? I remember function pointers being possible. They are, but they're nightmare. Thanks, I've never used them in my life. Yeah, they're awful, but it gets worse. But it gets worse. So in normal C, so with normal function pointers, you can cast them, right? So say you have a function pointer like this, right? And C, it would be like that, I guess. Anyway, that's your function pointer. So you can cast things. So you can say like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna make an instance of that. I'm gonna call it my whatever Z, and you can set it to like an address. So let's say like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your address, right? And you can cast it. You can say, so here's my address, and anyway, That's where I live. No, I'm kidding. It's like, here's my function address, and anyway, this is a function pointer, right? So now when you call this, well, you can call it, it'll work. And provided, of course, that this is actually a valid pointer to, you know, that the function is actually there in memory, this will work. And so if you want to hook something like a last word or, you know, whatever, right? You can just do this, great. But with member functions, watch this. What's that? Is that a red squiggly line? Invalid type conversion? There is no way in standard C++ to cast this. Dead serious. They do not allow you to cast this. You cannot say, I have a member function at this address, I want to get a pointer to it. It's not valid C++. There are some extensions that, like, there's ungodly hacks you can do to do it. But it's a nightmare. You also can't cast, to my knowledge anyway, a normal function pointer to a member function pointer or vice versa. So you can't do that trick. You can't do a void pointer, it will not work. So here's what you can do. This is the only way I know of to get it to work. You have to do the dreaded... the dreaded union cast. How does it work again? Hang on. It's so crazy. Okay, we'll go with this. Actually, let's return B and have it be a something like this. Is this right? Yeah. This is how you have to do it. And then, you have to say, like, union cast, wait, what type do I named this horribly, but, you would ideally name it something better than this. Okay, type A would be, the type that I have now to begin with. So, I don't know, we'll say size T, and type B is FP, and then we cast it like so. There, that's how you would do that. And now that will compile. That is not standard C++ though. It's not standard. Because, believe it or not, unions have active and inactive members. So when you say myunion.a equals A, what you're doing is you're activating this member, right? And the idea is that with unions, one member is active at a given time and only one. The rest are inactive. It's actually invalid C++. It's undefined behavior anyway, to use an inactive value. So if I say I've set A to something and then I try to use B, that's invalid because I'm using one that isn't active, right? If you want to use B, you have to later do this with something, right? You have to set B to something and then you can use it. But yeah, that's not standard. However, on basically every compiler you can possibly fathom, this works fine. Because they don't actually bother checking for that or anything, it'll just work. So it's such a common trick that people treat it as though it basically is standard C and C++. It technically isn't, but it does work. So if you need to do this, you can do that. It is still a nightmare though. Because remember, you still have to call it like... You still have to call it like this. Gosh, it's awful. But yeah, that will work. It's so bad. I mean, I'm gonna be genuine here, right? Can you imagine a worse syntax? Like, seriously. This should not be this hard. Anyway, go on a whole rant about C++. How would this work with virtual functions? You know, I have no clue. That's a good question. It probably would. I don't know. You don't need any further brain cells? Yeah, it's a nightmare. Why is this language all such a hack? I would just say lose brain cells, not use. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be honest though, I'm glad it does, because if it didn't, then it would be impossible to do that, to my knowledge. I guess you could also cast. Like, I guess you could do. Hang on. I guess instead of union casts, which is so funny. How would you do this? Let's see. Instead of union cast, let's see. There's another way you could do it, I guess. Cursed cast, we'll call it that. Let's see. We have a value of type B, and we're going to say we're going to take the address of type B, and say it's actually a pointer to type A, and then we're going to dereference that and set it to this. Is that right? Something like that. And then you would return that. Is that right? I don't know. That just makes it a pointer, though. But you get the idea. You would do something like that. And now that's definitely freaking not standard. But as long as type A and type B are of the same size, which in this case I believe they are, they're both 8 bytes. Well, 4 bytes if you're compiling for 32-bit. But yeah, as long as they are in fact the same size, that will work as well. But of course it's not standard, and it won't work on some platforms. That's not even unrealistic. There's definitely going to be platforms you'll compile that for that they will not work on. But at least on Windows, it should work. Reinterpret cast? Yeah, that's, you can do that too. That's basically the same thing as, that's like a less powerful Ccast. The Ccast is like the almighty, like, Ccast just says, this thing is that thing, trust me. And it basically, there's very rarely a case where the language will tell you you're not allowed to cast with the Ccast. With the C++ ones, they're more limited. You have like static cast can only do certain things, or interpret cast can only do certain things, and so on. But yeah, you never use the C++ cast. You hate them. They're too verbose. I used to use them when I was doing Hedge. When I was doing, like, before I rewrote this in C, I was using them, and yeah, I hated them too. The only reason I used them at all was because everywhere you frickin' go. Hang on. It's like, should I use one of these over one of those? And they're like, yes. The problem with C-style casts is they do a lot under the hood. You should always try to use C++ casts. It makes your life easier in the long run. The main problem is that you could have written this while with interpret cast you need additional const cast, so it's a bit safer. You can easily find that with the regex. It's not possible for C-style cast. It's like they're trying, basically everywhere you go, people try to tell you that you should use these instead. Actually, wait. Some people will say that it's better to use. Okay, I guess actually it is a subject for debate. But there's always this thing with C++. There's this mindset where it's like, C++ is better. That's the mindset, right? It's like you should. The C way is always just inferior. They never even necessarily have a reason why. It's just it is. Trust us. Use the C+ way. And that's the mindset. I don't get it. I really don't. But yeah, this is an example of that. They're telling you that you should use it instead because the C++ casts are more efficient. But that's not actually true at all. Any compiler that you can fathom is going to do the same machine code for both. So I guess what they mean is that it's easy for the compiler to figure out what you meant if you say reinterpret cast, so it compiles faster? I don't know what they meant. Here's an explanation from 2007. Oh my gosh, the site is still around. Oh jeez. C-style casting is the worst one. Oh, is it now? This tries to do the following cast in this order. First does this, then it does this, then it does this, then it does this, then it does this. That is just a single evil cast. It is in fact a Hydra. Never use this for C-style casting. If you need to cast pointers, casting via void only is... or C-style casting, wait. I don't understand why not. 1 will fail miserably, 2 will work, and 3 depends on whether you included the header properly or just forward define the types. What? Wait. Depends on whether you included the header properly or just forward define the types. What? What do you mean? Wait, I don't get it. What are they saying? The 1 fails because the parent without G-table pointer does not point at the beginning of the created derived object in memory, it's somewhere else. I'm too tired for this. I don't actually get what they're saying. What do you mean it depends whether you... No, it doesn't. This is a pointer type. You don't need to have it defined for pointer types. You can forward declare it and that's enough. The compiler doesn't need to know how derived is set up, it just needs to know... Oh. In this very specific instance, derived will only work if you included the header properly. Oh, because it has a v-table. Oh, okay. So if you're using v-tables everywhere, then you should avoid ccast because it might mess up if you forgot to include the header. Okay, alright. Yeah, but that's a C++ language design flaw, another one of the millions of them. That's not like a ccast are bad. In C, that isn't a problem at all. Sorry. Hey Maxter, how you doing? Reshippers like use them, but you're like, no. The truth is they absolutely have no difference if you know what you're doing. Yeah, really. You know what you're doing, you don't need them. I don't mind that it's an unlikely situation to run across into. Yeah, that really is. I don't understand it. Anyway. Oh. Okay, we need to change this function up a bit now. Back. What? Oh. Okay. Back to back. Alright, that's the total resource count. This is just the normal resource count. Wait. Hang on. Wait, what? Oh yeah, this function is has not been changed yet to actually work with this. Yeah, get resource ID is gonna need to have, okay, we're gonna need to have different types for this one too, aren't we? I don't know why I made this constant, it doesn't matter. It's copied by value anyway. Sometimes I do things that don't make any sense. Oh, I see why I did this. Okay. I have this kind of cursed macro. So here's what it does. Get ready. It's cursed. You've been warned. It checks to see if the size of whatever you passed in is the size of a pointer, a character pointer. And if it is, then it assumes that it is in fact a character pointer. Otherwise, it assumes that you passed in a string literal, because the size of the string literal would be, could be anything, not just the size of the character pointer. And then it'll divide it and get it like that. And it actually works perfectly, because here's the thing. If you did pass in a pointer, then of course this will be correct, and it'll run this. If you didn't pass in a pointer, even if the what you pass in happens to be 8 bytes, and it's the same size as the character pointer, it doesn't matter, because then it'll just call string length on it, and it'll get the string length anyway. So basically, this only runs string length if it has to, or if you happen to pass in something that's the same size as the pointer, which is not going to happen as much. So both ways it'll be fine. It's just a little bit better than having to call this every single time on, because most of the time when I call like get resource ID, a lot of times I'm doing it with a string literal, a string constant or whatever, right? It's one that's literally always going to be the same. It's always like, you know, it's like baked into the executable. So why recompute the freaking size of the string every single time I go to do this? Like, that's silly. So this macro allows me to just say get resource ID and just pass in the path, and it'll just compute the length for me. It's still cursed? Yeah, it definitely is. What if your text is the same length as the pointer byte size? Yeah, if it's the same length, then it'll end up calling string length on it, the same as it does with a pointer. But that's okay, because you can call string length on a literal, and it'll still get you the string length, because the literal can cast down to a pointer. So in that case, it'll just do something that's less efficient than what it's supposed to do. Right? I know. It's cursed. But in a way, I'm kind of proud of it. Stupid stuff like that. Oh, if you want to see cursed, though, let me show you cursed. Huh, there's no vector types in C. And, that's kind of bad, because, like, you know, it'd be nice if there was a vector type. That's kind of handy to have. But man, there's no templates in C, so how could you do that? Right? I guess you could pass in the size every time, but that's awful. Nobody ever like, imagine having to pass in the size every time you like add to the vector. That's freaking stupid. It should be able to just know that based on the type of the vector, right? Oh yeah, we have macros. This is gonna be one of the worst things you've ever seen in your life. So it's so funny. It looks so bad, but if you scroll through it slowly, it's actually really clean. It just looks terrible. So this it's basically like a template. So it's gonna make a struct with the type that you pass in for the data pointer, and then it also has a count of the capacity, and that's it. So you can, for example, if you have a function like, right, you can just say list int, and now you've got that'll work. So it's the same as saying, like, you know, it's the same thing. This man fake tables through macros, I sure am. Now this part's a little bit bad. I could definitely make this a little nicer, but anyway, there's a function you have to call list in it, and you pass in the list. And what that'll do is that'll just set the data count and capacity all to 0 to initialize it, right? You could also just do this, and that would also be valid. I mean, or you could even, you know, do this. And both of those would allow you to not have to do this, but I think it's better to have it be a macro like this, because first of all, if I want to change how this initializes in the future for some reason, I can do that, and existing code will still work. But secondly, having a macro that says list init makes it clear to anyone using this header, oh, I need to call that to init the list, right? Whereas if I don't have that macro there, people might not realize they have to do this first. Right? Because you do have to do that, otherwise you have garbage data and the whole thing doesn't work. So make sure you call this. Once you do that, this is the cursed one, push. You could do it. You do that loud and see anyway. Yeah, It's cursed, but I kind of like this. So here's what it does. So when you call push, right, you give it the list and you give it the thing you want to push into the list, and that's it. And it figures out the rest. So here's what it does. It takes advantage of cursed expression logic. So not everyone knows this about expressions. So people think of expressions as like this, right? That's an expression, right? 1 + 2, whatever. You know, this is also an expression, that's also 1. You know, you can also do stuff like this, and, you know, this, and whatever, right? Those are all expressions, but there's some cursed things about them that people don't realize. Did you know that you can do this? Hang on. You can do multiple expressions in one. So you can say a = 1, and then a + 2. And what this will do is this will set a to 1, and then when that's done, it'll take a, which is 1, and add 2 to it, and that becomes 3. So the result is 3. The result just is the last thing in the expression. Okay, so you have that, right? And remember, you also have ternary operators. So with those two things, you can basically write an entire function using just a single expression. It's so cursed, but you can do it. So here's what I've done. This actually returns a result. That's right, it returns something. It first calls this thing. It doesn't call it, but you know, it expands this. It'll check to see if it has to grow the list. And what it's doing is it's saying, I need to add one thing to the list, right? So I need to add one thing. Do I have enough room for that, all right? So here's where it figures that out. It'll say, okay, do I need to grow or not, right? So here it goes. I need to grow by 1. Okay, so here's what it does. It'll say, take the current count of the list, add the grow amount to it, so 1, and then check if that's greater than the capacity of the list. If it is, we have a ternary operation here. If it is, then the thing that this sort of thing returns, basically, is this. Otherwise, it'll just return a boolean that's true. You know, I should have done that. Anyway, sorry. Same thing, but yeah. Anyway, so if it does need to grow, here's what it'll do. It'll do this thing, and this is a bit cursed. Right? The thing is, you love this as efficient as vectors are. In some ways, it's a lot more efficient, actually. It's really funny. But yeah, so this part is the part that's cursed. This is because of C++ that I have to do this. Well, one of the reasons. So, okay, so set data. So, okay, so first off, so I call this function here where I actually grow the list, and here I actually pass in the size and the count of the capacity. I can get that all from here because I know the list, I have the list data pointer, and I don't know, so I don't know that, I can't get the type of it, but I can get the size, right? So I can say, okay, here's the data pointer, pass that in, treat it as a void. Get the size of the object pointed to by data, so now I know the size of the thing, right? Great, give me the count and give me the capacity. And then, given that data, I can figure out what I need to do. So basically what I'm doing here is a little trick. I'm saying if capacity is set to 0, then you're going to pretend like this is a brand new list, and you're going to copy everything in from here. And the reason I do this is because this way, right? If you have a struct that has a list in it, and that list, and the data pointed to by that list is not heap allocated, right? Then the first time, as long as you have capacity set to 0, the first time you call push, it'll work fine anyway, because it'll copy everything over, like this, alright? So, basically, this makes it so the list can work fine in any situation, even in situations where you didn't allocate stuff on the heap already for it, or you didn't use the push methods like you were supposed to. It can still figure it out as long as you have capacity set right. And then from that point on, it can then just realloc, and it grows the same way that vector does in most implementations. So anyway, once it does that and sets the capacity and everything, it'll then take the return result from this function, which is just the new pointer to the data, and it'll set that in the list, and then it'll, using the comma, it'll evaluate the next expression. It'll say, is the data null, right? And just return whether or not it is as a boolean, which comes all the way back to this. So now finally, if that was successful, set the new value in the buffer we just allocated, and then return success. Otherwise, return this. And that's what it does. So the only thing I didn't explain is this thing set data. This is just because of fricking C++. So in C++. Oh, sorry, in C, you can do this. I believe so. Yeah. That is valid in C++, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, in C, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can just set it to a void pointer and that'll work. In C++, for some reason, they thought that that was a severe, like, issue to the point of actually wanting to break backwards compatibility with C in a minor way just to get rid of it. So in C++, they changed it so that instead you're not allowed to do this. You can still cast any typed pointer to a void pointer, but not the other way around. It doesn't work anymore. So in C++, you have to do this, right? And then that's valid. Okay, that's all well and good, but now we have a problem. In this macro, we don't know the type of the data pointer. We can't figure that out. All we can figure out is the size. And we don't ask the user for it every time, so what do we do, right? Well, here's the deal, right? In C, it is valid to do that. So what I do is, in C, I just set it. In C++, I use a freaking template. And the template just will auto-determine the type. So that's what that all is. Very cursed, but it works so well. So you can just do this, right? Here's how you use it. So you make your ints list, you initialize it, and you just say, all right, whatever, right? And you can get the result if you want to, or ignore it, it's fine. And then you can just do it again, right? And you can do that for as many things as you want. You can pop if you want. Whatever. When you're done, you just call free. And yeah, if you want to use the data in it at any time, you just say data, and then you just get the index, right? And that all works fine. And of course, you can also access the counting capacity. So it's like so hacky, but I'm actually quite proud of this. It works very well. It was really fun. Your combo code is probably short. I imagine it is. Well, especially here's the big thing. Here's the big reason that this is actually better. In C++, there's realloc. You have that still, but you're not. There's no new C++ equivalent to that, right? You have new and delete, but you don't have a realloc equivalent. So if you have vectors, you need to support any type that you can pass into the vector, right? Including like things that have constructors and destructors, and so you need to be able to call those appropriately. And if you just use realloc and all that, it's not going to work. You could use realloc, and then you could call the new you could call the constructors on it manually if you want to do that. But surprisingly, it seems from what at least Microsoft's vector implementation, I don't know about like lib C++ or whatever, but at least Microsoft's does not do that, to my knowledge at least. Instead, they just simply create a new vector buffer every single time that it grows. Every time, they just call new and copy over the data and then delete the old one. They do that every time. And you might think, well, that's not... What's the problem? Isn't that what realloc does anyway? Not really, no. Realloc is actually very efficient. What it does is it'll actually straight up directly ask the OS to just resize the buffer if it can. And only if it cannot do that will it create a new buffer and copy over the data. So that is the slow path with realloc. But without realloc, that's what you get every time, right? So a vector is always reallocating using the slowest possible way, whereas this is reallocating using the fastest way. So it actually works better, and also it's totally inlined, you know, because it's macros. It's literally just expanding into the code, so any possible optimization that can happen will happen. So it's so cursed, but it actually works. I'm honestly really proud of it. This feels like abuse, but it's super clever. Thank you. It took a lot of like figuring out how the frick I was gonna do it, because I tried all these different things. Hold up, res type? What was I doing? Oh yeah, so I'm gonna sleep soon. I swear I am. I've never seen anyone use expressions like that. 1000 IQ there. Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, that it broke my mind the first time I did it, to be honest, because I was like, how does this work? But, you know, it gets a lot easier once you do it, because you start to realize, like, you could just think of these like they're functions. They're not functions, but you basically can think of them as though they're just functions that are returning stuff. Because it basically is what they are. The only real limitation, and the reason that I used a function for this, instead of having this also be a macro, is that you can't define a new variable inside of an expression. Actually, you might be able to in C++. I think you actually can. In C, you can't. At least not to my knowledge. So you can't do, like, you know, int a and then be like a plus b. You can't, like, make an int inside of here. I think you... At least I don't think you can. In C++, I think you can, but here you can't. That's not valid. So you could, like, create a new scope and do that or whatever, but that's not ideal. So I just call a function, and then I have that create my new variable for me and do whatever it needs to with that. But yeah, everything else I can just do in macros. It's kind of hilarious. Alright, so here we go. What the frick was I doing? Yeah, so I'm doing this. Okay. So we need to... I'm gonna make my little helper things that I did before. A little different, obviously. I'm gonna say, I don't know. I'm gonna call this, right? Someone's gonna join in like any minute now. They're gonna be like, why are you still awake? And they are so right. I will sleep soon, I swear. Let me just get this one thing. Archive, model, terrain group, shape program, vertex format, GPU model, GPU texture. Okay, so we're gonna have one for each of these. These are just helpers, so you don't have to call that yourself every time. And also it'll cast it for you. It's kind of nice to have that, I think. Really? Oh, apparently I'm an idiot. Okay. I need to see what... a GPU model. Alrighty, vertex format. Yeah, shader program. Oh, I didn't even rename these yet, I'll do that in a moment. You know what I found out is really bad today? Visual Studio, oh, MSVC rather, MSVC's, warnings. They're really bad. You can turn on, you know how, like, most, compilers have, like, a, what is it called, like, pedantic, or however you say it, flag, where you can say, you know, hey, turn on every possible warning, right? And if I'm doing anything even that could possibly slightly be wrong in any way, tell me about it, right? And yeah, that can be a really helpful thing to have. Well, anyway, Visual Studio has that too. Sorry, MSVC has that too. But it turns out it's not that good. Holy frick. I turned it on today because I was trying to figure out, I was trying to solve this really weird bug I had, and it was kind of a nightmare, and I was like, why is this, why the frick is this not working? I was like, maybe if I turn on all the warnings, right? Like, even the really sensitive ones, maybe if I compile them, I can, like, it'll warn me about something weird that I'm doing somewhere, and I'll be able to, like, figure out what it is. I was like, maybe I can, like, you know, maybe somewhere I'm putting in, like, a different pointer type that I need to, or something weird like that, right? Maybe the warnings will catch that. Anyway, I turned on all the warnings, and I rebuilt everything. Oh! It's a lot of warnings. There were hundreds of them. And I went through all of them. I did, because I really wanted to figure out what the problem was. Guess what? Every single warning did not matter. I swear. Like, it wasn't even like, oh, they have a point with that one, right? I don't personally think it's a big deal, but I see what they mean. It wasn't like that. No. It was, like, stupid. Here was a warning. Ready? If you do this, right? If you do ... / in your include, that's a warning. Why? I don't know. Everybody does that. That's standard C. Why is that a warning? There's nothing wrong with that. What the frick? But for some reason, that's a warning, right? What else is a warning? They gave me warnings that the code would be optimized. I'm serious. They were like, in this line, you're using this variable here. Anyway, we're gonna optimize that out for you. And we're gonna replace it with like this. And the code will still work exactly like it looks like it will. But anyway, we just wanna let you know. I'm like, that's not a warning. That's an informational thing. But I didn't turn on information. I asked for warnings. It was stupid. It was like, this is not helpful. Why would you ever turn these on? It was a lot of crap like that. Yeah, so best to leave, if you're using an SVC, best to leave the warnings just on the default level. The default's honestly pretty good. It gives you only the warnings that matter. And also a few that don't, like, don't use memcopy. Don't do that. It's not safe. I don't care. But they're right, but that one's valid. They have a valid point for that one. I mean, they're right. Yeah, if you screw up with using memcopy, it isn't safe. So, you know. That one's valid. I disagree with it, but it's valid. My mindset is just, if I'm writing like a server, of course I'm not going to use memcopy, right? But if I'm writing like a level editor for a Sonic game, I'm going to use memcopy. I don't care. If it crashes because I did something stupid or the data was corrupted, then it crashes. It's not the end of the world. Someone files an issue, I fix it. You know? Bugs are gonna happen even if I don't use memcopy, so who cares? Imagine not using memcopy in C. Yeah, I don't get it. They're like, don't use memcopy, use our non-standard extension for memcopy. It's like, no, Microsoft. You just want me to do that so that my code won't compile on other platforms. Because you want me to, you know, only develop for Windows. It's annoying. So anyway, you can turn those off. I did turn those off. But other than those warnings, the rest are actually very helpful. Until you get into the all warnings, and then they become stupid crap. Like, don't type ... Why not? Just don't do it. It's valid, and you support it, and it works perfectly. Don't do it. Okay. CRT secure, no warnings. Exactly. Did you remember that exact define, or did you look that up? Because like, wow, you totally remembered that exactly right. I'm melting my brain at double the speed because I've been listening to the stream for the past 3 hours and you're also working in your own garbage. That's amazing. Working as a hardware when you're just looking at you're going, ah! I'm so sorry, man. I hope you can get that figured out, the surf ride stuff. It sounds like a nightmare. ATG, how you doing? Big Brain is just making your own safe wrappers for standard library functions. Oh, you can do that, can't you? Oh, that's hilarious. You'd be able to define all the time. Yeah, it's like, why? I mean, because like that's what's so silly about it to me, right? It's like, it's unsafe. It's like, why is it unsafe? Because you could use it wrong. It's like, but I'm not using it wrong. You know what I mean? But what if you're using it right, but invalid data gets in there and it corrupts it? Well, then you have freaking invalid data. It's gonna crash anyway. Like, what? That to me is almost as stupid as the things, like, I don't know, like, if you have a out of memory exception, right? It's like, oh no, you ran out of memory. I don't know, whatever. You better handle that error and fix it. It's like, okay, you ran out of memory. What are you gonna do? You're out of memory. What are you gonna freaking free something? I guess. Guess you could do that. Do you need all the data that you have currently loaded though? Probably. That's why you loaded it. So no, you can't really do that, can you? It's like, Of course, when I'm writing a library like HedgeLib, I do handle every error. Or at least I try my best to. Even out of memory, even if malloc fails, I return a enum value that says we ran out of memory. Because for libraries, you know, you're held to a different standard because people are using libraries. At least hopefully, right? But, you know, programmers other than you are going to use your library, so you need to make sure that it's good. And that it actually does not, it's not going to crash and do stupid crap. So I do handle all the errors in HedgeLib. But if you're just writing a program, even if you make it open source, it's like, well, here's the thing, right? The only people who are going to be using this code is, you know, me and anyone who helps me work with this project. So, like, in that case, if, like, it's different, you know? It's like, if I run out of memory in my program, I don't really care. I run out of memory. What the frick am I gonna do? Like, there's nothing I can really do about it. Just crash. It's fine. In the real world, that's not gonna happen as long as you have enough memory. It's not even the certified stuff right now. You're writing an entire game source at the moment. What the frick? What kind of level? I can't. That's amazing, dude. You really are on the next level with that stuff. First ever C project, reinvent the way, make your own standard library because C offers hardly anything. That is true, yes. That's very true. I like C a lot, but yeah, that's one thing where it definitely has. That's a big issue with it, right? Standard library. You know, okay, so there's definitely, so I love C, but there are a few things about it that definitely need to be improved. Or should have been, at least in my opinion. One of the big ones, for me is the standard library, yeah. But there's also like a lot of little features. Okay, so like, here's an example of one that I think this is the biggest one for me, right? Arrays. Okay, you can have, you know, a function that takes an array like this, right? This is a type. You can do this. And this is not the same thing as this. It basically is, but they went out of their way to make a separate language construct for this, right? Here's how it should have worked, okay? Here's how this should work. If you make a type like this, right, it should basically be a struct that looks like this. That's what it should be, okay? So if you say, I don't know, I mean, it doesn't even have to be, it can be a constant, right? Maybe it could be here, back, and whatever. You should be able to do something like, I don't know, whatever. Maybe they make it kind of like count of, right? This should be how you, maybe you get it like that, because I feel like doing this is going to be a little weird considering that you can't actually see this. Because like, here I wrote it out, but like, in reality it would be like this. And I don't know, it's a little weird that you can't actually see the definition of this sort of struct that you're accessing, but then it is a thing, and it just has this arbitrary name. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's a little weird, it's a little inconsistent with the rest of the language. So I feel like it probably would be better to do like, something like this, right? Or if you're gonna just have it be like static and not change in size, I guess you could just overload size of and use it like that. But anyway, something like that. That's how it should have worked, right? But instead, at least in C89, if I'm not mistaken, this is literally the same thing as this. There is no difference at all. The only difference is that this looks different. That's the only reason. And the reasoning why they did this, from what I understand anyway, is that they felt that programmers would appreciate the fact that they can mark their functions as taking not just a pointer, but rather an array. The idea was that if you wanted to have a function that took a pointer to a single object versus a function that took a pointer to an array of objects, how can you tell the difference, right? I mean, because this could be an array or a pointer. It could be the same thing. So the idea was that you could use this to signify one object, and you could use this to signify an array. That was the idea. And I see what they were going for, and it honestly makes sense. But in practice, I feel like that was a major shortcoming, because this could have just been an array type. And you might think this isn't a big deal. You might think, why does it matter? Who cares? All you need to do is just, you know... But here's the thing, right? Here's why this is so bad. Let me show you why this is bad. First of all, it means you have to do this every time. Every single time you pass an array into something, you always have to pass the count. Or at least you have to have some way of acquiring the count. Because it's not built into the array. It's a separate thing, right? You have the pointer and then you have the count. So that means more typing, that means more everything. It's just more of a pain in general. But most importantly, strings. Strings are just freaking null terminated. They're just pointers, which are just a subsequent array of characters, and then at the end there's a null terminator, right? Everyone knows that, who programs in C or C++ at least, right? There's so many issues with null terminated strings. I could go on for hours about it, I won't, but just, they're bad. They really are not a good thing. Like, they're just awful. There's the obvious issue of what if the null terminator magically disappears, which does happen sometimes if you have a bug in your code, or the data gets corrupted or something, and if that happens, and you use string length or string copy, well, you just end up reading garbage data. And that's how a lot of buffer overflow attacks happen. Crap like that, right? It's a major security thing, but then beyond that, it's just, it's also a performance thing. It's a security problem and a performance problem, because I already explained why it's a security issue. Performance is also bad, because look at this. If you have a string, like this, whatever, this is a very long string, right? This is a string literal. The size of this thing is noticed at compile time. Look, VS even knows it. It's 36 bytes, including the null terminator, okay? 35 if you didn't have that. We know the size of this. You can even freaking do this. And it'll give you the size. Well, it should. Yeah, there it is, 36 bytes. That's valid, you can do that. Great. So, if you call string length on a string that's a literal, if you call string length on, like, you know, this, it should be able to just, it shouldn't have to do anything. You should be able to just get the size, right? But no, you have to compute that every time. The only way to do that really is to go through each character one at a time and go through the entire string and add a number every time until you get the null terminator. That's how you have to do that. So that's kind of stupid. When you string copy, right? You don't know the sizes of, like, you don't know the size of, like, what this is being copied to, but also you don't know the size of this string. So you can't just say, oh, I know the string length, okay, so copy that many bytes, whatever. You have to instead go through the string, and one character at a time, basically, you want to copy each. You want to copy it to the destination buffer until you get the null terminator. It could be faster if they knew the length, because they could do tricks, like, okay, for example, if they know that it's more than 8 bytes in size, if the string is more than 8 characters or 8 bytes in size, they can just go on x86 anyway, x64 anyway, they can go, okay, well, just grab 8 bytes and treat it as though it's an int, and then just copy the whole thing at once, right, with like one instruction, and that can speed up copying quite a bit. You can't do that if you don't know the size up front. So implementations do different tricks to make this fast. It's not like it's slow, it's definitely very fast. But what I'm saying is it could be even faster if they knew the size up front. So here's how they could have fixed this, right? If they just freaking had arrays the way I described, then you could just do this. And at compile time, this would basically become a struct that looks like, you know, like this. Whatever, data. And count would be set to, what was it, 36? Whatever. And this would be set to our string buffer, right? That's how that would work. And it's just there. And so then you wouldn't need any of these functions. You wouldn't need string length, you wouldn't need string copy, you wouldn't need any of the string crap. You could just use the mem stuff. You could just say mem copy. and you know the size, right? You can be like, okay, string dot count, you know, whatever, right? That's my size. You could do this with the syntax I'm suggesting. Brilliant! And I know, and you might be thinking, but that's not safe. What about an alternator? No, what I'm saying is there shouldn't be an alternator. You don't need one. Just do this, and you don't need an alternator, right? And it's actually safer, and it's actually faster. There's no downside to it. But then also, right, for non-compile time literals, you can like make one. You could have the feature in the language where you could do this, right? You don't know what it is yet. And then later you can say, oh, I guess, no, I don't know how you would set it. I guess maybe you could say, like, maybe it would be better to have this just be, like, a property that you could set. I don't know, something like that. But you could set it at compile time as well, right? If you have the literal, obviously you could just, this could just figure out the size at runtime, but if you have, like, a pointer, like, I don't know. No, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid. No, you would know it's always going to be string literal, or it's going to be a pointer, to, like, it would ideally be another array, in which case I could just copy the count from that array. If it was a pointer, and you really had to kind of copy it from a pointer, then I guess you could, like, maybe you could do something like this? I don't know. I don't know what this index would be, that looks bad. Maybe you could have something where, you know, you would initialize it basically similar to like this in C# or whatever, right? I don't know. There's a million different ways you could do the syntax. They'd have to figure something out that would be good. But you could, what I'm saying is you could also make it so that you could construct your own array from an arbitrary pointer and an arbitrary count. And then you could use these functions just for whatever, right? And it would just fix so many problems. But nobody thought to do that. So instead we have all the nightmare of string stuff. Okay, whoa, hang on. At least you could log it, making reference great for debugging. Yeah, it really is. You could build in your own allocation tracking as well. Yeah, that stuff's awesome. That helps a lot with game development and stuff. You know, me only null checks. Yeah, I don't even do. To be honest, I don't usually do null pointer checks in my functions. I've gone back and forth on whether or not I should do that. For a while, I did every time. Now, even with my mentality of library code should be good, I figure it's not worth it, because here's the thing, right? All you need to do is just document it. Just say, yeah, don't pass an all pointer. And that's it. And just do that consistently throughout your API. And the user will quickly find out, oh, don't pass an all pointer. Right? And as long as they don't use it wrong, there is no problem. So I feel like that one isn't a big deal. It's only a problem if there's data that could reasonably be null that should still be like valid, you know. You can build in your own allocate. Oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, it's very helpful. Unless you read the wrong size field or some calculation screws up, and suddenly you end up allocating terabytes. What was that in response to? I'm sorry. I'm a bit behind in the chat. I'm trying to catch up. That's how you access the count, huh? Well, that's how I'm suggesting, but it doesn't have to be that way. They could come up with a better syntax than what I did there. I came up with that in like a few minutes, you know, I just typed something. Ideally, it would look better than that. But that's the concept, right? Embedded programmers would cry about using 4 bytes extra memory to keep track of the size. Yeah, so... right, so I thought of that. But in that case, right? Just use a pointer. Like, if you really need the low memory usage, right? You need to have a string, but you can't have the size because it's too much, then just use a pointer, right? And in any function that you do that handles string stuff, you could just basically make your own string length. Because like a string length function is not hard to make. It's so easy to do one yourself that it kind of makes you question why there's even one built in. Like, okay, we have that built in, but we can't have like anything useful. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like this wouldn't be necessary at all if you just had arrays. Doesn't the person who came up with the idea of not turning strings regret it? I believe they do. So if I don't know how to optimize this? Oh, you mean the string length? It depends what compiler you use. GCC is very smart, and Clang is as well. I'm almost positive that they optimize it. I'm very... yeah, they definitely optimize that. MSVC, I don't know. I'm honestly not sure if it does. I don't know. I think it only does in very obvious cases, where it's like, oh, of course. But I'm not sure. GCC definitely does. Oh, this is C++. Whatever, it'll still work. Don't do that, actually. But, yeah, it just returns 4. 11, yeah, it'll just return the length of the string. So that's optimized. If I do MSVC, is it stupid? You know, I don't think it's this stupid. I think it will. I think MSVC will actually optimize that. You can't be serious. Wow. Yeah, MSVC doesn't do that. It just straight up calls string length. To be fair, I don't have optimizations on. What's the flag? I always forget. Let me turn them on. I think it'll optimize it then. It's O2. Please optimize it. If you don't, I'm gonna be really upset. Okay, if you turn on O2, it does. Okay, so it's not stupid. That's good. But obviously, it can't do that in every case. So, say, for example... oh, jeez. Say, for example, you know, you do something like this. Now, actually, it might be able to figure this out. I actually don't know. Top of my head. I think it will in this case. This one should be obvious. Let's find out. That one should work. Oh, what's wrong? Oh. Move 6. Yeah, it optimized that. Okay, so I think so. It does usually optimize it. Yeah, that's good. Thank goodness. It doesn't in debug mode, but in release mode it does. So okay, good. It's not stupid. Thank goodness. Pascal puts a byte at the start containing the size of the string, which was 255 bytes. Oh dear. I guess at the time, maybe that's all they needed. You have to access it starting from index 1, despite the language using 0 bytes indices. Oh, that's terrible. The downside is the memory usage. Every string would occupy more bytes due to having to store the length. But they already do that. Okay, so like in C++, if you use std string, for everything, that's 40 bytes for every string before you've even done anything. It's 40 bytes. You don't even have any data in there yet. It's just having an empty string is 40 bytes. But in C, right? In C, obviously that's not a thing. But here's the deal, right? Size t. I'm suggesting that the array look like this. Right? Size t has a different size based on the platform. So obviously on modern PCs, on 64-bit machines, this is usually 8 bytes, and so is the pointer usually. So this whole thing adds up to 16 bytes, which is actually only 8 bytes more than not having the count and just having the char pointer. But still, it's 8 bytes, it's double the size. It's 16 bytes per string. Before you even have any data, it's 16 bytes. So that's not desirable. But keep in mind, if you were compiling this for an embedded system, size t might not be 8 bytes. In fact, in the early days of computing, it was 16, like when C was first being popularized, from what I understand, most computers were 16-bit. So at the time, size t very well could have been 2 bytes, or 4 bytes. I'm gonna say it was 2 bytes, right? Say size t is 2 bytes, the pointer size is 4 bytes, we'll go with that. Actually, I think it would have been 2 bytes as well. I'm not sure. I believe they both would have been 2 bytes at the time, I might be wrong about that. If that was the case, yeah, you would literally have only 4 bytes per string. Wasn't a big deal. But anyway. So it's like on systems that have limited memory where the actual 16 bytes is a problem, they also are going to use up less memory for the string. So it really wasn't a big issue. I see how at the time, even just whatever 4 bytes or however much many it would have been, may have been more than they wanted. But remember, right? The null terminator itself takes up a byte. So really, it's only 3 bytes extra. It wasn't that bad. And obviously these days, freaking, there's no reason not to have this. Like, we have so much memory. This is completely fine, you know? So, I feel like that would have been the better decision, but obviously hindsight is, 2020, ha 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 ha. I made a pun. Obviously at the time, I can see how they may have thought that the alternator made more sense. But I really wish that would not have been what they went with. Shouldn't you sleep? Yes. I will soon. Imagine calculating the length of the concept of redundancy. If you can calculate something, you couldn't store it. Oh, you shouldn't store it. Given the context of computers in the 80s with kilobytes of memory, it makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, at the time, I definitely see where they're coming from. These days, I don't think it's necessary. Obviously, right? It goes without saying, but these days it's a little different. What I'm saying isn't that they made a stupid design decision, really. It's more so that... Let me rephrase this. It's not that they were stupid for thinking the way they did at the time. It's that it would have been better in the long run if they wouldn't have thought that way. That's what I'm getting at, right? It would have been better for everyone if they changed it a little bit. If I were to make my own version of C, it would have erase like that, right? Or something along those lines anyway. That's all that I'm getting at. But yeah. But you're right, I do see at the time they had very limited memory, so I get that they wanted to save it. But I even with their very limited memory, even with their kilobytes, I don't think an extra couple of bytes per string was gonna be the end of the world. They would have been able to do it. And again, if you really needed that, you don't have to use the string array. You can use a pointer and have it be null-terminated and do it like that if you want to. That's still an option for you. But that's an option. That's a choice that you have to make, right? That's you deciding, I want to do strings like this in my program. That's my own optimization, right? The language doesn't do that for you. Might be able to figure it out through constant propagation. From what you've read, embedded programs avoid STD due to bloated memory. Yes, they do. Even a lot of things avoid it due to bloat, but especially embedded systems. On there, they can't use STD. They can't even use exceptions because exceptions are too expensive on embedded platforms. They have to do everything manually, essentially, like with result codes, the good old way, I guess. Strings are also much larger in debug mode, SC strings it is. Oh, that's true. They do get smaller in release mode, I believe. Was this in types higher from experience? Yeah, they're all bloated, a little bit. They'll get an extra pointer in them. Vector does, map does, string does. Yeah, the alternator probably usually falls in the memory alignment boundary, so I imagine you usually don't lose any memory over that, unless you want to use slower on aligned axes. Yeah, you shouldn't have to pad it, no, because it's the same size as the other characters in the string. So it should literally just be, it's just another addition to the array. So, okay, so there definitely are other things to consider about, like, how, okay, maybe it wouldn't be more efficient, especially not at the time, but these days, I can see some major performance benefits that could come from having the count available to you at all times. And you wouldn't have to necessarily compute it all the time. Sometimes you might have to compute it, and that can happen behind the scenes. But at compile but when you have like string literals, that could just be computed by compile time. Oh, but one other thing about this, right? It doesn't have to be there. If the compiler can determine that the string that you're using Is this the one that loops? No, it's not. Cool. If the compiler can determine that the string that you are creating is only used within a certain confined scope or whatever, right? And in that scope, the count is never accessed. And there's no reason it has to store the count, because it's not being used. So it's safe to just omit that, right? So the generated code can just basically be a string pointer. It's only if it can't prove that you don't need the count that it has to include the count, right? Okay, we're gonna sleep. We're gonna do one more thing. Here's the final countdown, as they say. What's wrong with this? Oh, it's just that I capitalized the S. That's literally all that I did wrong there. Okay. Resources. What's wrong with this? Okay. Alright, so I swear we're sleeping soon. But hang on. Most of the CPU time is spent waiting for resource content. My gosh, it's too late for me to read. Attention. So you don't think the performance gains are really that great? I don't think they would matter much either way, if I'm being honest. These days, they really wouldn't. But, you know. Back in... The question isn't whether or not it would these days, right? The question is whether or not it would back in the day. Because that's when the language was designed. I guess what I'm getting at is, maybe this is just me. I feel like a lot of people might disagree with me on this. But I feel like the majority of C, whether it was actually intentional and really well thought out, or just kind of accidental, like maybe computers just kind of were built to work with C rather than C being good at, well designed for computers, right? I don't know. But basically, right, like, C has been an incredibly forward-looking language. Like, most of its design still holds up incredibly well in my opinion today. There's obviously some old stuff. There's obviously some stuff that's just freaking bad now, like having to have headers and, you know, not terminated strings and freaking, you know, like type defing because you got struct tags and there's no namespaces or anything, you know, and all that macros are evil sometimes. You know, there's a lot of cruft and stuff. But I feel like a lot of like the core of the language is still, like, it still makes sense. It still works well with modern computers and with modern day machines. And that's amazing to me because it was first created in the freaking 60s. A lot has changed. But yet it still holds up pretty well. Alright, I messed up. Oh dear. Oh, oops. So we're sleeping, but first, let me get this new resource manager thing to work, and then we will see a lovely white blob on the screen, and I'm not exaggerating at all. It's gonna be the color white. The screen is just gonna be the color white. That's all that we're getting. Then I'll sleep. Why did I do this? What was I thinking? Perfect default constructor available. Oh. Yeah, where you're creating the resource manager and there's no default constructor. Oh. Hey. Oh, another error. Oh, that's just because I forgot to, yeah. Okay, so, ideally I would want to change, yeah, I'm going to change this at some point to not take a constant char pointer and instead take something else. Oh. Okay, we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way, as they say. We're gonna get that. And where are the other errors? No, there's more than that. At least there should be more warnings. No, no. No, that's not correct. What? Oh dear. That's really giant. What do you mean? That can't be correct. Yeah, this is... Yeah, this is the example of... Oh, no, wait, we just fixed that one. There's a lot... That's MGUI warnings, so that's not our stuff. This... Well, most of them are MGUI. This one's not a problem. See, most of them aren't a problem, are they? This is basically a thin abstraction or assembly. It doesn't really offer much syntactic sugar or built-in features. No, it doesn't, but that's what's cool about it. It lets you have complete freaking control over the hardware, right? But it's not assembly level. Like, you don't have to actually think in terms of pushing and popping things to and from the stack. You don't have to think in terms of the registers and where stuff goes. You don't have to think in terms of any of that. Use the right code and it does the best thing. I really dig it for that. I'm sorry, I'm really late here. There's a thing called Egg Manager, which handles a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Yoshi DLC, it's got ED and PC, obviously. It's a shame. Sounds like a nightmare to have to recreate that. So, well... Oh, yeah, this is still bad, but... We're getting a model. Oh, that's sugar. That's not even related to this. Alright, build. New error. Cannot convert from that to result. Oh, I'm stupid. We're gonna beat this. Yeah, the song is great. Alright, final build, hopefully. That warning is fine. I'll fix that one later. That's just me not using a variable that I plan on using in the future. Okay, so this is going to be the stupidest looking thing you've ever seen in your life. Camera just zooms out now. There's no free cam yet. I'll fix that later. Just a test to make sure it doesn't crash. Wow, that loaded really fast. Okay, it's using more memory than it probably should. Is it? I told you it'd be a white blob, by the way. I was not kidding. There's no, you know, there's no shading and there's no materials or textures yet, so everything is white. But it is drawing the whole scene. I did verify that when I walked through it. So, okay, all the packs loaded up entirely. Comes up to this much memory. So obviously we have all that that's being used. But then we also have the GPU models, and we also have the dictionaries and resource managers, and we have all the DirectX stuff, which I find uses a lot of memory that apparently counts towards your memory usage, even though it's doing it on the GPU instead. So given all that, I'm not surprised that we're using as much memory as we are. In a release build, it would also, I would hope it would also be a little bit less. I don't know if that changes in release, but I would assume that the... Well, yeah, wait, I know that some of the types get smaller. The That's not ideal, but that's for a game that's really not that bad. Freaking Chrome uses more than that. Edge currently is using VS is using a gigabyte for being a code editor, and Edge is using 700 megabytes for existing. So this isn't that bad considering that this is an entire level, and we haven't even optimized it yet. Okay, so it is, yeah. So I would like to get the textures to work, but I also want to sleep, and I will do that. I'm just curious, what do I have to do to get them to work? Is it like literally like 5 minutes away, or is it like longer than that? Free RAM is wasted RAM. Yeah, I guess you could use that argument as well, actually. Why did I comment this out? Was that erroring? It shouldn't have. I don't remember doing that even. I love that it's just white. And it loads that fast? That is ridiculous. That's in debug mode, dude. That's freaking... I double checked, it actually is loading all the packs. It's just that fast. Wow, alright. I want to see something really fast. And then I want to sleep. Shader resources. So... yeah, I have the samplers, I have the I have the resource list, but that is gonna be real fun, isn't it? The way that this thing works is this is a resource ID, and you're meant to, I guess from the resource manager, I haven't figured out really where I'm gonna put it yet, to be honest. But the idea is that you're supposed to use that ID to then get a... hang on. Where the frick is it? I don't remember where I put it. Hang on. I think it's in shader. That's it. No, give me that one. Thank you. Yeah, you get one of these, a shader resource list. And then this is just a list of resource IDs. There's 128 of them, because that's how many you can bind in D3011 at a given time. And you just set these to whatever you need to be bound. Now that's all well and good. Except it's not, because there's a few things that are really bad about that, actually. The main one that I don't like, if I'm being honest, is just the fact that we're using all 128. Like, we're never going to use all 128. We're going to use, like, what? The fuse, normal, specular... how many are we going to use at max? Maybe 5? Not 128. So the fact that we can bind that many is great, but, you know, we don't need this. This is unnecessary. And also, the fact that you have to use this ID to then get a thing that then has more IDs in it that you would have to get is not good. I don't really like that. So it would be better if we could not do this. Be better if we could just embed it in this, I guess. That would increase the size of this, but I don't think that would be necessary. I don't think that would be a bad thing. I think that would be okay. So let's actually yeet the idea of the resource list, and let's just have like, let's make this more specific actually. We could have the sampler be the same. Nah, let's have that be a separate one. I don't plan on using this if I'm being honest. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna comment out the existing one. Oh, hang on. Oh, I really need to sleep, don't I? Okay, I'm gonna do that. Hang on. Let's, let's get one more thing on screen. One more thing. I'm an addict. No, but, oh, you know what? No, let's not do that. Nah, screw that. I thought that would literally be like not even 5 minutes, and it would be. But there's one thing I forgot about. When I actually parse the DDS textures, I need to run that code through something that'll generate the DirectX texture thing. And I don't have that in here yet. I'm gonna need to get DirectX text for that, and that'll take me a few minutes, and I need to sleep, so we'll do that later. But yeah, getting textures to show up should be very easy at this point. I just need to, it's just gonna take me like a little longer than I want to do right now. So anyway, Rad writes fast programs. Me tries to take a sip from my can of Monster, but I can't because it looks too fast. That's amazing. Okay, let me end this stream with one more thing. And this is literally gonna be one more thing. It's like very, very simple. Here's what we're doing. Ready? This is just like all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load something. Hang on. So remember, Green Hill Zone is catched. So what I want to do is I want to load a level that isn't catched, and then I'm gonna sleep. That's it. That's literally all. I want to see how long it'll take. Oh, it's not here. It's in games. That's it. Okay. Here we go. Is it in War Zero? Where's City Sunset Heights? Is that in? Yeah, it's in Wars 1. That's what I thought. Alright, let's load that up and watch it crash or something. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's taking longer than I thought it would. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. That was a bit slow. So I probably want to get that better. And it's using a lot of memory. It's using a gig. Oh, that's about, yeah, that makes sense. Once you unpack all the data on the GPU and everything, that would add up to that. Okay. So, yeah, I'd have to optimize this. That's not that bad. That was the whole level. That includes the streaming of the terrain. Because you only have to load the static sectors before, you know. So, you can still drink from your monster like with G level. Yeah, for Sunset Heights, you'll have enough time to drink from your monster. If it's catched, though, right? Because I just loaded it. If it's catched, wait, what? What? I got it. If it's catched, though. If it's catched, though. It's a feature? Yeah. Allows monster drinking. What if it's catched? 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's not bad. That's pretty good. This is a debug build. That has no freaking optimization at all. Like not that I've done or that MSVC has done. So hey, that's pretty good. Okay. I assume you're not doing that. How fast would it be if you're loading from SSD? So I'm not doing that right now. I'm not. You're right. Okay. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do that and then I'll see. Because that's literally just copy paste, hit a button, and we're done. Windows. Let's dump it here. We'll use the Blender temp folder. Also consider that Forces compresses these packs so that it has less data to read from disk. Decompressing takes like no time compared to reading from an uncatched HHD. Wait, I'm too tired. Wait, hang on. Decompressing takes like no time compared to reading from an uncatched. Oh, yeah. Yeah, decompressing is very fast. Oh, I should have, Okay, this is an SSD. It's not the fastest SSD in the world by any means, but let's see what it does. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was uncatched from the SSD. So let's do catch from the SSD, shall we? And then sleep. Wait, does it catch actually? I don't know if the SSD even caches. At least not as badly as, well, not as much as... Oh, we got an error. Path not found? Oh, I must have done something wrong. Oh, I said test. I meant to say temp. Our last hurrah? And what is the final countdown? Ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. He's almost gonna sleep. He really is. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's still about 3 seconds. Weird that it's about the same speed. Huh. That's pretty freaking fast. Like, imagine that, right? Like, I'm sorry, one more time. Imagine, this is Sonic Forces. And you are on the world map and you hit Sunset Heights. Bloop. Sunset Heights, right? Done. Not bad. That's alright. And I don't, it's not optimized. So once I optimize it, it'll be better than that. It's pretty good. It doesn't catch? Oh, okay, it doesn't catch. That makes sense, because it was the same speed both ways, so that makes a lot more sense. Wow, alright, not bad at all. Compressor would be even faster then? Oh, it sure would. Holy frick. Because it had, yeah, because you're right, because it has less data to load. Jeez. So that's how Forces does it, I guess. That's awesome, I love that. And release build, of course, would be a lot faster too. But anyway, we're not doing that tonight. So, yeah, sorry again for not doing a break, but it is literally 5 in the morning. I know, it's my fault, it's totally on me. But I really enjoy doing these streams, and this is the only time I have to do it, so I figure I'd rather do this than sleep. I know that's not healthy, but anyway. Thank you for watching that. I hope you enjoyed it. I am gonna rest now. Yeah, so I apologize I didn't get to the SVCOL and stuff. I know that was the title of the freaking stream, and I didn't even get to it, so I'm gonna have to change the title, because that's kind of false advertising, huh? I want to fix that, but I'm gonna do that tomorrow. For now, I'm gonna rest. So anyway, I'll get to that very soon. So thank you all for watching. I hope you did enjoy it. I'll see you all soonish. Insert a funny joke here that I can use with which to end the stream. Good night, everyone.